there's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
We're at a commercial break.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a rather soggy VIR, but we're ready for the Formula 4 United States Championship live from Virginia International Raceway. We're deep in the heart of the countryside of the US of A, and we've got some youngsters coming your way who are going to have quite a job to do early morning here because, as you can see, the track is wet. We were told it would stop raining at 8:30, and it kind of has. It's just stopped. When we got up and got into the track early this morning, it was pouring down. It was rather miserable and dark, but as you can see, the light is starting to come through, and I'm glad to say we are ready to go racing, and these are the cars we're going to see. I'm also delighted to welcome to the booth a lady who is going to be racing in FR later today, but she's gracefully decided to get up early with us and join us because her name is Nicole Hevrada. Hevrada, I'll get it right. But welcome to the booth. And first and foremost, how are you getting on this season? Because I know it's a first season for you in FR, so quite a lot to learn.
Yeah, a lot coming at me, and so I actually started the FR. I started the FR series a little later. I started in New Jersey, which was the last race, and you know, just kind of getting back into it. And I was doing the Formula Pro USA Championship. I still am. Last race is actually next weekend, and I'm potentially winning the championship. And yeah, just love being here. Love the FR America's Championship, and I'm just so excited for next year.
Has it been hard to get to grips with it?
Well, there's so many good drivers, you know, so it's definitely like learning, like constantly learning. And, you know, after like a days of testing before the race, it's like you're mentally tired from learning all of like what they are doing because we have the data from them and the videos and stuff and just learning from them, like the best drivers. So. Well,
it's good because I'm glad we've got you. We've got Hannah Greenmeyer coming in later because this weekend we are absolutely focusing on women in racing. We've got one of the greats here as we get the board getting ready for the engines on because we have Lynn St. James here. And Lynn St. James, if you don't know that name, is basically one of the great pioneers of motor racing for women in this country. She has something like 20 national records. She's won Daytona, she's won Sebring, she's raced at Le Mans, she's raced at the Nürburgring, she's done a lot of historic racing as well, and she continues to bang the drum and help and support and talk about women in motorsport and trying to change the game that has been, let's face it, guys, a very male-orientated sport. But I'm going to say, having looked at your background, you come from ski racing.
Yes.
And I think that's actually a sport that never really thought about whether there was there was never just a male-dominated. Women have been in ski racing for years, so you come kind of fresh-faced to this going, yeah, of course I'm going to compete against the boys.
Yeah, exactly. And I also came from swimming, so I did 6 years of swimming, so it's all kind of a mixture, so.
What do you think of this VIR circuit? It looks really tough to me. It looks really fun, but it looks tough because it's fast everywhere you go.
Yeah, you have to nail the corner right before the straightaway. The long straightaways are a challenge to, you have to really think about that corner leading onto the straightaway.
What's the hardest sort of part to get, or what's the easiest place to make a mistake and then sort of find yourself chasing it all day long?
Coming out of, I would say, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, the snake.
Yeah.
Because then after that, you then start to build up speed, and it's almost, I was talking to Evan Slater, one of our Trans Am guys, saying that you're almost flat out all the way from 6 to the oak tree before you go right down into second gear through there. And this is the first corner, Horseshoe. It's cambered. It looks relatively easy. There are ways to overtake on the inside there, but you can also go easily wide round there, and it's going to be tricky. Let's face it. I was going to say to you, when you got up this morning, I bet you were glad you were doing this race at 8:40 because it's still wet, and it's probably going to dry out by the time you get in the car.
Yeah, I hope it dries out by 10:30. I mean, a rain race would be kind of nice, actually.
Have you done one?
I have, actually, and you know, it's funny. I raced in India last year. It was like a big
Doesn't rain there.
It was actually a street circuit, a city circuit,
okay.
the Formula E street circuit in Hyderabad, I think it's
Yes,
called. And,
yep.
So that rained, so it was like, you know, a street circuit in the rain is a little sketchier than here, so.
So what do you do on a warm-up lap like this? You can see them weaving from side to side. Now, I'm obviously talking on this live stream to a bunch of people that know their motor racing. But let's just for those who are tuning in, because there are people who are young, tuning in, learning a little bit about this, and maybe out there going, can I do this? But what are you doing? You're warming up the tires, and you're basically warming up the brakes as well.
Yeah, so lots of weaving and a lot of like braking, so just on the brakes hard, because as you're getting onto the throttle, you're heating up the rear tires, but you need to get the fronts heated up as well. So a lot of braking. So. Yeah,
very much so. It's a thing. You could see physically how they weave from side to side, but I hadn't really given much thought about how the brakes are important, because if you have cold brakes and you slam them on, well, they're just not at temperature, and they only work in a certain parameter of temperature. So you don't want to go into the first corner at Horseshoe, which is flat out, and not have any brakes, or not at least have the brakes you're expecting to have, more importantly. It's not like you won't have any brakes. It's just they won't work as well. Now we're looking at the back straight, long back straight. Time to kind of maybe catch your breath and think about what you're going to do the following lap. But then as you come over this crest, then it gets tight again. And I don't know what gear it is for your car, but it slows quite quickly before you head down the roller coaster, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, really slow into that corner. I think it's second gear into that corner and just really slow. So just along straightaway, you have to really focus on just carrying speed there.
Now, you got the bug, kind of like I did, going to a Formula One race. Which one? Because I was listening to a documentary this morning, or an interview with you this morning, but which one?
So that was the Montreal F1 Grand Prix.
Ah, okay.
An amazing time. Holy cow! It was really cool.
I've done that a couple of times. It's great.
Yeah, it was really cool. I was actually invited by Mercedes-Benz Canada. They invited me to go. So we were staying in the suite. I had the interview with Lewis, and they all set that up, and it was all part of a documentary.
Yeah.
So we were creating a documentary around all this stuff that was kind of happening. So, yeah, that was an amazing Grand Prix. It was crazy to watch, especially with the rain.
Now, shameless plug, when is that documentary coming out?
February, they think, this year.
Okay.
Next
and
year.
it's you and two other girls.
Yes.
Basically being taken on by Mercedes. And what is it, a learning course or?
Well, no, so it's kind of, it was highlighting kind of where, mine was pretty good because it was highlighting me going from karting to Formula 4 to racing a GT4 AMG, and then to Formula 3 where I am now.
Yeah.
So it's highlighting my kind of career getting into cars. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then the other girl was 25, the other girl was 35. So it kind of highlighted, it was kind of like the beginning of their career, and then the middle, and then the end of their career. So it's kind of interesting to watch and see the difference, because the last one's a hobby driver now. So it's because they're very different stories. So.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I'm sure you got a chance to learn quite a lot from them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it's cool just to be around so many female drivers, as you said, Lynn St. James. I met her actually part of the documentary last year here at VIR.
Right.
And she's an amazing person. She's so nice. She's so...
I know, she's an inspiration just meeting her, isn't she?
Yes, she's a very nice lady. And there's so much to learn from her, so...
Yeah, and she's the beauty of Lynn is she doesn't mince her words. She's straight with everybody I've ever talked to. She's going to come in the booth hopefully later today, but she says it like it is. She's, like I said, been a pioneer in a time where women just really didn't get a look in very often, and so she just blasted her way and showed what she could do. And now since then, she's plowed the field, if you will, for women to do exactly what they're doing worldwide now, and it's delightful to see, because there's no reason. It is like ski racing. I mean, sure, physically, the boys might be faster on a ski race, in a pure time, But motor racing is so different. If you've got the right fitness and you've got the right ability, and I actually think that women are really good learners when it comes to dealing with data, and that was the next question I had for you. We're warming up, we're on our second warm-up now on F4, but going from karts, because I'm sure a lot of people who are listening to you now are probably karting or had some karting experience and go, could I make this jump to slicks and wings? And also data gathering and working with an engineer and hearing the radio. How hard was that? Because when you're in a car, you set it up and you go.
Well, so for me it's a little harder because I went to Formula 3, so a lot of testing, just getting used to all that power and all that kind of weight, you know, and the aero as well, because it's so different from a go-kart. But I was actually pretty fortunate to go to an AMG GT4, which really helped me kind of learn like the whole aero.
That's a big car.
It's huge. It's so heavy.
We've got one of those racing in our Trans Am series.
Yeah, it's so heavy. Like under the brakes, you gotta like. It's so different from like a Formula 4 or Formula 3. Like you really gotta early under brakes. So the ABS and traction is nice though.
Yeah, I'll bet.
I really
a little
enjoyed
bit
that.
easier on the driver, isn't it? A little bit of power steering. Can't go wrong. How about physically? How is it? I mean, I'm sure a lot of girls out there would like to know just how much work you need to put on being physically able to get through this course. There's a lot of G-force acting on it.
Well, this course I would say is a little easier than many I've been to on the whole like physical. New Jersey was pretty easy physically, but I would say Sonoma is a big one. Like just coming out of the carousel, it's a lot of like just getting sucked to the ground, and it's just physically, it's you got to be so prepared. Like I personally love going to the gym and just getting prepared for racing, and you know just over preparing yourself is the best you can do. So just keep working at it. Like I go every day, like just for like an hour and a half just to the gym and just working on neck strength with it, which is so important. And then of course arms and shoulders and forearms a lot too.
So as you can see, the grid is forming. We have 6 races left in the season, and it's starting to really heat up nicely. Patrick Woods-Toth has had the advantage throughout most of the season. Another Canadian, like my friend here alongside me, Nicole. But Michael Costello is in pole position in the 19 car for Jay Howard driver development. And there's no question that Michael Costello, having got his first win, in fact, there's several drivers in the last few races, Titus Sherlock being another one, Alex Berg, another one who comes from a racing family. So the championship is getting tighter and tighter, and there's 6 races, 25 points for a win. So the championship wide open. So Patrick Woods-Toth will want to make hay. He's just behind the pole position man in the 27. But it's Michael Costello, as you can see. He's looking at the lights intently, as he should, and getting ready for the start of this race. Wheel spin will be a problem in the wet, but as you can see, they're all on wet tyres because this race will be effectively a wet race. Away we go then. And a good start off the line, certainly from the man in third. A really good start, in fact, from Bacon Zelenka. And away they go. Wonderful close-up shot of how they accelerate away. And the guys in the middle, remember, are getting all that rooster tail of spray at them as before they head into Horseshoe for the first time. And this is where you've got to be careful. Your tyres may not be up to optimal temperature. It's still wet. You may be on the outside. You may be on the inside. You may not have taken that line beforehand. And so you've really got to be careful about exactly what the situation is underneath you. Do you like racing in the wet? Because you really are almost like ice skating, aren't you?
Oh, I love it. And it's definitely like ice skating. You got to be on the edge of your seat, especially in Formula 3. You got a turbo, so just that that extra little power.
Well, my Siri's talking to me. That's always useful. But away goes Michael Costello through what we call the snake section here at VIR, and a good clean start by our pole man, and already starting to build on that lead. And the field starting to spread out, and the vision must be really tight. You mentioned to me that you like this particular part of the circuit after you get through Snake because you're flat out through here, but this is going to be hard and wet, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's going to be difficult getting that grip.
Now coming up to one of the faster sections, and then we slow it right down into what's called the Oak Tree section, and then back onto the back straight. Through goes Jesse Lacey. He's had a good season, as Jesse. in 8th position, just ahead of Luciano Martinez in 9th. Titus Sherlock 7th at the moment. Carl Bennett 6th. Alex Berg slots into 5th. Augusto Soto Schlipa just ahead of him in 4th place. Nice overhead drone shot, getting to see this VIR circuit, which is really a magnificent circuit to go to. Paul Newman described it as heaven on earth. The great Paul Newman, who, yeah, he did a bit of acting, but actually we think of him as a racing driver. And he definitely was a very good one indeed. But already, right out front, you can see how he's slipping and catching the car. I always like to watch the hands. You can tell more about how comfortable a racing driver is by watching his hands than or her hands than anything else, because it really is how in control of the car you are. So then, this is going to be 23 minutes, a feature race. They've got 3 each weekend, and I think the other good thing about this series, remember this is, if you like, the first ladder towards FIA super license points. And if you are trying to make it into Formula One, this is where it all begins. They talk about drive to survive. Well, that all begins here, and we're under safety and under caution and under the safety car again. And I guess now it's a chance to catch your breath and go, right, what's wrong with the car? Or what did I do wrong? Or where am I? Who's behind me? Who's in front?
Exactly. It's just got kind of also feeling the track and seeing where it's starting to dry, it looks like. So just trying to see what the track kind of looks like. So,
but it's a nervous time as well. I was talking to a couple of drivers about how, it looks as though you're resting behind the pace car, but that's far from it, because this is when, you might be happy having a catch of breath and go, okay, I've done a lap and I know what the conditions are now. But the car doesn't like this. The car is now cooling down or heating up in different ways. But the tires are now, not going as hot as they are. The cool conditions the brakes won't like that. The engine, though, is not getting the air to it that it wants. So, you've got to kind of work with the car to make sure it's happy for a restart, haven't you?
Yeah, you got to really, because the safety car goes slow, so it's kind of, you got to just make sure the tires are up to temp. As you can see, they're weaving a lot.
Yeah, and the man who made the most of the start was Soto Schripa in the 24. Brilliant start by him, and he is up to, second place. Woods dropped to third, having started second. Zelenka dropped as well. He's fourth. Alex Berg fifth, then Sherlock, Martinez, Kera, Lacey. Now, Juanio, is that right? Juanio? Yes, Juanio, that's it. I'm getting it.
I'm guessing
You're
it's
nodding,
right.
I'm saying Juanio. Durst, Wisniewski. Now, Wisniewski, I've been watching for a while. He wasn't old enough to do this F4 championship last year, so he did a little bit of junior practice in the SVRA, a great little option for him, just to learn the car. And so out of harm's way, as it were, or not in the fray of the full championship, he was able to learn his way, a bit like you with the testing. You need that. You don't need to be under pressure the whole time. To learn, you need time, don't you?
Oh yeah, a lot of time. But it's definitely great to have to go to race weekends, because you learn so much more from race weekends, especially because you're under so much more pressure and stress, and you're also learning from other drivers. When you're testing, you are learning from other drivers, but you're kind of on your own more.
Yeah. Well, no question. That's one of the big parts of both FR and F4, is that you get something in the region of 3 hours on track at each weekend of racing, and that is a lot of time. You get practice, testing, then qualifying, and then 3 half-hour races roughly. And so there's a lot to be done in that time, and that really does. Do you walk away from the weekend sort of exhausted with your head full of information?
Oh yeah. You just go straight to bed on the plane.
Yeah, I bet. What's the biggest thing you want to get right that you haven't done yet in FR?
A perfect start.
Okay.
That's probably a main thing.
And as you can see, we've got 2 trucks on track, so somebody has gone off, and that's why we're under caution at the moment. Big field of F4, and of course the opportunity, if you win this championship, to get scholarship into FR. And it's only a few years. We started this back in 2016, and FR, or Formula Regional, F3 as it's known around the world, but the Formula Regional series of the Americas started a little bit later, but we've had some great champions. Dakota Dickerson, now a professional sports car driver, was meant to be here this weekend, but to try the new car out, but couldn't make it. But when you think of Kyle Kirkwood, David Malukas, all these guys have have come and started their careers here. Raul Hyman winning the FR Championship, now racing in Japan. And so we've had some really good stories. And the idea of this championship is just to get guys into professional racing. Hunter Yaney came through here, now in FIF3. So we've got some good Americans on the way up, and of course Logan Sargent representing us in Formula One. Do you still follow the Formula One?
Oh, of course.
So they are racing at Qatar this weekend, but where do you want to go with this? Do you want to make it all the way to Formula One? You want to be the next Jessica?
Of course. I would just love to make it basically to the highest point of racing. Like, it's kind of whatever opportunity comes to you. So, like, of course, if it's IndyCar, NASCAR as well, and IMSA, just kind of anything that kind of comes to you, because there's so many, racing is all about connections. So, your future kind of is, around opportunities.
We've had some great Canadians in the past, and of course we've got one involved in this series in Scott Goodyear, a fantastic IndyCar driver, and I'm very lucky to sit next to him in Trans Am races. He's just across the way there in race control. This is a tough time for him because obviously he's watching warily as the safety of this race and making sure that everybody remains safe is his main job, but also coaching you guys and helping you guys learn the way. Those driver briefings, they may feel like a bit of school, but you can learn so much.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What about school? Are you managing to keep up with that as well?
Oh, it's difficult for sure. I'm in grade 11, Oh my goodness, I don't even remember what grade I'm in.
That's all right.
I'm in grade 12 on my last year of school, so I'm just trying to finish everything. Especially the tests are super hard because I'm never here. So like at the end of this month, at the end of October, I'm gone racing in India again for 6 weeks. So, just trying to get all the tests finished before I'm away for so long.
That's pretty intense, too. I do a series in New Zealand at the same time, and they're parallel, if you like, and it's the same sort of cars. And so it's pretty intense because you're racing every weekend.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, I tried last year when I was there, and it's just so hard to be focused at the same time as when you're focused on racing. Like, during the week, we have a week off, so I'm always just focusing on, like, what I can improve on the track. But I should be looking at school as well. Yeah. So whenever I'm home after a race weekend, I'm always just focusing on school and just trying to get everything complete.
And when you graduate from high school, are you going to try to go to college, or are you going to try to sort of do both?
Oh, I haven't really thought of it because
I'm not putting you on the spot.
There's so much happening with racing, and I don't know if I have that much time for next year to do school and stuff. So just trying to focus on this a lot.
Yeah, it can't be bad saying, hey, I've got to go race and drive.
Yeah.
Do you do other sports? Do you still do your skiing?
I do, like, as a hobby. I love skiing. I love swimming. We have a swimming pool at home. It's actually the swimming pool that you swim against the current.
Oh, yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah, it's perfect. We got it for when I was practicing for swimming, so it's perfect.
What's your stroke?
I love freestyle. I like butterfly as well. It's
tough.
The harder
so
one.
Exhausting, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? It's actually great for racing.
Yeah, because it's upper body. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
all shoulders.
It's perfect.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good. I never thought about that. That's a really good motor racing.
And it's a very simple. Like, you don't have to go to the gym. You just go swimming.
Yeah. So, and actually, it's all and as cardio and as an overall, you can't get any better than swimming. It really is.
Oh no, it's perfect. And my parents sometimes complain about their backs hurting or whatever, so they just go swimming.
Yep.
And it heals them right away. So it's good for everything.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. We're under caution, and we are in our first feature race of the weekend of 3 for F4. We've also got FR in action. I hope you are enjoying our live stream. We're under caution, but while we are under caution, let me just give you Patrick Woods top of Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport, just like Nicole is with, is 36 points ahead of Michael Costello, the man leading this race under caution at the moment. The gap between them, 36.5 points, and with 25 for a win, it's far from over. 6 races to go, including this one. And then in third place, Titus Sherlock coming off his first win at New Jersey last time out, as well as a couple of good podiums. So he has also got his tail up. We'll be hearing from him later in the weekend. And Alex Berg also coming off his first win. He's just 2 points behind Sherlock at the moment. So it's tight. And in terms of this weekend, it could prove to be so important. We finished the year off at the Formula One circuit that is the Circuit of the Americas. I bet you're looking forward to going there.
Sadly, you know, I've been planning to go there for 2 years already, and sadly, we're leaving at the end of this month to race.
To go to India.
Yeah. So sadly, you know, that race in India will be, you know, 5 races, so it will be more.
You're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
You're doing the right thing.
I've been wanting to go to Coda so badly. It's a very nice track.
Well, just come to the F1 with your mate Lewis.
I wish.
Get on the phone to Mercedes. They'll get you a pass into Formula One at Austin. No problems.
Oh, I wish.
Be good fun.
Oh, yeah.
Great meeting Lewis Hamilton. For those who don't know, look it up on YouTube. Nicole had a really nice sat-down chat with Lewis Hamilton, and a great opportunity at 17 to meet, you know, the greatest, one of the greats.
Oh, yeah, it was amazing hearing what he had to say and also connecting. Like, we connected at Better Fathers, and then he was surprised because when I'm racing on the West Coast, we always drive from Canada. So we're on the West Coast of Canada, so we're in Vancouver.
Yep.
So we drive 24 hours down to the track usually, and we have like a motorhome, and so we just drive to the track. So my parents always switch, so they drive straight 24 hours. And so when I told Lewis this, he was like, oh my goodness, like, I had, like, he used to travel a lot for racing, like with his dad and stuff, but not that much, not that far, because Europe is so small, right? So you got like 1 hour is another country.
Yeah, and we're living in Britain. He grew up in Stevenage, and you know, growing up there, you're 50 miles from probably about 6 or 7 tracks.
Exactly.
Yeah, but a similar story, you know, your parents sacrificing as they have to get you where you want to be. That's what it's all about, and you will, I'm sure, in later days be so thankful. They're here this weekend. I think I saw you with them earlier this weekend.
Yeah, they always come to my race weekends. They can't be at home watching on TV.
Yeah, I bet. I know I've talked to a few mothers, and they prefer to be here than watching on TV, and they find it very tough when their little girl or little boy is out there. But, you know, mums are mums. My mum worries about me. She'll be tuning in later to watch the Trans Am. She doesn't get up this early. So we're under caution, and it's a long one too. And Nicole, all the things we were talking about earlier about keeping the car in the momentum and in that window, is it hard to do?
Yeah, because it's a really slow pace the safety car goes. So just really keeping the tires up to temp. I'm sure they dropped a little already. So it's very important to focus on that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see the restart of Augusto Sotoshripa because the man from International Motorsports in 9th position has, 50 points at the moment. He's equal with Jimmy Lockhart, who hasn't done any of the other races since winning twice earlier in the season. So currently 9th in the championship. So a great opportunity for him to move up the board, get ahead of Lockhart, obviously did not here, and catch up with the likes of Hodgson, Cara and Lacey for the overall championship. As you can see, the safety car is off, and we are racing again. They're about to pass our commentary position. Away they go then, down towards Horseshoe, under pressure. Again, Michael Costello as Sotoshripa looks to the inside, and now goes for the slipstream, and he's trying every which way to have a look, but he's decided to get in there in 2nd place. And hold on, somebody's gone wide. Quite sure of the number of that one. There's so many different black cars, but somebody spun round. That's the 77 James Lawley spinning round. So that's what can happen at a restart very easily. Oh, there's cars going everywhere. That's turn 2 into Indy, and so quite a lot of cars. The 83 goes off as well. That's Christopher Parrish. So we got cars everywhere. Yellow flags out. Drama indeed, but that is a classic restart in the wet. Is that sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it wrong, sometimes you're just out of position and it all goes horribly wrong. But luckily, I think most of the leaders have got through. I'm just wondering if Sotoshripa has got the lead here. We're looking at him as we look at this battle for 3rd place. Is he leading then?
Yeah, I think Costello
may have gone off, you're right. Yeah. Oh my word, big change around then. Sotoshripa leading this race, and that means Patrick Woods, Toth, Zelenka and Berg are battling it out. And in fact, it's Berg who's leading this group. Through comes the 27 side-by-side racing, and onto the dirt, onto the nasty part of the circuit for a minute as they go down the back straight, but back to normal now. 9 minutes to go. Once it's a long stop like this, you really don't have this is a real sprint now, 9 minutes. So, drama indeed. Michael Costello, winner of a race and second in the championship, has disappeared, giving the man 9th in the championship a real opportunity to take his first win in F4 in 2023. But now he's got to be careful. Now he's got to hold it all together, and now he's got to think and concentrate. I think the hardest part to me, and I've done a bit of karting, is that your adrenaline is such that it's easy to make mistakes because your mind and your body are just so, I mean, I guess you've learned this from ski racing. You just can't let your emotions get involved or you're gone.
No, you definitely can't.
There he is. Ah, what a shame. Costello. And he's dropped right down, so what a shame. Yeah, you've got to really kind of stay calm.
Oh,
Do you work on it?
Yeah, just, you know, the simulator is actually great practice for that, just to stay calm. And yeah, because like as a restart, you can get really, you know, just kind of filled up all the pressure of excitement and just like getting back to it. But you got to stay calm.
Yeah, and also you go through a rhythm where you'll do this in a few minutes' time. You'll start to get ready and you go through your rhythm and you prepare and you prepare. And if anybody stops that or changes that rhythm, or there's a delay or something's gone wrong or there's a crash, you know, really you're fighting just to try to stay in your mode, aren't you?
Yeah.
So, Soda Shrupo leads this race. Berg is second. Sherlock is now third. Martinez, Kara, Woods Toth has dropped to sixth place. And it's going to be interesting to see where he pops out, the championship leader, because as we said before, the lead is only 36.5 points. But with Michael Costello obviously dropping down, he's placed in 17th position and some 4 seconds off the lead. So work to do for him. But we're concentrating on Alex Berg. Great kid. Do you know Alex?
Oh, I got a history. I used to race with him in karting.
Ah, right.
Back in the days.
Good kid?
Yeah, he's nice. Very aggressive driver, in my opinion. But he's a nice kid. Yeah, he's doing really good, actually. It's good for him.
Yeah, he's got a good target on his back because, of course, his dad did a bit of Formula One in his time. Not a well-known racing driver. I don't know how much you know, but you've got a Formula One racing driver in your paddock. In your team in Roberto Moreno. I grew up watching him making his way through into Formula One. Lovely man.
Oh yeah, he's very nice. He helps a lot with video and just trying to help us, you know, to work on our driving because he has so much experience, so just really helping.
Yeah, no question about it. Crosslink Kiwi, the most successful team in the USA, hailing from New Zealand, and they will be racing in the Toyota Racing Series yet again this year, where they hope to compete well. And Ryan Sheehan also in that team. We'll see him up against Nicole later in the day. And Callum Hedge, another Kiwi, also racing. But it's 24, Sota Shripa doing the business at the moment. Now, I just wonder how much time and how much relaxation he's having out there, because I doubt it at all that he's relaxing, because he's done an amazing start, the man from Doral, Florida. And again, double yellows because of substance down on the track. And wow, another going off. That's Eric Wisniewski in the 7. So it's slippy in turns, 2, 3, and 4, it looks like. Well, that's catching a lot of people out. But Soda Shripa on his way. Oh, and another massive spin. Just touched the rumble strips by the looks of it. That was that the 27 that went around? Yeah, was that Patrick Woods top? It could have been. Look at this, side by side here, action. Martinez and Berg. Berg gets the better of him, and oh, round goes the 91. Martinez was in it until he wasn't. Well, we've had some good racing so far, that's for sure.
Yeah, very entertaining.
Yeah, and that's, like you said, that's a tough section, because if you're offline there, you just don't want to be, and they were side by side. So down the back straight they come, and Nicole, I'm going to have you have a look if we get a replay of it and see what you see, because let's take a look at it again. Here's that first spin. So they're side by side here, coming out of 5. Yeah, he just touches there, and as he turns in here, I think he was too close to the back. What do you reckon?
I don't know. It's
too close to the back of him, I thought.
Yeah, it's a tough one in the S's as well, just getting on the inside, and then, there's so much speed through there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think, to me, it looked like that, he was side by side with Berg, and then he realized he couldn't get past him, and then he was almost too close to get round, and he probably dabbed the brakes at the wrong time, and just spun him round. That's racing, folks. 3 minutes to go. And delighted to have Nicole alongside me here for this race. She'll be an FR. And if you want to know who she is, look her up. Nicole, Havrda. Havrida? Am I getting it?
Havrda. It's like
Havrda.
It's kind of like there's an E, but there isn't.
Okay, I know what you mean. Havrda. Havrda. I'll get it. So, best place of 5th so far. Last time out in New Jersey.
Yes, yeah.
That's a good result.
Yeah, it's really good.
Given that the guys have got a lot more time in the car than you.
Well, yeah, a lot of experience, and of course, being the youngest in the FR is definitely a lot to learn for me.
So, plan would be to go to India and then another run at FR next year?
Yes, definitely. Unless something else comes up, of course. There are always opportunities on the table, so you will see. And are you keeping? I mean, obviously, this documentary is coming out in February. Are you keeping with Mercedes and trying to keep working with them if you can? Yeah, we're trying to just keep working with them and then also getting more opportunities because, racing is kind of more of an entertainment streaming. So it's like, if you can get into like ads or like something with filming, it's always good because, racing is entertainment. So yeah, it certainly is. And of course, now with social media, people love to see what you're doing, and especially if their lives aren't as perhaps interesting as they want, they love to follow a racing driver or somebody that's doing something dynamic. On that subject, we're under caution, and we may end up under caution for the rest of this race, but give us your social, or give us, where can people find you if they want to follow what you're doing? Well, my social is nicole.havrda, and then just my website, of course, nicolehavrda.com, and yeah, just feel free to look me up. I do think that social media is a huge part of racing, though, because like a lot of people, some people don't use it to their full abilities, and I think it's a very easy place to, get the following, get more stuff, so just, yeah. And if you, I mean, going back to that Lewis interview, he is a massive role model, and but never really kind of looked at himself as that until later in age, because he was always fighting. I mean, you're both in a diverse situation in that women are just making it. There's not been that many black drivers in motor racing for a long time. He stole the march and broke the mold, but found it tough, and so people do look up to that and are inspired by people like him. Do you find that now? I mean, I know I read something that a little Carter came up to you and said, "Hey, I'm learning because of you." Yeah, it was so nice because when I started karting, there weren't many girls at the track, and now when I go back to the kart track, there's so many young girls, and they're like, "Oh, I started karting because of you. Will you give me any tips?" And all these little things, and it's so nice to see more girls at the track and like diversity and changing, and for Lewis as well, like it's all changing, and because of Lewis, more race is actually getting into racing, so it's great to see that. And the more important story is it's not the color of his skin. It's much more to do with the fact that his dad gave up 4 jobs. He hasn't come with a silver spoon. He's worked his way through, and there is no question, it's unequivocal that Lewis Hamilton couldn't inspire anybody to go motor racing if you dedicate your time and energy. His family did, your family are doing it, and it is that dedication. There's no shortcuts. 100%, yeah. Well, we're under caution here. Nicole Havrda alongside me, Jonathan Green, and we are watching the first of 3 races in F4. It's been an interesting one, which started off with Michael Costello leading the way from pole position. But the checker flag is out, and that means Soto Schreiber is going to take his first win of the season. Well done to him. Alex Berg will take second place after that dice with the 91 that fell foul for him. And Woods Toff, our championship leader, will take third place. An important podium in this first race. Always a dicey early morning wet race. You just want to come out of it, Nicole, going, right, points on the board or the car's not damaged. Exactly, because you have another race today and, of course, the big race tomorrow. So
Let's go back to you. When are you out? When can they see you? The live stream's on. We'll be watching you. Where's your car? Where's your number? Where can they tune in? Now they've got to know you. They want to cheer you on now.
I think I'm racing at 10:30 around that, and just tune in, and it will be on my social media, all my stuff.
Yep.
And my car number is number 6 this year.
Why did you choose that number?
Well, so I was actually number 2 on the West Coast Series, and I've always kind of been number 2, but of course someone took it. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah. So now I'm number 6. I've always liked number 6, but yeah. So my colors are actually the car colors are red, white, and black.
Right, and I know you've got several sponsors, but they're all good, wholesome sponsors like Hardwood. What have you got?
So I got Colonial Countertops and a few more countertop companies, and then.
How did you get those? Is that something you know?
Yeah, that's just connections. It's all
Connections
about
at home, yeah.
who you know.
That's where it starts.
Exactly. And then I got a brokerage company from Ontario, actually. So that one's pretty big. He's trying to help young Canadian drivers. So he's with me. He's got the colors of the cars. So he basically, the livery is his. So yeah, him. And then I got Valley Kitchens, of course, and a few more. So.
Well, good. Well, when you get your first home, you'll be ready to go.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, thanks, Nicole. Nicole Haverda, the number 6 in FR. And where are you starting on the grid?
I am starting 8th.
8th. Okay, cool. Where do you hope to finish if it's dry?
I hope a potential top 5.
Okay. Yep. Good aspiration.
Yeah.
Well done, though, to Augusto Soto Schripa, the man from Florida, doing a great job. And that really is going to move him forward in the championship. I spoke wrong before. He has won one race at Mid-Ohio, and this is his 2nd win in the series. There's the results then. Augusto Soto Schripa with a 2nd win on the year. Alex Bird gets his 2nd win of a 2nd podium in as many weeks as, of course, it's been a long time off, but he is back on the podium again in 2nd place. Then Patrick Woods-Toft, the championship leader from Cosling Kiwi Motorsport, and Canada is 3rd. Cara Buonanio in 5th, Titus Sherlock 6th, Anna Greenmeyer in 7th. That's a good result for her. Another teammate of yours. She'll be happy with that. I would have thought. She's coming to see us later. Tanner DeFribus is in 8th for the J. Howard development team. Martinez dropped to 9th in the end, having battled for top 3 for Scuderia Buell, and then Alex Benavides rounding out the top 10. That's how we finished round 13 here at VIR. My thanks to Nicole Haverda. We'll be hearing and seeing her. Haverda, get it right soon. I'm getting better at it, but I'll be perfect by the time you get to Formula One. Don't you worry. Listen, thanks for coming in. Thanks for your time. I know it was early this morning, but always good to learn a little bit about a young driver coming up, especially as we're celebrating women in motorsport. And I say power to you. Go for it. And show those boys a thing or two.
Yeah, for
Get
sure.
in the top 5.
Thank you for having me.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll be watching you. Watch out for the number 6. She'll be in action. It's just, a couple of hours from now. But that concludes our coverage of the first race of 3 races in F4. We'll also have 3 races from the FR Championship. They do 2 today and 1 tomorrow. And then they go on to COTA early November with Trans Am yet again. And we'll be seeing them in action once again to round out the championship. And FR is really heating up nicely too. We've got 2 great races. One from Austin, Texas, of all places. And so he'll be going home to race the final race. That's Ryan Sheehan in the 66. And then, of course, Callum Hedge, who has been a sensation so far here in America, winning so many races, and a lot of people are looking at him to follow in the footsteps of the likes of Marcus Armstrong and Liam Lawson as the next Kiwi on the way up. We've got so many great Kiwis here, including the GOAT that is Scott Dixon. So if you didn't get the lucky condos and you're staying in a hotel down the road in Danville, that's the place to stay next year if you get the chance. But there he is. There's the celebrations for Augusto. We'll head down and hear from him. Love the lid. Almost Evel Knievel-like with the stars and stripes. I love it. John Phippen will get down there, but as you can see, I'm guessing that's Dad. Great stuff. You can see what it means to the families and the supporters of these drivers. It's very hard. Motor racing's hard when you see the helmets on and it's just cars going around. You don't see the human emotion, but it's there. We were talking about it earlier, weren't we, Nicole? It's, you know, it's a big rush of emotion when you get out of the car like that.
Yeah, especially no one sees under the helmet, so there's definitely a lot of emotion.
And it's a tough job. You work a lot of hours to get to that position as well. Guessing that's Mum. Well done. Let's head down now. There's John Phippen. I see him out the corner of my eye. Let's hear from our winner, the number 24, Soto Schreiber.
Jonathan, we're here with a jubilant Augie Soto Schreiber, his second win on the season. Augie, fantastic race. You started in the second row, but you were like a shot out of a cannon. You got to the lead right away.
Yes, sir. I mean, the team gave me a great car. Just felt confident with what I had. I knew that the key to this was to be consistent and to be smooth and not get crazy. Even if you lost a little bit of time in some part of the track, it's better to keep it on four wheels. So we did that, and we took home the W. So we're happy.
You got your first win at Mid-Ohio, which is a track that's really diabolical in the wet. So are you pretty comfortable in wet weather racing?
Yeah. I mean, I think karting helps a lot with that. But of course, I mean, we don't have a lot of time in the car. And it's only my third race ever in F4. So, I mean, little by little, I get more used to it. For sure, I could squeeze more out of it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job for the second win of the season, Jonathan.
Thanks, John. Yeah, excellent. Like Mid-Ohio, I misspoke earlier. It was Mid-Ohio. So second win now, a win at Mid-Ohio and a win here in VIR, and a really good one too. He got a fantastic start, and from there on in, with all the cautions and everything, he kept his head and kept going, and Costello went off, and that gave him the chance. So well done to Soto Schreiber. We'll take a short break here from VIR. We'll be right back.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
This is Mike 2, Mike 2, Mike 2, or B. Mike B, Mike B, Mike B, Mike B. Mike B, 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 B. 1, 2, 3. But my co-commentators are usually quieter than me, so I won't overpower it. But I think this is the sort of level you're going to get. Yep, one more time. 2 more clicks. I've gone up 2 more clicks on the game. How's that going? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is Jonathan Green on Mike B. Mike B, Mike B. How are you, Mike B? I'm getting yellows on mine, so I'm hitting 0. 1, and now I can go up to +4 with that powerful bit. No worries. lights on.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Welcome back to a completely different day here at VIR. We started this morning with rather gloomy weather, but we're getting ready for the Formula Regional Americas Championship Race 1 from VIR, Virginia International Raceway, and I'm delighted to be joined by a young racer who is going to be racing later. Again, he's already done the F4 race, but he's going to be doing his second one of the weekend. That's Titus Sherlock alongside me, Jonathan Green, as we take a look at the grid as they head out of pre-grid and on to the track. And Titus, first and foremost, quite a different day than when you went out earlier today.
Different. When we went out, it was full rain tires. It was super damp. I had to be super careful. It was also much colder as well. So now it's warmed up quite a bit, and they're on slicks.
Had a bit of a spin, but so did the champion. Tough conditions out there, but you're still in the hunt mathematically, and a chance of it more kind of realistically of getting runner-up in the championship. So a good season.
Yeah, it's definitely still on. Unfortunately, was in a podium position on the last lap, and then lost it going into the S's. But yeah, points-wise, still in contention for second for sure.
Now, this FR championship, especially as a cross-link Kiwi man, has been fascinating between these two, which is, of course, Callum Hedge of Auckland, New Zealand, and Austin, Texas's, another Texan, Ryan Shearhan in the all-gold 66. Really important race for Ryan Shearhan. He's looked good all weekend. He's always good here, actually. I remember him in pole here in F4 last year, and then it all went horribly wrong at the horseshoe that we're looking at right now, which kind of put paid to his hopes of mathematically winning the F4 championship last year. But he's been in a huge battle with his teammate, Callum Hedge, who has totally dominated proceedings here in the USA. As a rookie, I may add. Never raced any of the tracks here, but has been really strong.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ryan had like a little edge at the start of the season at NOLA, but then since then it seems like Callum's kind of taken over, and they've been really close though. Especially this weekend, Sheehan's actually, I think, been right behind him. So yeah, it's all to play for here.
Yeah, I spoke to him earlier in the weekend when he was quickest by over a second, and I said, "Wow!" And he goes, "Yeah, I was on sticker tires. He wasn't." And then of course, Callum put the sticker tires on for the next session, and they were almost identical. And yesterday's qualifying was curtailed after a crash, and therefore, unfortunately, Ryan wanted to do more laps, but has to settle for second place. But it's a really important race because as we stand with, 6 races to go, like I said, Callum Hedge has dominated. He's won 9 wins compared to Ryan Shearhan's 2, which were both at NOLA, I may add. But Ryan's done a really good job of doing what Ryan Shearhan does well, which is be consistent and be strong and keep his head and not make mistakes. That's the one thing you can count on from the 66, is that he is metronomic in his precision of racing, and that's kept him in contention, and that means that between them now is 6 races to go. There's just 55 points, and with 25 for a win, it really is hotting up nicely, and there's every chance that this could go all the way to the wire. And what a fairy tale it would be for Ryan Shearhan if he could make it at COTA and win the scholarship to go to Japan, because, of course, that's his home race. That's where, as a 9-year-old, he went to see an SVRA race of all things and fell in love with motor racing, and the rest is history. He's got a lot of sponsorship and backing back at home in Austin, Texas. He's become quite an entrepreneur in his own right. But Callum Hedge has a fantastic story too. Would you believe it? He's supposed to be racing in Australia right this moment, but this championship seemingly more important to him because there's a chance of winning, a chance to go and follow in the footsteps of Liam Lawson, his fellow countryman, and go to Japan and race in the Super Formula Series thanks to Honda. The last year they're doing this, I may add. So again, a little bit of history for Callum Hedge. But I've been watching this kid since he was, 15 years of age. He did the Toyota 86 Championship, won that, got a scholarship, then took on Charlie Bird. So I've been watching this guy all year long because he was runner-up in that series, and he's been racing for Earl Bamber, another brilliant single-seater turned Porsche and sports car driver, races in his team in Australia in the Carrera Cup, and he's got a chance to go and win a scholarship to go to the Super Cup later in the year. So exciting times for Callum Hedge, and like I said, 9 wins at tracks he's never raced at. Pretty darned impressive. The good news is, though, the likes of Cooper Becklin and Oliver Westling are catching up and are making good progress, and their season's seemingly getting better and better. Becklin's done a good job of being consistent. He's only had 1-0 that I can see at NOLA in race 3. And likewise, Oliver Westling, the Swede-turned-American, if you will, won 1 race at New Jersey. So he, too, is now full of confidence. So, Titus, let's get ready. Key, obviously, is to start with this long run down to the horseshoe.
Yeah, absolutely. Super important to get a good launch for these guys down into turn 1.
Not a big field, but a strong field. We've grown well since 2019 in this series, and our champions have gone on to greatness. Think of Kyle Kirkwood now, an IndyCar driver, and doing brilliantly. So that's where they're trying to follow. And away they go then. And this is a really important start for Ryan Sheehan. They've been almost identical on times throughout most of the weekend. In fact, Ryan, if anything, has had the hedge, and he's got the hedge in a bit of a quandary here as they dive into turn 1. I thought Ryan was going to have a poke then, but he doesn't. Westling goes into third, and Sheehan now switches to the inside as they go through the horseshoe for the first time. And overhead shots from the drone shows you that Callum Hedge defending that position into turn 2. But it is Hedge from Sheehan. Westling gets turned around at 3. He got a tap from behind, and would that be Bowlesby, I think? Yeah, because Westling, I think, got the jump on him at the start. But would you agree with me that was probably Bowlesby that just touched him at the back there?
Yeah, I believe you're correct. Looks like he just hit him in the braking zone. Maybe just missed his braking mark a bit.
Can't believe how different the conditions are to your race just an hour ago. But it's bright sunshine now and dry conditions. But we've lost one already, and it's a real shame for Westling. Bowlesby turning him around at the worst possible moment. Max Hewitt now steps up to 5th. It's Hedge, Sheehan, Bowlesby, Westling. It was recovered. Hewitt's 5th. Hill, and then Kevin Jansen, who's going to join me in commentary later today. Everett Stack stepping up. Let's take a look at that again. And Titus, you tell me what you see. We can see here it's tight between these two.
Yeah, it looks like he just missed his braking mark. Pretty simple as that. Just went right into the back of him.
Real shame, and nobody wants that. And I bet you're spitting when somebody does that to you because there's really nothing you can do, and it's not your fault. 28 minutes to go and settling into the race, and you can see this is the story of the championship. These two have totally dominated proceedings, and they really are a step above. They raced each other, in fact, in January and February in New Zealand, in Callum's home country, where he knows the tracks well and has been a champion there in the past. Ryan, though, was trying FR, similar cars, for the first time. But he came back to America with bags of confidence, and they've gone wheel to wheel ever since. And they really are a step ahead of the race. There's a good battle here between Cooper Becklin and the number 6 of Nicole Haverda. We had her in commentary, and look at this, side-by-side action between those two. Good. And we learnt a little bit about the Canadian, and she's doing really well at the moment because this is her first season as well. So compared to the rest of the field, besides Everett Stack, she's got less experience than anybody out there in terms of these cars. So she's doing a really good job of equipping herself because she didn't do F4, so pretty impressive.
Yeah, certainly. It's a very fast car. I think she did limited F4 testing beforehand, and she's stepped in and done really well so far.
So through goes Cooper Becklin, who didn't get the start he wanted. Like I said, he's been Mr. Consistent as well as Ryan Sheehan this year. There she is with the pink helmet from Vancouver, Canada. Had a quick introduction to her parents who are backing her. And and she fell in love, saw a Formula One race at Montreal and then in Austria, and said she was a big competitive swimmer, but said, forget it, I want to go racing. When did you start? What was your first sort of, right, I got to do this?
I mean, I was always into racing and stuff, but I actually went to an F1 race in Austin.
Okay, there you go.
Around 2017, I believe.
All right. Who won that year? I can't remember.
It was Raikkonen, I think, actually.
That's
So
right.
2018.
That was Raikkonen's last Ferrari win, wasn't it? Yeah. Amazing. So, settling down now, but it is Hedge, the gap 0.5, and Sheehan's now got to keep that gap, if not close it. He really needs the points. He's got a 55-point lead, has Callum Hedge, which is incredible when you think he's won 9 races. He should be further up the road, but Ryan has just kept in there, consistently getting the podiums, and that's allowed him to be still in contention for this championship. Cooper Becklin, the tall former high jumper. Well, he's not a former high jumper, he's a current high jumper. And I know all about that because I used to do that myself when I was a kid, and unfortunately he's beat me by 2 inches, but there you go. Good kid. I saw him today, and he had went off at the oak tree, did Cooper yesterday. Didn't damage the car too badly, but was a little bit miffed about that, but they got it all prepared and got it back to shipshape as they go under the bridge. Which section of this track? I love this section coming up. It's almost flat out all the way through, isn't it?
Yeah, the S is super fun. It's flat out in both classes. Then you have that super fast left-hander called South Bend at the end, which is a slight lift, and it requires a lot of confidence. Then you saw them go through Oak Tree, as it's called, and it's a super tight corner. You have to get a really good exit for this long straight that they're on.
And can you get a decent, can you get a bit of a slipstream down here? I'm looking at Ryan from above. You can see how he's closing the gap. In fact, he's going for it. Here comes Ryan Sheehan, but Callum Hedge late on the brakes and closes the door. Great racing between these two, and it's neck and neck, but definitely the draft working there.
Yeah, absolutely. In both classes, I think in F4 it's a bit stronger, but yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of straights here, and the draft is huge. The
thing he didn't do right there, I don't think, was go. You know, he may have, should have gone for that earlier. Another chance for an overtake here, because another long straight down towards the horseshoe, and the gap is less than half a second. It's 0.2 to be exact, and you can see how close the 66 is getting right there in the tailpipe of Callum Hedge. And if anything, if nothing else, if he doesn't make the attack and doesn't make the overtake, he's forcing Callum to race within his mirrors, and that's really hard, isn't it? Because you're concentrating on your own game, but you've got to keep watching where the heck the guy is, right?
Yeah, it's really tough when you have someone right behind you. You got to think about what they're doing, and they're always kind of distracting you in a way. When you're going into your braking zone, you always have kind of one eye on them, so it's easy to make a mistake.
And the thing is, they know each other's game so well now after this full season, because they can share data. They're in the same paddock or same team, stable, I should say, and so they know each other and who's got the advantage where and when. And like you said earlier, they're just so close on times that there's nothing between them. But, of course, it's Ryan who now needs to start winning. He needs another win under his belt. And if he can get one this weekend and close the gap just a little bit, then they can go to Austin, which is another track that Callum won't have raced at. But it's a track that there's plenty of simulation, and he'll do that simulated work. But I was talking to Callum at the beginning of the season. He's been on planes, trains, and automobiles, quite literally, zipping between Australia, New Zealand, and of course the USA. So it's been a really tough year physically for Callum, and coming to strange places. Wasn't so keen on New Jersey, said it was too bumpy for him. But you got a win there, right?
I did, yeah. First win of the season. It was definitely my best weekend of the season as well. On the podium twice and a fourth, so I really enjoyed the track personally.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's the difference. Across the line they come then, and still nothing between them. 0.289 to be exact. Hedge and Sheehan way ahead, 7 seconds ahead of Bowlesby in third. Bowlesby there, and I have to say that if I know my mate Scott Goodyear, the race director, he'll be looking very closely at Bowlesby's move and breaking into the back of Westling, because Westling was kind of taken out there a little bit, but we'll see what he decides. You never know. It's racing, and I am not the judge. But Bowlesby there in third place after that incident. Austin Hill, who's had a busy year this year, coming into the season for the first time in FR, up to fourth place. Hewitt is fifth, and likewise the 21-year-old is also in a good position. Beckland's done well now. He's back up to sixth. And Haverda in seventh, Stack eighth. Now, Stack's a good story. Stack is a good story. He's was in F4 at the beginning of the season, so like he was competing against you, but then chose to jump up, which is not an easy thing to do mid-season.
Yeah, he jumped up to FR after a few F4 races. They seem to do that a lot at that team. They have a certain program where they do a certain amount of F4 races and then they move up. And yeah, it's a big step. It's a lot different of a car to drive.
But actually, I quite like the idea where you can go into a championship. Ooh, big moment there for the 39 of Hewitt. Just grabbed it there, just grabbed a little bit of steering wheel, but got the oversteer. But nice to see them fighting the wheel like that. It's a long, fast circuit, this, isn't it?
Yeah, very long. You're full throttle all the time, pretty much, except for a few slow corners. And drafting is huge here. You can see they're kind of stuck together here, and that draft is keeping them together.
Can you physically feel, or do you know the distance that you would, or do you suddenly feel the suck of the air?
You can kind of just tell by how much you're closing on the car head. And, all of them have the same or very similar horsepower. So when you're catching up a lot, you can definitely feel that.
Yeah, all with Honda power, of course, and that's the beauty of this series. Is they should be, besides the the setup of the car, which is wings, pressures in the tires and the brake balance bias. You get to do your own setup, but rudimentarily they're all the same cars with all the same horsepower, with the Honda Civic turbo engine compared to the F4, which doesn't have the turbo. And so it's been a really good, fair series. And like I said, I mentioned Dakota Dickerson, Kyle Kirkwood, Hunter Yaney, all come through this series and got on to bigger and better, and that's the whole idea of an FIA series. 12 points, FIA super license points towards Formula One, of course, and that is a huge amount of points, given that 40 would get you into Formula One itself, or at least make you eligible for it. You're going to get a seat, but that's what they're all fighting for. And if you ask most of these youngsters, and Titus, I asked you earlier, but the realistic ones say, yeah, sure, I'd love to do Formula One, I'd love to do Indy, but I'll do whatever I just like to go professionally racing, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal, making it a living.
Oh, big moment for the 39. And that's a big, big off for Max Hewitt. And he was struggling a little bit with oversteer on the last lap through there, and it's just not worked out. A little bit too hard, perhaps, through that area, but Max Hewitt spins it round but gathers it all together. And meanwhile, the battle between Hedge and Sheehan continues. Now, I've got to ask a question. You're from Prosper, Texas. That's not a motor racing place. You should be playing football or bull riding or something.
Yeah, pretty much everyone there does play football, but I actually started racing in California. There's it's a pretty big karting scene there.
Yes, there is. So you came through the kart ranks, yeah.
Yep.
That makes total sense then. Well, like I said, Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas. Not much of a racing scene before COTA was built, but now it's starting to flourish and people very much knowledgeable. But if you like, Ryan is the first single-seater poster boy of the series, of Austin's race scene in single-seaters, I should say. Let's take a look at what happened to Max Hewitt here. And Titus, you've probably been in this situation. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, he has Cooper right behind him, and as we were talking about earlier, that can make you have some mistakes, and he just went in too fast, locked up the front and lost the rear. Pretty easy to do there. It's tempting to try to roll a lot of speed, but you really have to focus on exit there, and yeah, he just lost the rear on the way in. And
I'm sure Cooper Beckton behind him was not smiling, but going, yep, I know what that feels like, because he did exactly that yesterday. Oh no! Callum Hedge has blown it at the same corner that Hewitt did and gone off. A very rare mistake by the Kiwi, and he has gone off, and into the sunset goes Sheehan. His mother's here this weekend, and she will be hopping for joy. Dad's watching at home. Let's take a look at it again. A rare mistake. Callum Hedge was pulling away. I think he was pushing maybe a little harder than before to try and get away from Ryan, because he was obviously in the slipstream and therefore a little bit of a sitting duck. Ryan hits the brakes as Callum at Oak Tree, a famous place to go off here, has gone off in the 17. And, well, that is a rare mistake from Callum Hedge here in the United States. 9 wins, but under the pressure there from Ryan Sheehan, it could be a real opportunity for Ryan Sheehan to take his 3rd win. And that is a rare mistake for Callum.
Yeah, that's surprising. Probably the same mistake as Max. We couldn't see it too much, but probably just went a little bit too hot and lost the rear.
Yeah, and it looked to me as though he was getting a little bit, not agitated, but it looked as though, I'll take a look at the lap times afterwards, but I think he was pushing because he gapped him a little bit. The gap, had been, now what's happening here? Because Everybody's slowing down. Are we under safety? Well, I thought for a minute there that... yes. Okay. My eyes aren't deceiving me, because I looked down and Sheehan... It's hard to tell from above, but Sheehan suddenly slowed down. But, boy, has... talk about live to fight another day. Hedge has really got an advantage now because he can catch right up to Sheehan, who at that point had got a 7-second gap after that spin.
Yeah, I'm sure Sheehan wasn't too happy to see that after getting such a big gap. That was probably a pretty locked-in win for him, unless he made a mistake. But yeah, now he has to deal with Callum again.
What a shame. Now, what do you think would have done to the car? He didn't have a bad off. I mean, he got a bit of dirt on the tires, but the car should be fine, right?
Yeah, it should be fine, especially now he has a whole safety car period to clean them off, so it shouldn't affect the car too much.
Well, listen, we're under caution here in what is a absolutely critical race in this battle for FR 2023. I'm alongside Titus Sherlock. We'll be back with more action from VIR when we get the resumption of this first feature race of FR Americas.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 US Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to VIR, where there's all sorts of drama going on here. We're in the pits with Kevin Jansen in the 24. Don't know what's gone wrong there, but we're under full course caution. And what's happened is that Ryan Sheehan was chasing down Callum Hedge, who was starting to push on a little bit to try and, if he could, break the gap between them. Because every time they were on one of the two long straights here, Ryan Sheehan had the advantage of basically getting a slipstream from the leader. And so he was trying to break that gap, and he came into Oak Tree, missed his brake or lost his braking point. Oh, it was a little bit too hot. I'm no racing driver. I'll let Titus tell me which he thinks, but he already did, that Callum made that mistake. It lost him 6 or 7 seconds, but it's all gone away because, as you can see, the car's now following the Honda Civic, and now Ryan Sheehan has got to do it all again. Now, this isn't, I mean, we always think of this as being a period where the drivers relax. They don't. This is actually a very hard part of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when it's hot outside. You can see they're right now warming their tires up. That's actually very physical to do that. The wheel's pretty heavy in these cars. And
that slow speed is even worse,
yeah, exactly. And you're also hitting the brakes really hard, stopping, going and stopping, sorry. So, yeah, it's pretty physical. And sometimes you actually want to wait to do that until you know the safety car is coming in soon, because you can actually get the tires too hot.
I gotta say, you've got no idea. There's no sensor telling you where the tires are, or is there?
No, there's not for us, and that's actually for us earlier in F4. It was kind of tricky warming our tires up in the wet because you actually don't want to get them too hot,
right?
Because they're very easy to overheat because they're much softer. So it's kind of just by the seat of your pants. What do you feel?
And the same with brakes. I mean, you know, you're also dabbing the brake to keep them warm, but again, you've got no sensor telling you whether you're at the optimal temperature for the brakes to work properly.
Yep, it's something you kind of just develop over a season. You can kind of feel it really. Once you start hitting the brakes more and more, you can feel them work better and better, and that's how you know when they're up to temperature.
Mark Petch and the team watching on, and yeah, quite a few Kiwis in Kiwi Crosslink, as you'd imagine. But is there anything else you're looking for? Temperatures?
Yeah, it's mainly just keeping your temperatures up and then also keeping your engine cool.
How do you do that when you're under safety?
You try to just stay in clean air, really. So when you're going in a straight line, just try to have your side pods in clean air and also keep the revs low.
Okay, good point. Yeah, you don't want to sit right behind the tail of the other car because it's giving off heat straight into your into your side pods. So as you can see, the lights are off on the safety car, which means that Ryan Sheehan literally, and I don't want to put too much emphasis on this, needs the race restart of his career because he's got Callum Hedge, the championship leader, behind him, leading by 55 points, but he's got a chance to win here at VIR. He got pole here in F4. It didn't come. He got taken out in that race, and his championship went away then, but now he's got the chance, and he's got away well. Nicely done by Ryan Sheehan, but look at Callum Hedge already poking his nose up the inside, as he should, at the horseshoe bend, but now he's under pressure now from Bowlesby, and that could change as Westling also in the number 1 who got turned around is starting to make his way through. So this race has changed dramatically once we've got this field back together again. But Sheehan's done a good job at the restart. He's just gapped himself by about, what, 2 car lengths at this point, and that's all he needs right now to control this race.
Yeah, he's had a super strong restart. You can see there he's probably got about half a second between them. So super strong, just needs to try to break that toe. That's very difficult to do here.
Well, this is a good battle too. Look at this. The 8 and the 19. 8 is Austin Hill, and he's losing out to Cooper Becklin, who makes a really bold move. It's not easy to overtake in this section of the Snake and the S's because, well, there's only really one line through there. He's just made it 2, but you've got to really be on it, haven't you?
Yeah, sometimes the drivers kind of have to work together a bit there because, you know, only at the end of the day, only one of you can go through. So sometimes you have to concede a bit.
Yeah, we saw in your race how a car came through there chasing Alex Berg and went off the 91. I forget who it was, but yeah, he basically had to pull out and he got too close to Berg and spun off. So, all right, we're neck and neck between these two as we look high above the VIR track. I love these drone shots. Really shows you the art of racing. But Sheehan doing a good job so far at that restart, and I didn't want to put too much emphasis on it, but it could prove in the run back at Coda to be an absolutely pivotal race, this. And also, when it's one first race of 3, you really just want that race. It changes the whole weekend for you.
I believe Callum has gotten ahead of Ryan somewhere.
Has he already?
Yeah.
Oh, he has, you know. You're absolutely right. Good spot. Glad I got you here. And in fact, Sheehan's dropped to 3rd because Bowlesby's got through into 2nd. So there's been either a mistake by Ryan is more likely, and look at this, side-by-side action between Herrera and Hewitt by the looks of things, and they're still side-by-side as they head out of 2 and into 3. They're chasing Westling. So we've got some good drama throughout this race, but already big change. Hedge back into the lead. Bowlesby now 2nd, and Sheehan. So all that good work that Ryan Sheehan did has come to naught. He's going to be kicking himself. Becklin now up to 4th. This is a good race for Cooper Becklin. He's come right through, and he's up to 4th now. And there's plenty of time. I say 9 minutes. It doesn't seem much time, but it's a long time in an F3 race or an FR race. And so a really good opportunity for Becklin maybe to get onto the podium if he can keep going the way he's going.
Yeah, interesting what happened to Sheehan. I think we missed it, but it must have been at the roller coaster towards the end of the lap.
I think you're right. I think he must have entered onto the main straight because Bowlesby, if you remember, was all over the back. As they went into that lap, Bowlesby was very close to Callum Hedge. And so maybe they both went through when I think he must have either gone wide or missed a braking point of some sort because he didn't go off because he hasn't lost that much time. So he's still there. He's just got to recover himself. This is so hard. You know, as a racing driver, you know, you're kicking yourself. You're kind of like, do you have to put it out your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I went through it this morning. I spun the very last lap, and I didn't have any time to recover it. But yeah, you have to forget about it as fast as possible and just move forward.
Well, they're starting to look like the season all year long as the 17, sponsored by Tony Quinn, the Gilcraft Group, and many others. And they'll be tuning in New Zealand. I'm looking forward to coming and seeing you boys and girls at the TRS Series later this year. But Callum, runner-up in that at the beginning of the year. But now looking to see if he can follow in the footsteps of Liam Lawson and make it all the way to Japan in Super Formula. What a great prize offer they have given, because Super Formula, if you think about Pato Ward, Pierre Gasly, and many others, the latest being Liam Lawson, currently 14th on the grid in Qatar, well, made his name in Super Formula, and that is the opportunity for the winner of this championship. And it's either going to be Callum Hedge or Ryan Sheehan, but Sheehan's got some work to do now, and he's got to turn this weekend round into 66, the all-gold number 66. Interesting character, very different racing driver than most. He's very much his own man. He's grown up literally in the last year. I've watched it happen, but his father is right behind him, but he's become an entrepreneur. He's his own businessman. He talked to his dad. He says, yeah, I try to help, but Ryan does it all. He runs the team, and look at this. Here comes Sheehan again on Bowlesby. Gets the slipstream, gets the overtake. Will he make it stick? He's got to go really late into this one, and he does. That's good work from Ryan Sheehan. And we see it from above. That's the best way to see it. He had to muscle his way through there, didn't he?
Yep, got the draft down the back straightaway and just went up the inside going into the turn 16.
Nicely done then. So back up to second place, and that's important for Sheehan, and it's important for the championship too, because having lost the impetus, having had the lead, he's bounced back well. The gap now probably 3 seconds, I'm guessing now, to Callum Hedge, and with 6 minutes to go, we've got 2-3 laps maybe left in this, and as you can see, Sheehan already pulling away from Bowlesby. There's Callum Hedge coming through turn 2, and there is Sheehan. So the gap probably about 4 seconds at the moment. So Sheehan's got it all to do. Fastest lap so far, Callum Hedge a 1:47.0, and Sheehan's best lap a 1:47.4. So he's really got to get the hurry up on if he's going to have a chance at a crack. As more battles going on, Oliver Westling with Hewitt. And both of them have had their problems. Westling got turned around by Bowlesby, and Hewitt spun at the oak tree. And there is Nicole Haverda from Vancouver, Canada, in the 6th. And she said to me earlier in the day that she wanted to get a top 5. Well, she's currently 7th, and she's got some work to do to catch up with Westling and Hill. Their hands. You kind of keep an eye on the battles ahead and think, okay, if they're going to battle this hard, I've got a chance here.
Yeah, when cars are battling, we got another caution here, but when cars are battling, it's going to cost them time, which ultimately helps you.
This is like tennis. This is like, okay, advantage Hedge, advantage Sheehan. This is always an advantage when you get a safety car, and if it comes out again, young Ryan Sheehan, the 18-year-old from Austin, Texas, Horseshoe Bay, just down the road is where his license comes from, but he is an Austinite for sure. But now he's got the chance to catch up Callum Hedge under caution.
Yeah, all that gap is going to, again, go down to 0 if we get a chance to restart. So that's very positive for Sheehan, but not for Hedge.
Yeah, Hedge will be hating this. He's a really laid-back character, Callum Hedge, and he's the most unlikely of racing drivers in that when you meet him, you know, he looks more like a surfer, and you know what I mean when I say that.
Yeah.
He's not the kind of, short-haired kind of. He's very much a laid-back character. He's great to be with. He had some fun in the winter playing with his Crocs and trying to get a sponsorship from the American Crocs company, and he kept wearing them in every press conference, going, if you're watching, I'm wearing my Crocs.
Yeah.
It was great. So now Sheehan has really got to do something special here. And Cooper Beckland's the man to watch, I would have said, at the restart as well, because he's got a chance to get on the podium. And what a change this race has been for all of them, because almost everyone in the field has had some sort of drama outside of Hill and Haverda. And Stack actually doing a good job, Everett Stack. So got to be pleased for him, because he's just learning. He's just literally just stepped up, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure what the caution was for, but I think it might have been for Hewitt. I think he's dropped back some positions.
Yeah,
so maybe. It could have been something with him.
Well, we'll find out. But as you can see, we're back to that all-important stage where you're... there you go. Well, you called it. Well done. Max Hewitt off and in the tyres.
Yep, that looks like it might be at Oak Tree, turn 10, which is actually where he spun earlier.
And he had one lap where he got big oversteer, and then the following lap he spun it, and now it looks, you're absolutely right, he's done it again. So that corner is not on his top bucket list. Well, if you're wondering where the Oak Tree is, it doesn't exist anymore. Used to be there, and in fact it used to be right on the inside there, and they used to go underneath, literally, the oak tree, the famous oak tree, hence the name. But they've replanted a new oak tree, and it's growing. It'll be probably 100 years before we see it, the statue of the ones behind it in the distance. But that's why that name is so. But what a dramatic first race this has been. But like I said, it's so important for your weekend ahead to try to, just... I mean, I know you had a spin, but that was it. And I know that you're probably annoyed at that. But it was a decent race. You had a great start, which is the important thing.
Yeah, a good start. I mean, we started 7th, and we were running 3rd, so it was a good race until then. But yeah, I mean, it was in the rain as well, super difficult conditions.
By the looks of it, I'd be surprised. I'm looking at the clock. We've got 2 minutes. I mean, if we may just get a 1-lap sprint to the flag, and that would be probably the best from a race perspective for us, the fans, and likewise for those organising it too. They want to see as much racing as possible. They didn't come here and come and join the championship just to go around behind the pace car. That doesn't teach you anything, and this is what it's all about. Scott Goodyear will tell you as many laps as you can get done at a race weekend. This is you're not learning anything here, are you?
Yeah, unfortunately, this morning as well, since the conditions were so rough for us, we did have quite a few safety cars. And yeah, when you're running behind a safety car, you're not learning anything, and you don't have an opportunity to move up positions at all either.
You're listening to Titus Sherlock, who will be racing later in the day. He's already had one race today, fighting for the F4 Championship. You can see him in the 31 Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport car. And I think we're going around again, and I think that's because they still haven't got Hewitt's car out of the way, and I think we're unfortunately going to have to finish under safety, as we did in the previous race. So that will mean that Callum Hedge will take the win, which will be disappointment for Sheehan, and there is the checkered flag. So Callum Hedge wins again, win number 10, and poor old Ryan Sheehan will rue the mistake that he made. Whatever it was, we didn't quite see it, but he still recovered well and maintains that chase.
Yeah, really great drive by both of them. Obviously, each of them having their mistake. We didn't see Ryan's, but I'm assuming that's what happened. Both of them drove really well, and that pace-wise, they both seemed almost identical.
And so Bowlesby does hold on to third place, but I still think that that might have been something that the race direction will look at afterwards, because he did come together with Westling. He recovered well to fifth place. So Becklin may, in the end, move up to third. I don't know yet, but still, intriguing first race. Boy, that had everything. I thought yours was exciting, but that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was very exciting. Lead changed quite a few times. And, yeah, like you said, Westling was taken out by Bowlesby first lap. I think that probably will be a penalty. I'm not sure, but it seemed pretty clear he just missed his braking mark.
Well, I hope that's revved you up to get ready for your next race, but coming up in a couple of hours' time. But still a lot of racing to come. I hope you're enjoying our live stream of VIR, one of the great circuits of North America, and one of the first ever to take the idea of turning it into what we call a racing resort, which is you can get a condo or a hotel room here and effectively bring your own car or become a member and do so. And so many of the greats have done just that, and that's allowed these sorts of events to take place as well, the maintaining of the circuit. And it really is truly a great place to go racing in the heart of North Carolina and Virginia. They say on the license plates, Virginia's for lovers, but here they say Virginia is for race lovers. And you can understand it. There's those condos I was talking about. They're pretty cool, right on the track there. So if you're not racing, you can sit and watch at a perfect spot. And if you are racing, then it's a great place to be able to relax afterwards, because you don't need to leave the circuit. So it's finished. My thanks to Titus Sherlock coming in here. Thank you. And good luck. 31, right?
31, yes.
Starting fifth?
I think between 5th, 6th, or 7th. I can't remember, to be honest.
That doesn't matter. Either way, your team's doing very well. Callum Hedge and Ryan Sheehan, as the Dunhill season, are first and second again as they fight out this championship, and it's going to the wire, I'm sure. Hayden Bowlesby takes third for the IGY6 Motorsports team. Cooper Beckland in fourth. Oliver Westling recovers to fifth. Austin Hill sixth. Nicola Haverda in seventh, and then Everett Stack eighth. Kevin Jansen in ninth, and Max Hewitt rounding out the top 10, having not finished going off at Oak Tree. So, a very intriguing race. Callum Hedge gets lucky, I would say, a little bit, having had that spin, but was able to recover with the safety car that came out. Sheehan had an opportunity, but unfortunately that was thwarted too, so we didn't get the battle to the end that we wanted, and we finish under caution. My thanks to Titus Sherlock. I'm Jonathan Green. We're going to take a short break, and we'll get to the action from John Phippen with our top three very soon. Down in the paddock, we'll hear from Callum Hedge from Auckland, New Zealand. It's an interesting dynamic, given that they're both in the same team. And, you know, you think about Perez and Verstappen sharing data and look at it, but the truth is Verstappen's so far up the road, whereas these two are much, much closer, even though Hedge has had the majority of the wins. Ryan has been right there with him all the time. Nice overhead shot. You can see the lake. You don't often see that. And this paddock spreads right out. In fact, the FR cars and F4 cars are in this bottom paddock. Some of them, like your team, are up at the front near our commentary position, which is that red little brick barn, if you will, or at least it looks like that. It's fashioned that way, but big crowd. A lot of interest in this. We've got SVRA, Trans Am, and F4 and FR, all under the Pirelli Holdings name. So a big event here for VIR. So in the Callum Hedge in that famous number 17. And so many great Kiwi drivers have been sponsored by the likes of Tony Quinn and the Gilt Trap Group. And in fact, Chris Vanderdrift, who's racing for him this weekend in Australia, also carries similar colours. So well done to them. Don Petch, his engineer, helping him out. Another Kiwi. Gets the hat. And the celebration's about to start for Callum Hedge, and poor old Ryan just kind of says, well, what could I do? Did everything I could. Yeah, it's been very good and clean racing. And look at that, Roberto Moreno, for those who don't know, one of the ex-Formula One drivers of the past from Brazil. Not bad guy to have doing your onboards. And there's Tina Larson, the team manager of Crosslink Kiwi, giving him the hug. So it's a real Kiwi affair. They've dominated in the USA with mostly American and foreign drivers, but this is their first real homegrown hero. They had Yardley in the car as well, but Callum has stolen a march this year for sure. So then, as we celebrate with Callum Hedge, his 10th victory in the USA, has never raced here in America, but he isn't showing any signs of slowing down. We'll take a short break. My thanks to Titus Sherlock. We'll be right back. Oh, okay. But are we commentating that? Okay, I got you. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the Three-Dimensional Services Group offers 7 facilities and 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups, with an unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
Living the moment till I die. And I'm gonna change. And I'm gonna change. I know it can't be wrong, no matter how I try.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Hello and a warm welcome to MAV TV's coverage of Trans Am and our continued coverage of the Speed Tour here from Virginia International Raceway. I'm Jonathan Green and we welcome you to live pictures from VIR. It's a beautiful day here as the 89 goes off immediately, and that is Austin Green going in the Three-Dimensional Services Group. You are watching practice for TA2, and of course big weekend for TA2 and a big weekend for Trans Am. We've got the TA feature race coming up, and that will feature TA, XGT, SGT, GT, and we've got some really interesting news in that one as well. But we are focusing right now on the practice for TA and another important weekend for Trans Am TA2, because of course they are leading to their championship. In TA, the championship is pretty much done because Chris Dyson only really needs to take the start flag, and the championship is his. Stranger things have happened, so we won't count our chickens, as they say. But in TA2, it's a little bit more interesting because the championship is almost done, but not quite, because Brent Cruz, who's led pretty much most of the season, still has not wrapped it up. He can do it here this weekend, and I'm sure he'd like to, by taking fourth or better, or finishing fourth regardless, and depending on what happens to Rafa Matos and our current champion, Thomas Merrill. So there's plenty of great stories which we will regale you with as the weekend continues, but we welcome our fans across the United States on MAV TV and look forward to another great weekend of racing. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage this year. This Trans Am series is going through an absolute reformation, and I don't mean that rudely. It's a championship that's gone since 1966 constantly, but it's ebbed and flowed in terms of its popularity. But this current era is without doubt one of the most exciting, simply because we've got so many youngsters taking on these professionals that have been doing it for so long and have either come from IMSA, come from IndyCar like Rafa Matos, and are making their way in this championship. And we could see a little bit of history this weekend when we crown our first ever teenager in the sport. We've had some young guys win in Trans Am, but never as young as 15 years of age. And Brent Cruz is on the cusp of that. We've also got some great stories. Connor Zillage is also just 17, and he is being looked at very closely. And is backed by GM, as Brent Cruz is backed by Toyota. And they're looking towards NASCAR. But frankly, these two ex-world kart champions who have raced each other since they were just 4 years of age could go anywhere in motor racing. And I truly believe, and I've been doing this some 30 years, that you are going to be witnessing this afternoon two of the top young drivers that America has produced in a long, long time. And they're going to be household names for sure. So an exciting period to be part of Trans Am, which has thrown up so many great names over the years. And we hark back to the great Donahue days. There's Jay Buford in the 48, of course, filling in for Scott Borchetta, who had an accident at Road Atlanta. There's Brent Cruz in the 70, the Franklin Road car. I had a chat with him earlier in the weekend, and really looking forward to this. And he's really grown up in front of our eyes this season. And his interviews, his media skills, his ability to, answer the questions that are thrown at him. And it's never an easy maelstrom when you're thrown in front of the media. And he's done a very good job of equipping himself. And his mum's been ever constant in his corner. His stepdad's also been here at some of the races as well. But Brent is very much his own man these days. Growing in confidence. Coming into the pits behind him, Thomas Merrill, who's got to get a win. I asked Thomas, I said, so you know what the points are? And he goes, you know what, I haven't even looked. He said, I haven't looked for the simple reason that I started looking. And he said, I started working out the permutations, and then I realized it wasn't worth it. I just need to win. It's as simple as that. And I think that's a very good attitude, actually, is just to say, frankly, I've got to win the race. That's what I got to do, so I'm going to do that. So you're watching practice for TA2 as they get ready for their race for tomorrow. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more after this.
Every weekend, I drive a truck for Clean Harbor. Now, make no mistake, it's hard work. It takes a lot of focus, and you have to know your vehicle's limitations. And more than anything, you have to drive to win.
Nice running, Ted. If you want to drive for a winning team, give Clean Harbors a call at 1-833-32-DRIVE. Visit driveforthebest.com. They have the vehicles and the compensation for every kind of truck driver. And everyone drives home a winner.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
Welcome back. You're watching live pictures from Virginia International Raceway, right on the border of Virginia and North Carolina. It's a beautiful part of the US of A and one of the most majestic tracks in the world, I would argue. And it's built right into the forests, as you can see, on the countryside. The tobacco growing fields of Virginia. and so much more. Great museums, great history here. This is almost where America began. And when you think Raleigh-Durham just down the road, Martinsville, a great NASCAR place, as we look at Connor Zilic getting ready for his run in TA, which is ironic because he's in the car at the moment in TA2. He's doing double duty. What a great story for this 17-year-old from Silver Hair Racing. Carter Bank Chevrolet Camaro, the man from Mooresville, another place just down the road from North Carolina, so that's his home race. And there's the man of the moment in TA, and of course being Justin Marks. And I say of the moment, he's had such a great revelation. Chose to do a full season pretty much, has to miss a couple of races because he's obviously running a NASCAR team. I say obviously, but he runs the Trackhouse and is an owner of Trackhouse NASCAR, but he's teaming up with young 17-year-old Connor Zilic, thanks to GM, thanks to Silver Hair Racing, and that really is interesting. But you're trying to look at the future of your team, and that's Trackhouse I'm talking about, Daniel Suarez carrying the 99 in NASCAR. Then it's pretty interesting when you're sharing data and you're racing against a youngster that you may one day employ, potentially. How about that? I said it's exciting times for Trans Am. Well, that pretty much states it all. We are looking at the future here, very much. Trans Am, very much part of that. Talking of the future, how about this? A brand new car from Burton Racing. Claudio Burton bringing a brand new chassis and car and bringing in a great ringer in Raggy, as they know him, the Austrian Martin Raginger, who has won in Trans Am when he's had a chance. He does the odd race now and again. He's mainly a Porsche Carrera Cup man, both in Europe and in Asia. But Raggy, as he's known, 35-year-old from Austria, it's a great guy to put in a development car. And really, I spoke to Claudio last night, and they said they've not really got more than 150 miles of track time in this brand new car. Got a brand new tube frame chassis that they built from scratch. So we've got the Meissen chassis, we've got the new Riley chassis, we've got the M1 chassis, of course, and now we've got this new Burton entry, and we're looking very closely at it. It's a good looking car, and it's already third on the grid for the TA race, so a lot of expectation and interest in this car. Claudio actually took it out at Indianapolis. As you can see, we're on the countdown to green for the TA race. But as you saw, they're on the pre-grid, so that means that Ben Sissel will be sizzling. Let's head down to our man of the moment, Ben Sissel, on the pre-grid.
Thank you, Jonathan. Not quite sizzling. I think I'm here at Virginia International Raceway at what I would say perfect racing weather. I don't know how Connie here at VIR ordered up this weather, but unbelievable. I want to show here our Motul Pole Award winner is Connor Zilic, who just got out of TA2 practice P1 and is actually P1 in practice. He's here, so let's try to step around and talk to him here if you don't mind, because it's unbelievable. So, Connor Zilic just got out of your TA2 car out there. I believe you're P1 in practice 1, and now you're P1 here, the Motul Pole Award in TA. How are you adjusting to the different cars and the changes?
Yeah, honestly, it's been pretty easy for me. I feel like when cars are so different, you come in with two completely different mindsets, and you're able to kind of figure it out pretty quickly. If they were more similar, it would be a little tougher because, you know, stuff doesn't change quite as much, and you know, the differences are a lot closer. So, you know, they're kind of two polar opposites. So, you know, going out there and switching back and forth has been pretty easy.
Nice. Well, let's talk to Ken Twaits here. So, Ken, first of all, what time is it?
It's showtime, baby. Let's go.
Now, what he means by that is we've got the Silver Hair Showtime Franklin Road car in P1. Then we've got the Showtime jockey car of Justin Marks in P2, and then in P5, Keith Grant. But this formulation here with Silver Hair, with Connor Zilic, we've seen the talent all year long, and now we're seeing it even in TA. Speak about this little partnership you guys have here.
You know, it came together pretty quickly. Connor Zilic is under contract with Silver Hair, and I just kind of asked, hey, can I borrow him for this race at VIR? And we worked it out, and they've been so gracious enough to work together, and we kind of formed a partnership here, so it's awesome.
Now, Laura, Maurice, you've been watching Connor all year. We've been talking about the talent, but then you've got to be even impressed for him to get into this kind of beast and doing so well.
Oh, very much so. I don't think there's a car out there that's in a race series that Connor could not get in and excel. He's just that talented. He's an exceptional guy.
And now, Maurice, no offense, but we kind of share the same accent. You probably consider this your home track, is that right?
Oh, for sure. We live about 3 miles from here most of the time, so it's a it's a great place. It's a wonderful racetrack, and it showcases Connor's talent. I mean, he just got out of the car. He's P1 in the TA2 car in practice and jumps into this car. So I think the three of us are trying to further his career. So he's just giving some opportunity, and he takes the most of them.
Well, thank you guys. Good luck out there. Now let's come talk to Justin Marks. Justin Marks qualified P2, and unfortunately, Justin, because of his other job, hasn't been here a couple times, but if he had, I think he'd be right there battling out for the championship. But here you are. I know that you're a Chevy guy with NASCAR, and you've been using this Trans Am Series not only just for fun and your vacation, but you're scouting some talent, and we've definitely found some here.
Yeah, Connor's a pretty special talent. I've been watching him for a long time, but obviously in TA2 this year and a little bit last year. And so I was excited to learn that Ken was going to put him in this car this weekend and get to actually work with him for the weekend. And I mean, he's just proven how special of a talent he is. I joked with the guys on the team yesterday. I said, I used to be the man around this team. Now nobody wants to talk to me. Kid shows up and goes second faster or more than everybody. But no, it'll be really fun to race with him. He's a good kid, big talent with a big future.
So beautiful weather. Beautiful jockey car here. I do want to show something. You can see the talent here. All of these Motul Pole Awards through the season, 5 of them. How many races have you competed in so far?
This will be number 8.
So 5 out of 8. That's huge. And then tell us about this jockey livery that matches your NASCAR cars.
We have a lot of really good partners at Trackhouse, and so when I come out and do this, it's fun to give them a little bit of love back. Jockey's a great partner of Trackhouse on the Cup side, and sponsored me in the Xfinity race this year and sponsors both Ross and Daniel on Sundays. So we needed to put a new wrap on the car anyway. I figured we'd throw some love at Jockey. And
I love it. Well, man, have fun out there. Perfect weather. I hope you enjoy your vacation today, and we'll see you on the podium at the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Now let's come around here because I got to really brag on this team. We saw them in Indianapolis, but unfortunately weren't able to live stream that. But this beautiful top liner Chevrolet Camaro, all new from Claudio Burton, one of our fantastic shops out of Atlanta, Georgia. Martin Raginger is actually going to be driving this, but Claudio, come here. So just yesterday in qualifying, he had a fire, and this is pretty normal at VIR. The exhaust comes out, it catches the grass on fire. Raginger heard fire, saw fire, and pulled the extinguisher, which filled up his whole compartment with foam. And so you guys had to spend the night last night cleaning out foam and this beautiful new car. So I know you've been busy. I know that your crew and Damon had to go up to North Carolina and fabricate some new arms. But that's just kind of the competitive spirit of Burton Racing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, never give up. Yeah, little issues with some shear plates. Had to hand fabricate them. 3-4 in the morning, got back here in time, put it back together again. Martin's still learning the car. Car is still being developed, so there's a lot going on for Burton Racing right now.
Now, we were talking about this, and I've looked at this car, and you can even see, let me just show you something, Stu, real quick. Just look at the engineering, the fabrication here. In my opinion, this is a TA car that's like 20 years in the future. You and I sat down at Sonoma years ago. You were telling me about this chromoly tubing that you were going to be using. But this is like a scientific approach to a TA car. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it's probably technically the most advanced TA car ever built. Shout out to CP Door. The tubing is made in Germany and then laser cut in Italy. So it's a very unique metallurgic product that has exceptional qualities for building a race car.
Nice. I love it. Hey, I like the shirt, too. Nice job. Claudio Burton with top liner here. And you can see just unbelievable, the technology. Now, something I want to point out, Stu, is you'll see it's the first TA car I know of to have everything that is of substantial weight ahead of or behind the axles. Everything is between the axles. So he was able to figure out a way to squeeze the fuel cell in front of the axles, keeping the weight in the center of the car. And I think that's really going to be a key component of this car. But also just look at this rear differential and the welds and the chrome rear axle. It's unbelievable. You got to get up close to these cars. Now today, the Jimmy, the number 16 Dyson Racing car, Chris Dyson could clinch his third championship in a row here at VIR. And I believe, Chris, is it just taking the green flag? Is that how you clinch it? Have you done the math?
You know, Ben, we're just focusing on getting the best possible result today. I think we're pretty safe on points, but you know, just mentally, I just can't let myself relax. So we're going to go out and just try to go win this thing like we do every weekend and see how the points fall as they may at the end. I think we're looking pretty good, but we got to get to turn one and go from there.
Nice. I love it. He says we got to get to turn one and go from there. And we don't often see Chris Dyson starting from fourth place, but this is going to be an unbelievable show here in the TA field. Very highly stacked with the talent that's out here. And then the other Showtime car, we were talking about Keith Grant from the Memphis, Tennessee area. He's really fast here. He's won a lot of races in his Formula Atlantic Formula car here at VIR, and now he's trying to go out there and win in TA. Then we've got two-time champion Amy Ruman out here with this McNichols Metal Services Company beautiful Chevrolet Corvette. This weekend, we are celebrating women in all forms of motorsports, but not just behind the wheel, but also like producing the TV shows, as Lauren Roberts does, but then also our PR, from marketing, from the crews, the mechanics on the crew. So Amy Ruman kind of carrying the badge in this race in TA of a woman doing super successfully in motorsports. Then Tommy Dreesy back here in this beautiful MAV TV Lucas Oil Slick Mist Ford Mustang with 3 GT. Unbelievable. So look for him to be moving up through the field. Always has great battles. Something I want to point out, look at these uprights. Different approach to the rear wing uprights here in TA. Lots of fun. This is a super innovative class, and they can kind of do what they want. It's a really thin rule book here in TA, and I love watching how everybody has a little bit different approach. He's got a flat wing, but these big, long uprights. Then, now we go to the GT groups. In XGT, Extreme GT, we've got Danny Lowry here, and you've got, Stu, if you don't mind, get a shot of this. You can't even call it a steering wheel. It looks more like the Formula One steering arms that you would put into that. But Danny Lowry usually always ends up with this on the winner's circle. You're here at VIR. This has got to be kind of close to home, so this race has got to mean something extra special.
Well, as you know, Ben, they all mean something special. But this is a great racetrack. We're really happy to be here and looking forward to a great race today.
Now, let's just go back in history. You've raced with us in TA2. You've raced with us in this Mercedes, an Audi, a Porsche. Am I leaving anything out?
I think that's about it. And, you know, every one of them is a great race car, and I had a lot of fun doing it. Trans Am's such a wonderful series. You've got the ability to drive all those different classes of cars here and really enjoy yourself.
Nice. We'll have extra fun up the Bridge Hall Bennett uphill S's. But this weekend, he's racing for Ace Duran, another one of the hauling and rigging companies, logistic companies in the Bennett family of logistics and truck hauling companies. Then we come back here, Carrie Hitt. So excited to have Carrie Hitt back here running this beautiful Racing for Heroes, this 22 a day, talking about the veterans and how we need to help out our American veterans. So Carrie Hitt, so good to see you back in TA. I love having Carrie Hitt here with Advanced Composite Materials. He actually makes most of the bodies, if not all of the bodies, in our TA series. Then we've got a newcomer here to the Trans Am series. I know him from the IGT, International GT, but Mr. Herford is here in this beautiful XGT Porsche. So I can't reach in here. Let me see if I can reach in here. So first Trans Am start, how does it feel? Are you a little bit more nervous than you are in normal starts?
Yeah, there's a lot of horsepower out here. Hopefully I can keep my nose clean and see if we can do something here.
Saying a lot of horsepower, but he's going to see if we can do something out here. We love that. So Shannon Herford out here, lots of fun. Then back here we've got Ricky Sanders, another XGT competitor. So it looks like it's kind of a German XGT day. But we got Sweet Cheeks here. Sweet Cheeks, how's it going, buddy? What do you think of this beautiful weather we've ordered up here?
It's amazing. Just couldn't ask for a better race day. Hopefully you do good today, and looks like we're about to get ready to start going.
Nice. I love it. So we're going to make our way back up here to the front. We've got people kind of getting their engines started. I don't want to miss out, though. If we can just kind of pan back, we've got Lee Saunders, Chris Coffey. Then we've got the Milton Grant. So Lee Saunders in this beautiful Dodge Viper. Chris Coffey in the Maserati. I'm not sure if Joe Walsh is correct. I'm not sure if that Maserati does 185. Then we've got Milton Grant back here. He had a really good showing with us in St. Louis at Gateway just a couple of weeks ago at Worldwide Technology Raceway. Then his brother Richard Grant right here in this TA. And then Forsyth, who won the GT races with us at Worldwide Technology in this beautiful G-Speed Corvette. So, Jonathan, I'm going to throw it to you to walk us through this great grid, and then we'll come back here. Thanks.
Excellent stuff, as always. Ben Sissel out and about and doing the business. Here is the grid then, and you see Connor Zilic a country mile ahead of his teammate Justin Marks, but he won't mind me saying that because he's keeping an eye on him too. Martin Ragginger starts on row 2 in that brand new Burton car alongside our champion-to-be, Chris Dyson, in the Jim Wheat 16. Then it's Keith Grant on the podium here last year, and Amy Ruman likewise on the podium here last year. They're both on row 3. Tommy Dreesy starts row 4. Danny Lowry, who we spoke to for the Bridge Hall Bennett family of companies, starts on row 4. And behind them, a welcome back to Kerry Hitt in the Advanced Products Incorporated, and alongside him, Shannon Herford for NAPM Incorporated in the 51. Ricky Sanders and Lee Saunders. Great to see Lee Saunders in the 84 as well. We'll have a little bit of a treat. He's also doing some Trans Am racing in TA2 as well this weekend. Chris Coffey and Milton Grant start on row 7. Then it's Richard Grant, his brother Richard Forsyth alongside him, then Michael Attaway and Brian Gluck. Now, most of the championships are won once they get across the line, and I'm talking about all the categories here because Chris Dyson says he's not looking at the numbers, but obviously if he gets the start, that means he's going to have enough points to win the championship. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Let's head down, though, once again to Ben Sissel for our command.
Well, thank you very much. I'm back here at the front of the grid with my friend Caitlin Degler from Customers Bank. Just kind of joined us midway through the season. We're so excited to have you guys. I love the enthusiasm that I see on the Customers Bank's, your team that's here. Their faces, they're loving it. Look at this. We've got kind of a lot of them here taking video pictures. But tell us a little bit about Customers Bank.
So we are so excited to be a part of the Pirelli Motorsports family. We don't normally get to have this much fun in banking. So we are focused on a private banking solution with a personal relationship manager like myself. So all of our customers have personal access to the resources that they need, the people like myself and the rest of the team that are here to help them through whatever they need so that we can help them take on tomorrow.
So customers are so important to you, you just put it right there in the name.
That's right. That's right. Then there's no question of who's number one.
And are you yourself a fan of motorsports?
I am. I like to drive very fast, Ben, and I am probably having the most fun I've ever had being a part of the events and the series through this season.
I love it. And then the access that you have as one of our marketing partners and sponsors in the paddock, that's got to be pretty fun.
It's great. You literally never know who you're going to be talking to. So yesterday I struck up a conversation with a gentleman.
Wait, I got to interrupt you because you got to deliver the biggest words in motorsports. Take it away, Caitlin.
Drivers, start your engines.
Sorry about that.
And with that, we get underway and we'll be on board with Connor Zilic as he makes his debut, believe it or not. Now, he made a debut in TA2 a couple of years ago. He took it on pole position, and it was an amazing start to his TA2 career, and I don't doubt it will be a just as auspicious occasion today when he gets going and takes the pole position in TA. Not bad for a starting guy. And look at it, his teammate alongside him, Justin Marks, owner of Trackhouse Racing with Pitbull, of course, and with Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez. They'll be in action, of course, in Charlotte this weekend. We've also got a good steerer as well with Connor Mosack coming in. There's the points, the championship. Best finish for Chris Dyson. And best finish first 4 times, and really brilliant. 8 podiums so far. So we are getting ready. Out they go from the pre-grid, and they will do a warm-up lap and a formation lap. Get going. We'll also be on board with Tommy Dreesy and the Lucas Oil number 8. Always good to watch what Tommy does on track. He's always an explosive and exciting driver to watch. It's been a tough season. I spoke to Tommy this morning, and he said, you know, I've enjoyed this season because I love racing, but he said, I wish it had gone better so far. He's had mechanicals, he's had offs, he had an incident last time out at St. Louis. Came together with AJ Hendrickson while a lap down, and you know, it got controversial and a little bit heated, but you know, that's racing. And we'll be also on board with Connor Zilic in this Chevrolet sponsored Silver Hair Racing Showtime Racing car. And what a great story, and it just shows you how the teams work together here. And what a great story for the local boys and girls of Silver Hair Racing. They started the team just a few years ago, but they've had some fantastic drivers, including Rafa Matos and including the youngster Ben Mayer, just 15 years of age, and this young man in Connor Zilic. We'll also be on board with the Trackhouse on board of Justin Marks, who's had a phenomenal season, 8 races and 5 pole positions, and were it not for the fact that he did have a NASCAR team, I think he would be pushing Dyson all the way to COTA for the overall championship. So a fantastic year for Marks. I think he was brave putting Daniel Suarez's number on the side of the car, because obviously that's his driver. So I'm sure he'll be tuning in Charlotte just to see how the boss is getting on. We'll be on board, of course, with Chris Dyson. Previous winners include last year, Matthew Brabham. Chris Dyson won in 21, and of course Ernie Francis Jr. now moving on to single-seaters, and in the next Ernie winner in 2020, both races, in fact, Boris said, senior as well, so some previous good winners. And we welcome back our MAV TV viewers as we're on board with the MAV TV Lucas number 8 of Tommy Dreesy as he heads towards Oak Tree on the formation lap. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here of Trans Am. This is the penultimate TA race of the season, and that of course includes XGT, SGT and GT. And Chris Dyson, there you see the points. He has literally just got across the line to win the championship. Dreesy, though, second place, and no Pintarik this weekend, and that gives an opportunity to Ruman, who was on the podium here last year, chance to get some points off Pintarik and get closer perhaps as we come to the run in to COTA. So many points. They changed the point system this year, and it means that you really anybody can score points, and there's such a lot of points, over 100 up for grabs down the ranks, so it doesn't matter, and even if you have a problem or a crash, get back out there. That's why even if you do have a spill or a spin, you can't waste any time. You've got to get back out there and get going. A little bit of a breeze, but perfect conditions here for racing. I think we're going to have just the one warm-up lap. Keep an eye on the pace car, see if he heads towards the pits. As we're on board again with the Jim Weed, Chris Dyson, number 16. And sure enough, the pace car has come in, the Honda. And so we are gridding and forming into twos, led by Connor Zilic, the young 17-year-old from just down the road. And he accelerates away from his teammate, Justin Marks, of the 99. Good start from Zilic. Now Marks has to defend from Martin Raginger as the Austrian goes up the inside and looks for a move for second place as they head to the horseshoe for the first time. Somebody's gone off there and into the weeds. It is, sadly, Justin Marks, who gets pushed wide. I think he just couldn't turn in, and that is disaster for the maestro of the season so far, if you don't include Chris Dyson. That's Justin Marks, and now he's really got some work to do, because he's managed to slot back in, but he's got a bunch of cars that he didn't want to be fighting with right now. He's already picked off one, but that has given Zilic a really good chance. Raginger now moves into second place. Keith Grant into third, and Dyson still fourth. Amy Ruman holding off Dreesy. Those two have history, and it'll be a good battle between those two. But we're with the Jimweed number 16 through the S's, flat out through here. Blind Crest, wonderful part of the circuit, heading down towards Oak Tree, down the hill into the right-hander, down through the gearbox. Great start to this one, but not the start that Justin Marks wanted at all. Slightly wide goes Keith Grant, and maybe, just maybe, Chris Dyson will be able to slot up as close to him as they head down this long straight now. Watch the speedometer there as he hits, what, 160? Oh, 175. Oh, 180 almost. 178 there. I clocked him out very fast indeed. So, guys, that's as fast as a Formula One car at times. So, Virginia really letting these 850 horsepower beasts let loose. And Dreesy still behind Ruman. Still early stages yet. They love racing here. Some great stories over the years. Amy Ruman, a former champion. Dreesy, a former champion, as we go on board with the Lucas number 8. Another long straight down the main straight as Grant and Dyson going at it. Dyson makes his move at the horseshoe, and the 16 Jimweed car goes through. And as we've said, Chris Dyson isn't even thinking about the points. He just has already got the championship, but he doesn't want, like any good racing driver, doesn't want to finish that way. He wants to finish with a win or at least a podium, and that's what he'll be hunting for here in the bright sunshine of VIR. Lovely shot from Dyson's perspective. Not an easy track, as you can see. You are literally side to side to side. And now Dreesy all over the back of the Corvette number 23 with Nichols' car. Had some problems in qualifying, or just before qualifying actually, did Amy Ruman. They were fixing the left suspension after and off, and they were really running out of time. Luckily, there was delays in the procedures, and they were able to get out into qualifying. But it's Zilic by already 3.2 seconds over the very experienced and vastly competitive, somebody off to the dirt there, Martin Raginger of Austria. Hopefully that dust and dirt was just thrown up by somebody going slightly wide rather than going off. But back with Dreesy, now he should be able to suck up close to Ruman. We're celebrating women in motorsport, and she is one to celebrate. Great champion in her own right. Just not have the run, the luck. Slightly older car, that Corvette, but they've upgraded as much as they can, including the engine, over the years. I was talking to Amy yesterday, and she's sort of not disappointed, but she wished she had a better season. We always hope that she will. So up to 7th goes Justin Marks. He's got through on Kerry Hitt. So Marks, as he's done before, we saw this happen at NOLA. If you remember, if you watch back at NOLA, Marks went off into the grass there and made a brilliant job of recovery. And as you can see, he's picking them off one by one. In fact, that battle between Amy Ruman and Tommy Dreesy is next as he comes through the horseshoe in the 99. Great onboard shots. Sponsorship by Jockey, of course. The red, white, and blue. I love this color scheme that Justin Marks has got. And you can see him fighting the wheel. A little bit of oversteer there. There's so much power in these cars. And watch the brake and the throttle, how he uses it deftly. It's like a ballerina with his feet going from left to right. The same with the hands. It's really physical. Well, Amy Ruman so far has held off Dreesy, but here comes Mark, so it's going to be a three-way battle in a moment. Meanwhile, out front, Connor Zilic, as he did a couple of years ago here at VIR in TA2, is doing exactly the same in TA. He was fastest in the TA2 practice just a moment ago, and now he's leading in TA. Pretty impressive. Here comes Marks. He's got Dreesy. So that's one. Now he's going to try and pick off Ruman down the back straight. Back on board with Dreesy. See his top speed this time. A little red dot you're looking at is the G-force. You really notice that when he'll brake. And look at him coming up on Ruman. This is Marks. And that's a lovely overtake by Justin Marks. That is textbook VIR overtaking into the area we call roller coaster. Then down into Hogpen. An important corner here because you need all the drive, you need it steady through there to get the good drive and get through the gearbox. And as you can see, exiting that at over 125 miles an hour to get you up to full speed at 170. If you can make it down this front straight, past our commentary position, just up there in the barn that you're looking in the distance, then into Horseshoe. Famous turns, famous course. Built in 1957, this racetrack. So they've been racing here quite a few years, I'd say. And now Dreesy all over Ruman again as their battle continues with Marks out of the way. He's got through both of them. And now they resume their battle. And Amy Ruman has a canny ability, especially when it comes to Dreesy, of just making herself as wide as possible. She makes very few mistakes, does Amy Ruman, and that's why it's frustrating for Dreesy when he gets in a battle with her, because they are very equally matched as drivers. Very different cars, of course, with the Corvette and the Mustang. Great to see them battling each other, and they have done that. Both Trans Am champions in their own right, and great to see them battling. So 4 laps gone of the 30. Plenty of action to come from this one. We are looking forward to more to come. Now the question is, where does Tommy Dreesy make the move? And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't know the answer to that because I'm not a racing driver. But I found one, and he has been out on this track just, 30 seconds ago. His name is Andretti. He's Adam Andretti. He's raced TA, he's raced TA2, and I heard, a rumor told me that you've raced 7 different chassis over the years. Is this true?
I've driven actually 6 different of these TA chassis, these Trans Am chassis. I've been very, very fortunate, very blessed in this sport and in this paddock to be a part of it as long as I have, to just get to do that, but also have the trust of the owners in this paddock that give me those opportunities. And I'm board here with Chris Dyson.
Well, we're going to go on a lap. Why don't you take us through it?
So this is our most really technical. It's almost like a street course technicality here in this part of the course. Here, 4A, 4B through here, accelerating a little bit here. To start the first of the S's, these are the first group of S's that you'll get through. This is like the beginning of a straightaway. Even though you're going through corners, you're going through a straightaway. Then you're going to hit the Bennett Bridge Hall uphill S's here. After these up, and this is flat out commitment, flat out pure commitment. You come here, you crest the hill, hard on the brakes for turn 10 to the left, dropping downhill to the Customer's Bank Oak Tree. This is one of the most famous turns here at Virginia International Raceway. Oak Tree is extremely important to get off this corner. You got this very long straightaway all the way down this back straightaway. The Jonathan Green, this is one of those back straightaways you feel like you can do your taxes while you're going down this thing. You're on it for so long, but you're accelerating, and in these TA cars, it's a crazy amount of speed. You're up over 180 miles an hour to come down this hill. We'll see him right just hit 180 right there. Chris Dyson does, the 2-time working on 3-time champ here, coming into the Mission Foods roller coaster. This is one of the most exciting parts of VIR right here. It takes, again, this place is all about commitment right through here in the Hog Pens. There's tons of commitment coming out on the front straightaway, and you complete a lap here at VIR.
Welcome back to our MAV TV viewers, and that was Adam Andretti in the background there, just joining us, and I'm delighted to have 2 drivers with me. It's Brian Gluckner who joins us as well, but I'm sad for you, Brian, because you should be out there, really. What happened to the car?
For the last couple of events, and we found out what the problem was. We cleaned it and fixed it, but we didn't tell the computer in the car that we cleaned it and fixed it. No. And we went out for a hardship lap, and I touched the throttle, and it went to full RPM, and around in circles we went and touched the wall. So we're done for that.
You've been a regular for the last few years in that same car as well, which is great to see you and have you out here, so I feel for you. But we are watching a phenom here. Guys, you as both drivers, tell me your take on this kid. 17 years old. What can stop him?
Nothing. Connor is unbelievable. His car control and his ability to look down the track and really see traffic. he's got the abilities of a much older driver with more experience stuffed into a 17-year-old body. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you're going to race him tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to race him a lot. And the only way you beat a guy like Connor Zilich is at night in his sleep. So he's incredibly talented young man. He's definitely going places. I know for one, I've told my cousin Michael that I would tap him for the Formula One deal right now, grab him up right now, and have him be a part of that.
And you're not kidding, are you?
No, I'm not. No, the kid, he's a world champion karter. We haven't had a whole lot of Americans achieve even that level on the world scale, and it's some of the most competitive racing I'll find. And he's just so relaxed. He's poised. He fits the build. He fits every part of it, and every time he gets in a car, no matter what it is. His first time in this TA car, it was his fifth lap of testing here. He was a second half under the track record. So the kid just has an awesome natural ability. He understands this. He's got a great upbringing. His parents are phenomenal people, and they've just raised a fine young man here. I look forward to seeing where his career takes him, because it's going to go wherever he wants it to go.
And I don't want to be too dramatic, but that's me. You are listening to Adam Andretti, part of the Andretti family, and put two and two together, folks. Michael Andretti has a deal with GM Motors and Cadillac to go to Formula One. He has got through the first phase and second phase of getting to Formula One, potentially in 25, 26. He could easily pick this kid and take him with him, with Colton Herta, Kirkwood, with whoever he wanted.
It would get my vote, 100%. I mean, right there he showed just his patience and his understanding of closure rate. You know, it's so difficult when you're in the bigger cars to understand that closure rate when you don't have the experience out there. These guys been racing them all year long, and he's out there like you know, he's been doing it all year long in this TA class. So yeah, he's pretty special. As we look here at the GT class leader, I believe here, the number 43, Danny Lowry, had a nice conversation with him this morning at the autograph session, and they're having a great time locking up their deal here this year, here at VIR, and getting their championship in. And just it's fantastic to have Ben Bridge Hall a part of this series, a part of this paddock. We're very gracious to them and being a part of this. I signed up for the fuel deal. It's a good deal out there, but they're great people, and glad to have them around and have fun with them.
You know, I looked at Danny's car yesterday before practice, and I looked in the cockpit of both Ricky Sanders and Danny Lowry, and they both got this sort of hula girl sort of, you know, I don't know, caricature. What do you call it?
Yeah. The little hula dancer.
Yeah, hula dancer. Yeah. And there she is. And she, every time they move the car, every time he says he goes fast, she starts to do her little jiggle and starts to play her mandolin. And he said the faster she goes, the more excited I get. He said, so it's a good combination.
I liked what Matthew Brabham said. It was a G meter.
A G meter.
Yeah.
There you
Remember
go.
when we were in Indy, he was telling us it's a G meter like that.
She's going left, she's going right.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful to have, that group involved, and Ricky Sanders right there as well. And yeah, this is just a wonderful paddock, you know. And we got Lee Saunders out there in the SGT. He's playing with us in TA2 as well, so
yeah,
he's doing double duty, and he's underneath the fast performance tent with Adrian Wastowski.
I saw you give him a little schooling about the cars, because he's still learning them.
Yeah, you know, and you know, you've got to drive that Viper, those GT cars, totally different than you drive a TA2 car. So and I want him to get the most out of this. He's such a talented driver, and this is going to be a good battle here between Martin and Chris Dyson here. Martin's here in the brand new Claudio Burton chassis here, top liner, sponsored Chevrolet Camaro coming out.
You had a close look at it?
Pardon?
Have you had a close look at it?
Oh yeah. I had a really close look at it in Indy. It was sitting in the garage right next to me as I was a teammate in the other car. But
and you were out against it, weren't you?
Yeah, absolutely we were. Claudio was driving it then, and he put Martin in it. Martin, he's from Austria. He's extremely talented GT driver. Does a lot of Porsche stuff. So his transition, you know, he needs a full weekend of transitioning to these cars, and you see that right here. He's going to attack. He's on the attack of a three-time champ who's done nothing but this kind of racing for the last 4 years. So Martin's doing a great job holding that wheel and trying to use this traffic to his advantage as it sees. You see Chris getting trying to cut through traffic, trying to put them through, give a little pick, if you will, a pick maneuver, right, Brian?
Absolutely, get right up on it and show him the nose and then go around.
And
really
this
nice.
is what Dyson is very good at, which is using the traffic to his advantage and using that moment. And a really good racing driver really does do that well, and that's really important. And Dyson's going to try to get away from Rackinger as he gets past Milton Grant that last time. But there's no question that that's a smart move by Dyson, is to try to say, well, look, I may not be able to hold Ragginger off at the whole race, but if I can use the traffic just a little bit. But now, as you can see, as they come through the snake section, here comes Ragginger through the S's now and uphill. We're flat out through here at over 140, 150 miles an hour. Flying crest over here and then heading towards Oak Tree. And Dyson under pressure from Martin Ragginger. Raggy, as he's called. You can see that on the side of his car, on the front windshield. And through Oak Tree they go. Back to the back straight. Ragginger taking a really wide line, but trying to get the slipstream now to go back on board with Chris Dyson. Plenty of action to come from this. We're only 9 of the 30 in. But Dyson holding on here, but Connor Zilic absolutely dominating this one. Down through roller coaster with Chris Dyson. Smooth as you like. Brian, I love looking at this on board with someone like Dyson's. You really get to see him at work and how it's not effortless, that's not the word, but just all in control.
It's very precision. When you look at his hand movement and the way he's controlling the car, you can see he's in complete control. He's feeling what the car's doing through the turn. He's getting the feedback through the wheel, and he's right on it. He's not overcompensating or trying to fight the car. He's letting the car have its head and running it right through the turns. It's really a master's class on how to drive high-performance GT cars.
What do you think of this top-liner new car with all the gizmos and basically state-of-the-art TA car?
It's parked right next to our pits. We went over and looked at it last night, and it was extremely impressive. It looks like as good as any aircraft I've ever seen in my flying career.
Yes, that's right. I forgot you're a pilot.
It's the quality of the carbon fiber and the work on it, and the cockpit setup for the driver or the pilot is phenomenal. Really, everything right in their reach. Really well set up. The next level of race cars.
And I really think Martin has pace right now on Chris Dyson. So the challenge here is, just very similar to the way Mid-Ohio races we race here at VIR. It's a great track. It's a driver's track, but it's very difficult to pass. You only have really maybe 2 clear passing zones, and you have to really nail those. You're going to see Chris will, be a little wide through here, because if you're just a little bit wide as you come in here and enter the Mission Foods roller coaster out of Customers Bank Oak Tree, if you're just you can keep yourself a little wide without it looking like you're blocking or at all. You're just being nice and defensive, and all you have to do is take a half a car length over, and it really ruins that entry here into the Mission Foods roller coaster. So, and there's nowhere to pass here. This is follow. You could be 8 seconds faster than anybody, and you're not going to make it through here and get passed on. So it's definitely a challenging track for overtaking.
Chris Dyson then going past the 97 and under pressure, though, still from Martin Ragginger, the Austrian, right there with him in the all-new Claudio Burton chassis and Claudio Burton prepared car. They've been spending quite a few years on it. I talked to Claudio last night, and he said he'd done about 150 miles, including, as Adam Andretti mentioned, at Indianapolis, but that was just to sort of shake it down. They brought it in early. They've had a few gizmo problems. I think gizmo problems, but they've had a few parts problems throughout the weekend, and including a fire extinguisher going off as well, so they've been cleaning it out. So it's been a busy weekend for the Burton crew, but Ragginger, perfect guy to have in the car, and Dyson knows he's up against a very, very good racing driver.
It's making a great battle there for that, those 2 podium spots, and if they get to battling, that's what Justin Marks wants. Justin Marks has got a gap behind them of about 2.5 seconds, so Justin Marks is really sincerely hoping that these 2 get to fighting it out and pull that gap back to him and bring him and make this a 3-way battle for these podium positions, because Connor Zilic, he's found a different planet, and it's not here at VIR.
One thing I never understand when somebody like Justin Marks has a problem like he did at turn 1, you're all going flat out, and I'm looking at the qualifying speeds, how does he catch up with the leaders? Where do you say, right, I can go a bit deeper here, I can go a bit faster here? Because you can only do it incrementally, because everybody else is trying to do the same thing.
Well, absolutely. The hardest part is trying to figure out where you can move that brake marker or where you can move that acceleration point so that you can get just that 1/10 of a second or a 1/4 of a second to gain a little bit on the next guy to maybe pull the slipstream And then you hope the leaders, you know, that they run across us slower drivers, and we give them a little place to bunch up, and that you can make some time off of running through the SGT and GT and XGT cars.
And is there, Adam, a place at this particular circuit where you're more confident than others, or there's more chance of making the overtake stick?
Yeah, I mean, this is a place that rewards bravery, right? You know, and when you could be, and that's what we see out of young Connor. You know, quite simply, his full commitment to the places that, the areas of this racetrack that take that full commitment and take that courage. He certainly has it, and you have to have that confidence too in your abilities to back it up. As Justin, again, is anxious to get through that traffic and shrink this gap. He sees that battle up ensuing ahead, and you know, and I guarantee you, Martin's got, you know, Claudio or Terry or Darren on the radio letting him know, like, hey, if you don't want to have a three-way battle here, you need to make short work here of Chris Dyson, or else you're going to invite Justin Marks right to this party.
Well, you can see he's now got the target in front of him, because they are now visually in sight as he comes through the two slower corners and now gets on the back straight, puts it through the gearbox, and will head up. We go back on board with Chris Dyson up to about, what, 175 miles per hour. Just hitting 179 there before braking heavily towards roller coaster.
That's commitment.
Oh, totally. I mean, and that's what it takes here, right? It's just one of those. That's what makes the place so wonderful to drive. And that's what makes it, honestly, probably equally as challenging to race, because those high commitment areas, you can't stuck a nose in there and just hope that the driver sees you and is willing to go side by side up to the S's. That just doesn't happen. So really, like right here into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1, that is a great passing opportunity. And you can do it inside outside there. There's grip on the outside, and you keep that competitor pinched to the inside from the kink on the front straightaway, and you can make something happen. And then really that straightaway starts to get into, you know, that Customer's Bank Oak Tree for the next possible, you know, passing opportunity. You got to get through that Optima battery snake with a good amount of momentum, and you have to be able to be really tight up and against them in that Bennett Bridge Hall uphill S's. So as we're kind of seeing, you know, way even Dyson's playing traffic here, but look what is coming back. Red, white, and blue of Justin Marks is using this traffic to his advantage. We're seeing a huge gap, shrinkage here between third place of Martin and our fourth place runner of Justin Marks.
Yeah, and I think this stage of the race is going to be critical, because Raginger's looking for his opportunity to get past Dyson, and meanwhile Marks is coming closer. Big puff of smoke out of the back of Dyson's car just there, but I think it's okay. Raginger, though, looking for his opportunities, now got to be within slipstream. As we go back on board with Justin Marks, he can see the prize, the eyes on the prize then of the two cars in front of him, and as they battle with each other, it only plays into his hands. Here comes Martin Raggi. Raginger looking for a way past Dyson, can't do it this time as they head into roller coaster, but Marks coming ever closer.
Absolutely. Justin is just licking his chops right now watching this battle, and I tell you, you know, like Raggi, he's in this battle, right? So he might not even have taken a glance up at the mirror, but actually, as I say that, I almost, you know, could stick my foot in my mouth, because I bet you that's what got him really antsy on the back here of Chris Dyson and ready to go all of a sudden, as he did look in the mirror and see that red, white, and blue jockey car of Justin Marks just coming in on him.
Great coverage, as always, of our Trans Am coverage. Love the Trans Am coverage each and every week as we go on board and high above in the drone, as we're back on board with Chris Dyson and the Jim Wheat 16, the Ford Mustang, the current champion, and new champion, I should say. 3 in a row for Dyson and CD Racing. Very impressive. Don't count out the role that Matthew Brabham has played as well. And he, of two, has been a brilliant TA driver. Let's hope he goes a full season with us next year, as well as many other championships that he loves to do. But here comes Raggi again. Justin Marks, much closer this time than he was before. And Raginger probably now sensing that he's in a three-way battle and wants to get past Dyson as quick as he can. Dyson, I don't know. He won't want to give up these two positions to these two. And you can see how hard, Brian, how hard the 99 is.
That was commitment. He pushed it right through there.
Yeah, that was definitely being very antsy on throttle and seeing that he's got opportunities sitting in front of him. And Justin right now just needs to keep doing what he's been doing to catch this group. He's definitely got the speed on him. Now he needs to sit there. He needs to see where he's got the advantage and pounce and get this done. So he's a very talented individual, so he'll probably work on this and sit there and let his brain download a little bit of what he's seeing up ahead. But also we got great battles throughout the classes too. XGT, the top 3 are all just separated by just around 4 seconds. So at any point, anyone makes a little mistake in the top 3 of XGT, and that could be anyone's game. Lee Saunders is pretty much the Connor Zilic of SGT. He's gone on another planet and making his own race out of this. And then in GT class, you have Chris Coffey out there as well with a pretty good gap on Michael Attaway to kind of fill you in on what's going on in the other classes out there.
Yeah, thank you. And of course, if you were wondering where Connor Zilic is, well, he's 28.9 seconds up the road. An incredible feat of brilliance by the young 17-year-old GM-sponsored driver. Silverhair is his team. Showtime is his team this weekend. And they've worked together to give him this opportunity with General Motors, and I'll tell you what, Chevrolet must be very happy. He did a great job for them in Detroit, and he's done so all season long, to be honest, and it has been a joy to watch, an absolute joy to watch Brent Cruz and Connor Zilic, who've known each other since they were, 4 years of age and have been racing against each other as we come up now on Chris Dyson coming up.
Well, that was big right there. And look at that. Opens the door for Raggi. Raggi's getting the P2 spot right there.
Marks does as well. And unfortunately, Dyson loses out there. Good work by the 35-year-old Austrian to get past. Now will Marks do the same?
You're going to watch Martin there probably check out. He had pace, I believe, on the 16, our 2-time champion. But remember, Chris is the one who's got everything to lose here, right? You know, he's going to go home clinching this championship. He did. He clinched championship just by taking the green flag. So he's the one that's really got to kind of keep aware of the cats that are out here. He doesn't want to do an interview on a championship well before the checker flag falls.
No, he doesn't. Now, we're watching Marks, though, and guys, jump in. When and where, knowing that you know both drivers, will you must see Marks make his move? Where on the track will he make it stick?
Well, you know, there's the 3 spots that I mentioned, and one of them's even sketchy that we saw Raggi going through there in your customer bank oak tree corner. So that's one of those spots. If you have the opportunity, if the door opens for him, you've got to pounce, and just like that, pounce happens. So, but Chris isn't done. Chris isn't done here. As again, there's Adam sticking his foot in his mouth. I thought Martin was going to take off and had pace, but it seems like Martin had a pretty good rabbit here in Chris Dyson, and that's what was bringing some of the pace out in him.
And Brian, what he's got to be careful of, because we always talk about TA as being a race where you need tyres for the last 10 laps. And I wonder just how much Justin Marks has used in catching up to this point.
Yep, I would agree. I would say that he's probably been putting a pretty hurting on those tires to catch up. Might be able to get him cooled down a little bit here while he's in trail, and hopefully he'll have enough left at the end to make it stick. But there's definitely.
So when you're following somebody, you get the chance to save a little bit?
You can. It kind of depends. You can let the car tow. You know what the guy's doing ahead of you. So
right.
you can. For me, I can see what's going on and not maybe push quite as hard if I know that I'm just going to pace behind and let the tow bring me up to keep me close, rather than trying to make it up in the turns and really put it on the tires.
Interesting. Well, you can see from above the gaps. It's really a nicely positioned shot of the race that we're watching, and you can see for yourself just what they've got to do. Dyson there losing a little time to Ragginger, but closing it in under braking. Likewise, Marks right there with him as they head down the hill. Tricky part of the circuit because there's a couple of off-camber corners there as you're heading down there. Easy to make a mistake and hard to get out of this hotbed and not make a mistake getting out of there, because you're doing over 120 miles an hour as you exit.
Yeah, if you could see the front end pushing a little bit and getting a little weave out of it.
Yeah, Justin's been fighting some chassis stuff. He's definitely really free under power, and then the front doesn't settle down as he's catching the back end. Is wanting to come around and not trace the front, and so as he's catching that, the front end is then not settling down. So he's got his hands full there, and he's doing a heck of a job with what he's working with, and some of that could be some front pressures have come up because he's in traffic, right? You're sliding the front, you're not getting the front downforce, so it slides the nose, and that tends to wear front tires definitely a lot more than being in clean air. So tire inflation as well, being the fact that he had to drive so hard to catch this group, but then also once you catch him, you're not getting any good fresh air on it, as he had another good moment there at the top of turn 10, at the top of the the Bennett Bridge Hall S's.
Yep. You even saw a little four-wheel drift as he's coming through Oak Tree that last time. That he just slided just a little bit as he came through and then pulled it in.
Got a good run here, and there's no one in this group of three here that's hurting on horsepower. That's for sure. Each one of these three cars is handling really well down the straightaway. So to get that advantage down the back straightaway here into the Optima Batteries the Optima Batteries roller coaster here. Mission Foods roller coaster. It's really a big challenge. So.
Well, just to confirm yet again that our champion in TA will be Chris Dyson. Our champion in XGT will be Danny Lowry. Lee Saunders will take SGT, and Michael Attaway will take GT, which means we are unfettered for COTA, having wrapped up the championship here at VIR. That should be no holds barred then, just what we want. Meanwhile, this battle continues, and it's getting more and more exciting. It's very intense indeed, but there's more to come. 18 of the laps are now done. Back on board with Justin Marks as he heads through 3.
This is fascinating, like what we see out of the 17 and the 16 here. So the 17 in this part of the track is superior to the 16. Once we get down the end of the back straightaway and into the Mission Foods roller coaster, that is actually when you're seeing the 16 car has an advantage on the 17. So this is really fascinating to watch, kind of the Tom and Jerry moment that we're seeing here right now. Oh, right here. Yeah, the traffic's playing a role here as you're coming around.
This is so hard to do, isn't it?
Oh, it's Michael Attaway did a really good job in a really challenging place there with the faster cars. So great awareness on Michael Attaway and making sure that he got clear of this battle. Makes that takes a lot. You're paying attention to a lot going on through there, and Michael was conscious enough to make sure that he was in his mirrors. Had that, they tell David Hoots and Ernie Becker tell us all the time, the drivers need situational awareness. Situational awareness. Know your situation, be aware of it, and see and concede to it if you need.
So fascinating battle. We go a little further back, and now we take a look at the battle between the 43 of Danny Lowry leading in XGT, Ricky Sanders in second place, and Shannon Herford coming in this weekend in 10th position overall, but fighting in that battle for SGT. And then behind that is the battle for SGT led by Lee Saunders. But this cracking little battle.
And I tell you what's actually caused this battle here is these XGT cars.
There's my hula girl.
Yeah, of Danny Lowry and Ricky Sanders have pace of the two TA cars that we're around right now. They just passed Richard Grant, and it's the TA cars that are backing them up in the corner. It's brought this battle really to life in XGT. It's quite fascinating here as well, as you see Kerry Hitt, the 22-a-day car, up ahead right there, and just now heading into the roller coaster here.
Plenty of more action here on MAV TV to watch in this beautiful day here at Virginia International Raceway. Brian Gluck and Adam Andretti alongside me, Jonathan Green, as we get now down to the business end of this TA race, the penultimate race of the 2023 season. Boy, has Trans Am come alive in this last season. It is so exciting in TA. We've crowned our champion in TA in, of course, Chris Dyson. This man, 43, will win in XGT. Danny Lowry has been absolutely immaculate all season long. Likewise, Lee Saunders will take his 3rd championship in SGT, and to a point he's getting now more excited about doing something else, because he's also going to take on TA2 this weekend, and we wish him luck. But this has been a great hunting ground. Guys, you must love this circuit to race.
Oh, VIR is just a phenomenal. It's like a golf course with a racetrack.
There you go.
It's a beautiful facility with just great driver amenities everywhere for us as we're camped out in the paddock, and then the racetrack is world class.
So yeah, Kerry Hitt's finding himself right in the middle of this XGT battle as they go up through the S's. I had the pleasure of driving Kerry's car yesterday. That made it the 6th TA chassis, actually, as you alluded to when I first stepped in here, right, John. 6 TA chassis I've actually. That's a Rocket Sports chassis, an older generation car. But Kerry does a great job. I tell you, it's great to have him back in our paddock and in the sport, and he's got small little vertigo thing that was going on is cleared up, and I tell
that must be scary.
It is absolutely, and the biggest thing for him, it wasn't the day-to-day, it was am I going to get to drive a race car again?
Yeah.
And for race drivers, this is what we eat, this is what we live, this is what we breathe. So I was able to get in the car, and it was my pleasure to do so. We got some things sorted in that car as well, and I think the drivability of the car is going to be really good for him for this 100 miles today with only 10 laps to go. He's hanging tough there in P7, doing a great job and bringing awareness to 22 a day. That's 22 veterans a day. And Brian Glock, you being a veteran, it's taught us the importance of, being the one as American Legion puts it out there and being there for our veterans out there that, that 22 a day should not be taking their lives.
No, it shouldn't be. It's a sad situation. The guys will go over and serve their country, go down range, and then come back and feel alone and really not be able to find that camaraderie and that safety net that we had on the inside while we're in the military. And the 22 Aware has done a good job of reminding us as veterans to reach out to our fellow veterans, but also giving veterans a place to reach out to the non-veterans when things aren't going 100%.
Well, we're going to do an onboard lap with this man because he is at a masterclass right here at VIR. His home track, 17 years of age. It looks as though he's been doing this for 35 years.
Did you see the little air conditioning he got?
No.
The door came off.
His door came off.
Yeah,
right?
the door came off. Yeah,
he didn't need that.
Yeah, he's flushing the door. So he's get a little fresh air on that left arm. A lot of fast race car drivers are left-handed. I haven't seen Connor close enough to know if he's left-handed or not.
Well, his
so
door
that could tell me a lot.
His door may be ajar, but he shut the door on the rest of the field today. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's in there. I mean, he's still because this young man knows nothing other than push and push at 100%, and that's what you're seeing here. But look how poised and relaxed he is. There's nothing. None of this situation is too big for him. He is definitely at home and in his happy place, doing a great job here. Under 10 laps to go around this place, and he's setting sail, like you said. He's got 37 seconds on the rest of the field, and the bleeding isn't going to stop anytime soon, I'm afraid, for the rest of the field.
Well, it's a great advert for GM. They've backed him since he was a kid. Well, he is still a kid, but he dived onto the scene, I remember 2 years ago, right here at VIR at 16, and took the pole position. And I said to Rafa Matos at the time, I said, do you have any idea this kid was going to do that? And he goes, oh yeah. I watched the karting, and he says, I watched them come through, and he said, I knew this kid was coming. And he said, it doesn't surprise me, he's on pole and he's beaten me today. And that was a while back, but he's gone on to bigger and better.
Yeah, he stormed on here at TA2 in 2021, and it was absolutely brilliant to watch. And the only thing he needed to learn, he could cut a lap in a TA2 car right there. He proved it by sitting on pole, but then it took time to actually learn how to race those cars, and he's just one of the best at it already. As we look at Lee Saunders here, a three-time champ as well, and just one of the true joyful spirits to be around inside this Trans Am paddock.
From Florida, great character, lovely guy to hang out with, loves to talk racing, loves to talk about what he's up to. I never thought we'd get him out of a Dodge Viper. He says, I've been in love with this Dodge for years, but we've got him out finally. But it's such a different car, the TA2, that I think it makes sense.
Yeah, and he's like you said, like you alluded to, he's so much fun. And, I mean, the guy's full of energy. He's running around the paddock all night last night, helping you out, Brian.
Oh, absolutely. He came over. He's the one that diagnosed and figured out that we had a fuel injector problem, and then went around the paddock to try to find us fuel injectors.
That's right.
Just a superb guy and a great family. In fact, his son is looking at getting into aviation, so we talked to his son a little bit. Just really good people.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Another gem inside our paddock right there. Lee Saunders, everybody. He's been a dominant figure, too, in this SGT class.
Well, this will be his third title in SGT, and I think that's why he's going. Well, I can confirm. He confirmed it with me last night. That's why he's trying out TA2. It's not that he's bored, but he just, wants to give himself a little bit more of a challenge. He's done enough in SGT, he feels, and he's been in another title, so he wants to give himself a challenge, and he'd prefer to be racing harder against some new guys than he's done in SGT. But great part of our paddock. Great to have him here. Dreesy did get past Ruben. He's in 5th now. Ruben in 6th. Lowry 7th. Leading, though, in XGT. And, of course, Saunders, as you've seen there, leading in SGT. More racing to come, though. Less than 10 laps to go. But it's still Zillage by a country mile of 40 seconds. Still no luck, though, for Justin Marks. But here it comes. Maybe the luck is in now as he comes up on Dyson at the horseshoe. And he has thrown the horseshoe down the road. Nicely done Although Dyson comes back on the inside. Neck and neck between these two, but Mark should get it done.
You can certainly over-under there at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1, and because you get deep in there, and you saw that with Justin, but Justin was able to get to the power, accelerate out of there. Now his next target is Raji here. He wants to get P2 out of this thing at the very least to make it a Showtime Motorsports 1-2 for the big boss man, Ken Thwaites.
Yeah, nicely done, and yeah, no question about it. That was a very good overtake. Back in traffic again, but they're dealing with it. It's very narrow through this section, Brian. Hard to make overtakes here.
I was surprised by that overtake. That was a beautiful job of overtaking coming up through the hills, because for the SGT, XGT cars, they're giving it everything they got going up through there. It's a wild ride in our car going through there. So that was a beautiful job of a pass right where it needed to be, and the guy giving enough room to make it happen.
I always wonder how to describe your car. How would you describe it? It's a sort of you tell me what it is.
Well, it's a factory 5 GTM. It's built as a kit car by a company in Massachusetts, and we took that car and sprinkled magic sauce on it. And
that's the bit I didn't know.
And been trying to make it go fast. It was a club car, and it did very well at club racing. And then we tried to come pro racing with it, and this will probably be the retirement for it. We're going to go to a new factory 5 Daytona Coupe for next year.
Oh, that'd be great. Well, Mark still working on it as he comes through Hogbed.
Yeah, Justin Marks is same thing. Seems to have some really good pace through that area of the racetrack, but also he's not exactly hurting in this first portion where Chris seemed to find trouble. But I think Chris ran out of some tire, as a matter of fact.
And the first real sign that Martin Ragginger is ragging that car to the limit, because it just started wiggling a little bit more than usual. We're at 24 of the 30, and this is where you start to see the cars go off a little bit. And Adam and Brian, I'm going to turn to you and see what you see when you see this.
That's exactly what I'm seeing. You can see the car starting to wiggle in the background, back end pushing left and pushing right on it. He's doing a good job on the counter steer and putting the power down, but it's definitely starting to slide.
Yeah, he really completely missed turn 3 there on, to get to the apex, and usually that's a sign that you just didn't have the grip to get it's not necessarily front grip, he might just not have the rear grip, that when you turn the wheel it wants to slide the rear on entry, so you just don't overly commit to the corner and then end up spinning out, so yeah, he's definitely fighting that portion there. As you can see, again, he had to really rip the wheel to the right to get around, to get around one of the lap cars. I believe that's Michael Attaway, again, doing a good job holding his line. That's what you have to do as these slower cars. Recognize that you got the big group coming up. Hold your line. Don't make any changes. Just like we saw there, another beautiful spot there, and make your way through and let them go through and live to fight another day.
No problem with horsepower. 183 before he braked then, so he has got some real muscle underneath him there, Justin Marks, and that's what TA is all about. 183 miles an hour.
These are both these Chevrolet Camaros have ECR engines, Earnhardt Childress Racing, engines in them. Fish is the man that cares for these engines, and I know Fish, since he's known me since I was a zygote, so we've been around each other a really long time, and he's just a really neat individual, and he builds horsepower. Let me tell you, I've had the blessing to be able to drive it. Kerry Hitt's got it in his car, and Claudio Burton's been running ECR power plants forever. So really, really good power. It's good to see those two go up against each other and see. This is also the Ave Riley, the newest generation of the Ave Riley, going up against the latest generation of the Burton chassis. So you have two of the newest variations of chassis designs out there. But what you also have is the previous generation Ave Riley car out there in the hands of Connor Zilic with a 44-second lead. So it just shows really how great these cars are and how much parity there is in the chassis, that any one of these chassis on any given Saturday or Sunday on a Trans Am weekend can take home the glory.
Now this is a bit of a stuck moment as he's stuck there behind. Martin Ragginger losing a little bit of drive there, but now he's got some free air, but that allows Marks to get close and closer as he goes past Lowry. Now down that back straight, sucking in the air that Ragginger is creating, and then just getting that extra maybe 10% to get closer. I'll do it this time as they head into roller coaster, the Mission Foods roller coaster. And there's our 1GT car. That is the Maserati. I love looking at that car. It's just a good-looking car.
Yeah, really, really cool deal there with Chris Coffey in that. Chris Coffey in that Maserati. So Chris is actually my neighbor here in the motorhome lot, and so we've had some wonderful conversations about how he got this car, right? Because the Trans Am fans out there remember the car got rode off at Road America.
That's right.
Their original car. He didn't even know this car existed. So there was only around 40 examples of this car built, and there's only I think 3 or 4 left in the United States. So he goes, because of the car he owned, he was keeping on track he pretty much knew every one of the cars that existed like his in the United States, because they do part sharing and then where do you find these and this, that, and the other. But he had no idea this car existed, and he finds it literally right after the car, his original car gets rode off at Road America out of a failure. It was nothing he did wrong. It was a suspension failure, really at the wrong spot that you ever want to happen there at the kink of Road America. But Chris doing an awesome job here, and it's just fun to watch them race. And they're wonderful people. I didn't get a chance to ever really know them throughout all this time in Trans Am. It just so happens that, as the world works, we get parked next to each other over there in the motorhome lot, and just a really fun group to be around.
And traffic graphics, as you can see, emblazoned on the side. So it's working for him, because that's what they do, is make the graphics for cars and other signs. So he's got a good sponsor in that, and it does shine out nicely as we go back with Connor Zilic. Time running out, though, for the rest of them, because this has been a masterclass. And look at this, Zilic is about to lap Dreesy. And that tells you, Dreesy, a former champion in his own right, and that just shows you how much on form Zilic is right now. And an incredible, incredible display of mastery by the youngster.
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt. We can't say enough about him, right? I could sit here and talk about his talents for a long time, through, like I mentioned, his karting up into the MX-5 Cup cars with Hickson Motorsports. They do it right, and his racecraft has gotten so sharp. And I think the biggest step we saw was last year, Jonathan Green at COTA, when he was poised and took what he knew he had as a second-place finish to Thomas Mesrall, the eventual champion. But he had pace enough that he could have put a bumper to him and kind of ruined Thomas's day, and he didn't. He had the maturity. He matured like 10 years in that one race, and I was so grateful to him for that, and I let him know it too. I went right down to victory lane. I let him know that was the biggest step I feel he made in his racecraft, was to show the world that he has the patience and he has the understanding that you take what you get those days sometimes, and that's what he had. And instead of doing the go-kart move, as I call it, and using the bumper to move someone out of the way, that's not how big-time racing goes. You do that in go-karts, but as you get up to the ranks, you lose respect the more and more you do that. So he's gained that respect. He's got that respect. And we're all looking forward to seeing where this young man's career goes. Yeah, and it really could go anywhere, especially with the backing of a major manufacturer that is involved in IndyCar, involved in the future Formula One, involved, of course, in NASCAR. And that's the more likely road for him. And certainly that's why Justin Marks is quite happy to team with him, because he is taking a close eye at him. Toyota have already picked up young Brent Cruz, his arch nemesis and rival, as he's all over the back of Dreesy, who's struggling with grip at the moment in the closing stages of this. 28 laps gone and under the bridge, and this is it. And we're giving a lot of credit to Connor, because it's well deserved. But let's also give that shout out to Showtime Motorsports, absolutely. Gary Steelix and the gang over there doing their duty, doing their due diligence, making sure these cars. Because let's face it, every time Justin Marks has shown up, he's been a force to reckon with, and he's won a lot of races this year, and he hasn't been a consistent at the Trans Am weekends, right? He's got a million things going on, and they come here and they get their job done. They don't have time to go test, and this is just a real testament to the job that team does. It's a young team in the sense of, Ken just formed Showtime Motorsports not that long ago, just 3-4 years ago. But the experience inside that team, the depth of knowledge and the talent is definitely showing its evidence in the way that they perform when they hit the racetrack.
Well, I would agree. I think Showtime has done a really good job, especially giving him an opportunity to showcase his skill set, and hopefully that'll maybe go to Formula One. Yeah, we hate this right here. This is horrible. Amy Ruman,
car looks okay, but obviously it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, this could be a powertrain issue, gearbox, or any of those things, but it doesn't seem like they're too urgent. It looks terminal, I guess, is what I should say. But
I feel for Amy.
The Ruman family is always so fun to be around here. And Amy's such a talented individual as a driver, and the way she operates herself off track is also an inspiration. There's your hula girl in the dash there of Danny Lowry's
She's
car.
on full tilt.
The G meter showed that he hit the curb pretty good there too, as you can see it through the back window.
Great camera work, guys. Thank you for that.
But yeah, we hate to see that for Amy, but we'll see. They'll definitely be back at COTA, just as strong as they always are, and she's looking for another top 3 finish in the point standings here in the Trans Am Series. Just phenomenal career she's had.
Oh, always consistent. I mean, she's always there. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
What a great weekend we've had so far, and it's just begun here on the Speed Tour and on MAV TV, but I hope you've enjoyed it. We've been crowning our champions. They only had to start the race. Such is the point system here, that even in all 4 categories, including this man, Danny Lowry, they just had to start the race, and there was enough points to get them over the line and win their championship. So Danny Lowry will win in XGT, and SGT will be won by Lee Saunders. Connor Zilic is going to win the race if all goes well in this last lap. And, of course, Chris Dyson will be crowned 3-time TA champion.
And we still have, according to timing scoring, a heck of a battle between second, third, and fourth. And with a lap and a half, half to go for that second, third, and fourth place positions, you're looking at that this could get pretty slicey and dicey coming up. Because I can promise you, Justin Marks does not want to go back down south of North Carolina or back down to Nashville, without being on this podium. So these 3, and Chris Dyson doesn't want to sit here and take this championship, finish in P3, or off the podium either. So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch in this closing lap stands. When we watch these 3 battle it out on this last 3.5 miles or so of Virginia International Raceway.
Well, this is very close indeed. As you saw there, Zilic starting his last lap. These guys are about to do just that. Ragginger will take them down the hill. Dyson's behind him, and we were on board with Justin Marks as it comes down to one more lap of fury and fun, because this has been a cracking battle between these 3.
And I would love to know when Chris got Justin back, because Justin had made that pass for the last podium spot, and it looked like Justin was on the attack to Raggy there, and lo and behold, we come back and the positions have all been blundered here, but we're in the final lap.
Big through the big machine Vodka spike coolers, turn 1 again for the last time. Through the gearbox up to turn 2. Important to keep it all steady with the tyres going off as it is. Next is the stake section. Not really an overtaking place, but we have seen some overtaking there. We might see some real bold moves, but more likely into Oak Tree, perhaps, as we go back on board with Connor Zilic. Down the back straight for the last time. What a performance this man has put on. He lives just down the road. He'll be going up against his old mate Connor Mosak tomorrow, as well as Adam Andretti. But that's another story, because, well, I've waited a long time to say this. He literally has blown the doors off his own car and the rest of the field to take victory here at VIR. Connor Zilic takes victory in an absolutely immaculate performance in his first ever run in TA. And it is absolutely showtime, folks. That was an absolute brilliant performance. Now, let's get back to this battle. Time running out. Guys, how do you see it?
I see that this is the last spot, and nothing's changed. So I look at this, unless a desperate move happens and someone misses an apex in a big way, this is how we're going to see this race play out right here.
And as they come to the line, it's not going to change, and across the line they come. Martin Ragginger of Austria holds on and holds off Chris Dyson to take 3rd place and the championship for Dyson. Marks will take 4th, Dreesy 5th, Danny Lowry leads in XGT and wins in that, but takes 6th overall. Ricky Sanders right behind him, his teammate, in 7th. Then Lee Saunders leads the battle for SGT and takes 8th overall. Chris Coffey from Texas takes 9th. Kerry Hitt, great to have him back despite having a little bit of a scare earlier in the weekend, but he is fine, and Vettel in 10th position overall.
I think Connor's driving like he didn't see the checkered flag. So,
he is, isn't he?
He's still at 170 mile an hour down the back straightaway, but yeah, absolutely, what a phenomenal performance by this young man. We can't say enough. Shout out to, as you saw there, Showtime Motorsports celebrating that gentleman you saw with the hat on. That is Gary Seelix Jr., and he is getting married here very soon.
That's right,
so
yeah.
Congratulations to them. Good luck to those two young kids. They're going to have a wonderful life together, and these wins and the way they do it, it just kind of sets that off, doesn't it, Brian?
That's awesome. Happy for him getting married, and that's what a great place to spend your time with your prospective new wife at the racetrack.
That's right. That's right.
Well, it's been a fantastic day. Got to know Connor for the first time here at VIR, and now he is a regular. He has been winning everywhere he goes. He's done a little bit of short track racing as well, but they felt that it doesn't do any harm for a youngster to step out of TA2, try TA, and really, really impressive. Well, we always do our cool move, so let's take a look at today's cool move, and it is... Well, we'll come back in a moment for that, because we are going to celebrate right now with Connor Zilic. And welcome back to our Fans on MAV TV as we welcome you to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle, and we take a look finally at slow speed of the Silver Hair Racing car, Franklin Road apparel, and Franklin Road car, I should say, of Connor Zilic as he takes the wheel out of the way, and in a moment he'll come and talk to our own Ben Sissel. But that was an immaculate performance by the red-haired, no silver hair in his, not yet anyway, he's just 17, but the red-headed wonder that is Connor Zilic on his way to glory. And keep an eye on this kid, because he has got what it takes. You talk about the real deal, and there's no question.
Yeah,
Let's head down then to Ben, is about to talk to our winner.
Well, thanks, Jonathan. Connor Zilic, unbelievable. I believe you were about 37 to 40 seconds ahead. So much fun. You're doing TA2 tomorrow, but what does this victory mean? Because I think we can't confirm this just yet, but we think you are the youngest Trans Am winner ever in the TA class.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't thank Ken Thwaite, Showtime Motorsports, Franklin Road Apparel, my TA2 team, Maurice and Laura Hull, for giving me the opportunity to come out here and do this. And these cars are a complete blast. The coolest thing I've ever driven, and 900 horsepower and tons of downforce, not a lot of weight. So coming out here and getting to win in my first race, and not only get to drive these cars, but come out here and dominate this race with my Showtime Motorsports team. The crew worked so hard to give me a great race car, and I just had a complete blast.
A few years ago, we came here in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, and you were the youngest in that series to get a pole, and now you're the youngest that we believe to win in the TA series at VIR. So this track's got to be extra special to you.
Yeah, it's the closest track that we race at to home, so coming here is kind of like my home race, and my family comes, and it means a lot to Maurice and Laura Hull as well. They're local to here, so it's a home race for the team as well, the TA2 team. So to come here and do this well at this track so many times over and over again is really special.
And in a Chevy, and we're going to see you in a Chevy tomorrow. Nice job, Connor. Unbelievable performance. Now let's come back here, because we're about to have a crowning of our three-time champion. He's got his family here. There's his daughters. We hear him mention his daughters and his family in the videos. But man, Chris Dyson, unbelievable. Three-time champion, 3 in a row. Another time we get to crown you at VIR. But really, Chris, in my opinion, you were the race to watch out there with you, Justin Marks, Martin Ragginger. You didn't make it easy, man. That was unbelievable. How's it feel?
Well, they didn't make it for easy for me. I got to tell you, Ben, it's kind of hasn't quite set in yet. Like you said, it's been a hell of a fight. I mean, today was just fantastic out there with Justin and with Martin. I mean, I was hoping we could get to Connor, but we got caught up in some traffic. But I'm really, really pleased to have the Jim Weed car here on the podium. Man, 3 championships in a row. I'm at a loss for words.
Another championship for Dyson Racing. I know it's been a long-time family, starting with your dad, but some of the people that are on your crew have been there for what, like 40 years or something like that?
Yeah, it's really amazing, Ben. We've had continuity. I mean, it's hard to believe, but this year is the team's 40th anniversary in professional racing, and I've been racing with the team for over 20 years, and I think this is our 5th championship, so I'm just so excited to bring this one back to Poughkeepsie. The team, I've got to thank my family who are here this weekend. I got to thank my mom and dad at home, and most of all, thank God for this opportunity to be able to do this.
Now, a lot of times, come on in here, family, because a lot of times, oh, you don't want them to. Okay, never mind, sorry. Yeah, if you want to be on camera, come on in. Because you're always thanking your family, but we don't often get to meet them. So this has got to be extra special that they're here at VIR.
It's extra special for this one here, because she's going to be 10 years old tomorrow. Why don't you say what your name is, sweetie?
Margot.
Oh, nice. Well, happy birthday.
This is Leona.
Hi.
And this is Joy, my wife.
So what do you guys think of your dad being a 3-time champion in Trans Am?
It's pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, I think he's a winner in my eyes, so it doesn't matter which series he's in.
But it's good to be the champ.
I love it. Well, another championship here for Chris Dyson, Dyson Racing. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
Great stuff. It's a family affair, as it is in Trans Am throughout the paddock. A fantastic scene from our drone shot showing you our winners in the Jim Weed Winners Circle. And wow, catch your breath. That was a great race. Had so much going on in it as well. Some excellent stuff. And of course, 4 different categories, 4 different champions named. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Now, in our production-based championship, obviously they start further back. But Danny Lowry on great form yet again in that beautiful Mercedes, and being chased by the Audi R8 as they do their German battle with each other as teammates and mates. Meanwhile, Milton Grant in a battle of his own, and Lee Saunders doing a great job in SGT, dominating there. But it was Danny Lowry that took the laurels. There was the 84 of SGT, and in GT, there's the 97 of Chris Coffey. Well done to Danny Lowry. And confirmation of the results then. Connor Zilic wins the overall race with Franklin Road apparel and silver hair. And in second place, it's the top line at CP Tech, the brand new car from Claudio Burton and Martin Ragginger at the wheel. Great job. Chris Dyson third, and the championship is third in a row. Marks takes fourth. What a great effort, having started in the grass almost of the first corner. Tommy Dreesy takes fifth. Danny Lowry wins in XGT ahead of Ricky Sanders. His teammate Lee Saunders wins in SGT, but it's 8th overall. Chris Coffey in GT wins in the Maserati in 9th, and Kerry Hitt, welcome back, is in 10th, and it's Forsyth Grant, his brother Richard, in 13th. Amy Ruman sadly pulling out early in her Corvette. Michael Attaway, Shannon Herford, and Keith Grant. Now, of course, plenty of highlights in our top-ranked TA series. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And we started off with that moment for Justin Marks, just getting wide and just getting offline, and really had nowhere to go. Had to fight his way through, and did just that, bit by bit. And here he is going past Dreesy. Meanwhile, at the front, doesn't matter if he needs a left front door. He doesn't need it. Connor Zilic on great form. Chris Dyson in a real battle with Martin Ragginger, but there was no stopping this man. Some 40 seconds up the road by halfway through. Marks made his way and scythed his way up to 4th place. Great battles all the way through and all the way to the very end. Dyson coming through there, but there was no stopping Zilic. So, like I said, I mentioned the cool move, and there were so many to pick from. Here it is. We've gone with the all-new Claudio Burton, who will take the Cool Shirt Systems cool move of the race. Martin Ragginger at the wheel of the all-new chassis. And how about this move on Chris Dyson? Beautifully done in traffic, using the traffic. That is classic technical racing, and there was nothing that Dyson could do about it, and he would say, put his hands up and go, nice move, son. As the 35 Austrian takes the cool shirt. He might use that as he heads back to Asia for more of his Porsche Carrera Cup. Well done, Martin Ragginger. So, the celebrations and the podium about to get underway in our TA, and don't forget, if you are a Trans Am fan, there is more racing to come from Trans Am as we bring you TA2 tomorrow, a full field which will include Adam Andretti. And in fact, it will also include Connor Zilic as he goes again. And he will be at the sharp end of that race for sure. Let's head down now to the winner's circle, the Chimweed winner's circle, and our man Ben Sissel to do the prizes.
All right, Virginia International Raceway, let's hear it. Here we are, Chimweed winner's circle, TA, XGT, SGT, GT. I love it. All right, come on, keep it up, keep it up. Who wants a beautiful Power 80s Motul hat? Let's see how far I can throw it. Oh, right there. There we go. I love it. All right, we are going to start with the GT. We can say that we are crowning this man the GT champion for 2023 in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Second place, let's hear it for our new GT champion, Michael Attaway, and that beautiful Audi R8. There, man, I love this crowd. Keep it up, guys. This may take first place in our crowds. All right, jump on it, Michael Attaway. Nice job. And then first place in that beautiful Maserati. Where is Chris Coffey? There we go. See, somebody's taking over your role, giving us the Ric Flair. I love it. Let's hear that one more time. Doesn't quite hit the note. Let's hear it from you. Woo! Nice. There it is. All right, Attaway, champ. Nice job. How's it feel?
Pulled it out. For an old man, it's not bad.
Yeah. Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, the whole crew, you know, Ricky Sanders, Danny, Bridge Hall, pitboxes.com, Sweet Cheeks again, Garrett, Tyler, all of them, everybody. It's
nice.
Great crew.
And how's it feel to be champion?
It feels great.
Nice. Michael Attaway, ladies and gentlemen. And then Coffee, you know, just kind of doing some select races, and you had a unfortunate incident at Road America, and then somehow you came back. Beautiful run today. How was it?
Oh, it was great. I mean, track was great. Car didn't really fall off at any point. I just want to thank David Rice and Jack, my truck driver and crew chief, and Colin Cohen, who's the person that makes all this possible for me.
Nice. Chris Coffey, your truck driver. We pass each other on the highway all the time, and you're driving. You got another driver now?
Well, sometimes he makes me drive it.
Nice. I love it. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Coffey, Michael Attaway, and Michael Attaway, our new GT champion for 2023. And will you both be at COTA? Nice. I love it. I love it. All right, so Eric is going to, you guys can throw out those hats if you'd like. Oh, and we're going to give one also to Michael Attaway. Let's hear it one more time. GT, Michael Attaway, Chris Coffey. Audi R8 and a Maserati. Uh-oh.
Watch out.
Look out, ladies and gentlemen. He says, that's up to you. Look at that. Oh, and then Coffey goes right for the eyes. Oh, Attaway. I love it. Hey, man, congratulations. Nice job. Good job, guys. Let's hear it one more time. GT Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. They get their Summit gift certificates. Look at that. Who wants a Bennett truck? Oh, there we go. Nice. All right, so we got to continue being loud because Super GT in third place in the number 55. Our top end masters. Let's hear it. Milton Grant, ladies and gentlemen, from Memphis, Tennessee. Here he comes. In second place, and these two have been going at it the last 2 weeks at Worldwide Technology Raceway, and now here, let's hear it. Richard Forsyth with G-Speed Chevrolet Corvette. Oh, we got some Corvette fans out here. I like that. Nice job. Back on the podium 2 weeks ago was his first race in Trans Am, and then first place and crowning our Super GT champion champion again in SGT. Let's hear it. Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen, having a mow party in his Dodge Viper. Wait, hold on a second here. Milton, sneaky.
Look at this, ladies and gentlemen, trying to take second up here on the podium. Not bad, not bad. That's one way to do it. Sorry, I didn't see that. Milton, how does it feel?
It feels good. I think I had Richard handled until I hook a wheel off at the exit of the S's, so that wasn't too much fun. Spinner at it about 3 times, it seemed like. So, but anyway, I had a great day, great fun. He's great to race with. Never see Lee, he just drives away.
Anybody you want to thank?
Well, of course, my wife for putting up with me with all this, and Jesus Christ, and just providing our Lord and Savior, providing this beautiful day. Yes.
Nice. Amen to that. Beautiful day. Nice job, Milton. Congratulations. Well, Mr. Forsythe, second time in Trans Am and back up on the podium. That's got to feel good.
Well, absolutely it does, and there's no way I could have done it without this fabulous G-Speed crew and this amazing Corvette they built me, starting with Lewis, Jason, Ian, and Corey, that do a fantastic job every race, and they are just an amazing crew that I count on them, and they never let me down.
Nice. Well, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Forsythe in that beautiful G-Speed Corvette, and then Lee Saunders. Nice job out there, another championship in SGT. That's got to feel good.
Here, you grab it.
Yeah, it does. I just want to start off by thanking God. Like Milton said, what a beautiful day, what a beautiful track. Thanks for keeping all of us safe, obviously. And I think we need to take a second, too, and pause and thank the corner workers, the track workers. Let's give them a big round of applause. They never get the notice that they do. Those guys are out in the sun, the heat, and keeping everybody under control. Also want to thank my wife for putting up with this, my kids for coming, and KSR, Kevin Smith, my crew chief. We got Drew, we've got Eddie. Those guys just do a fantastic prep job. As he said, it's 95% crew chief and 5% driver. So,
nice job. Well, thank you very much, Lee Saunders, and congratulations, championship. It's Forsythe.
I can't forget my incredible assistant and best friend, Sandy Rogers, who does all of my support work, keeping me dressed and all the important stuff that get me here in the first place.
Nice. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, get loud. Milton Grant, Richard Forsythe, Lee Saunders, Super GT at Jim Weed Winter Circle. Man, somebody's really loud over here. I like that. Yes, I like that. Here you go, Nike, come up here. Red shirt, you earned that, buddy. There you go. Oh, sorry. I don't want to hurt you. All right, you got the hats on. Oh, look at that. He's throwing it out there. Come on now. Good catch. All right, come on now. Get loud. Milton Grant, Richard Forsythe, Lee Saunders. Man, what a great crowd. VIR, I love it. Thank you guys for coming out. Gonna take that. Look out, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Lee is racing tomorrow in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, so he probably doesn't want to get his race suit, smelling bad. So nice job. Richard says that tastes really good. One more time, Super GT. Milton Grant, Richard Forsythe, Lee Saunders. Nice job, gentlemen, and congratulations, Lee. XGT, Extreme GT. I saw Shannon come through here in his Porsche. He's kind of doing double duty this weekend, but is Shannon here? In third place, let's hear it. Shannon Herford, ladies and gentlemen, in that beautiful Porsche. First time racing in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Nice job. That's got to feel good. In second place, a close-fought battle. Let's hear it. Ricky Sanders, Extreme GT. Watch out, Ricky. That thing's going to attack you. Come on, Virginia, you can get louder than that. This is kind of a home track for him. In first place and crowning him our XGT champion this year, the Bennett Bridge Hall Ace Duran Mercedes Danny Lowry champion and the winner today. Unbelievable. Well, Shannon, this is also all German XGT, right? Nice. It's got to feel good out there in your Porsche, kind of doing double duty this weekend. Welcome to the series. How was it?
It was fantastic. We had a little bit of a mechanical issue trip us up there at the beginning as far as our splitter coming loose, but it's been a fantastic event. and would like to thank all of the sponsors, Pirelli, Sunoco, Bennett, and everybody that makes this awesome series happen. It was a blast.
Nice. I love it. I love it when the newcomers as yourself have really good day, make it up on the podium, and then have fun, because you're in your mirrors a lot with some of these TA cars. So congratulations. Shannon Herford, ladies and gentlemen. Then Ricky Sanders, man, you and Danny stay connected in these races. How's it feel?
It feels good. It's amazing to get to drive a car of this kind of quality and caliber, and I have to thank Danny for that, because I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him. And then he loans me these cool cars to play with, and so it was fun getting to stay on his bumper for a pretty good while. And we enjoy being in the Trans Am series. Like Shannon said, y'all guys give us a great place to go play, and it's an amazing platform.
Nice. I love it. Ricky Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. And then Danny, you know, you've been in basically all the cars, but now XGT champion. Take the mic. How does it feel?
Well, it feels pretty good. You know, a couple years ago when we were debating about coming out here, we were like, do we really belong out here with this high quality of driver? And we came out and we were welcomed in with open arms, and it's been a big family since then. It's been a lot of fun. It's really been good for us, and we're looking forward to next season.
Nice.
And, hey, I would really like to thank Shannon for coming and racing with us today. It's been great to have him. He qualified really fast. I knew he was going to be tough during the race. And, of course, my buddy Ricky here, he and I are always going at it. So we had a lot of fun out there today. It was a great place. VIR is wonderful to race. Trans Am is fantastic. Thank you.
Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Extreme GT, Shannon Herford, Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, hold the trophies up. Chris, let me get out of your way. Oh, and we've got some Bennett trucks to throw out. Who wants a Bennett truck? Throw those things out there. He's going to dart it to you. There we go. Look at that. Let's see. Oh, Herford going to left field. I love it. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, XGT, Extreme GT. Let's hear it. Shannon Herford, Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry. And Danny Lowry, our Extreme GT champion. Here comes the champagne. Let's see what they do here. Anyway, it's on. Danny Lowry says, oh no, it's on. Poor Shannon might be back out with International GT. Smelling a little funky. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Extreme GT. Anybody want his hat, he says. There we go. I love it. Gentlemen, congratulations. Nice show out there. All right, we've got some really cool stuff here in TA. Masters. So excited to have him back here. Let's hear it. Kerry Hitt, ladies and gentlemen, TA Masters. 850 plus horsepower, advanced composites. Kerry, we talked to the other day. Just so excited to have you back, and this has got to feel so good.
It does. It does. There for a while, I wasn't sure if I was going to be driving anymore, but everything's worked out really well. This was a good test. We made it. It's so great to be back here at the Trans Am. I mean, it's a family, you know. I mean, like yesterday is a good example. I had a broken transmission, so Rumans were helping us put the transmission back together, and we were helping Ruman fix Amy's car, and that's what it is. It's a family, you know. Somebody once said, you know, in here we're family, out there we do battle. You know, so Racing for Heroes, guys are great. They're here, they're stationed here at VIR. I want to thank them for all the help, thank them for all they do. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. So thank you so much.
I love it. Let's hear it. Kerry Hitt, ladies and gentlemen. Kerry, stay there. Kerry also, Advanced Composite Products, makes most of the bodies here in this series. So get loud. Kerry Hitt, Masters, TA. So excited to have him back in the series.
You got it? Okay. Are we sending it out? Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Ooh. There he goes. One more time. Kerry Hitt, Masters, TA. Kerry, so good to see you, man.
Thank you.
You're awesome. I love having you back in the paddock.
Thank you.
We have missed you dearly.
Okay.
Says he loves being here.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, TA in third place in this race, but crowned a 3-time champion just today in that Jimweed Ford Mustang. Dyson Racing celebrating 40 years this year, and now he's 3-time champion at TA. Let's hear it, Chris Dyson. Come on, you get louder than that. Come on. His whole family is here. Chris, nice job. In second place in a brand new car from Burton Racing. Race, beautiful delivery. He actually caught on fire yesterday, had to pull the fire extinguisher. Foam came out. They worked all night through the clock for him to be here on the podium again. Let's hear it. Martin Raginger, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Austria. And then with about 10 laps left, I went to our president, John Claggett, and asked him, we believe, we can't confirm just yet, but we believe, 99% sure, our youngest TA winner ever. Let's hear it. Connor Zillich, Silver Hair Racing, Franklin Road Apparel, Showtime Motorsports, Chevrolet Camaro. Unbelievable. And he is also going to be out tomorrow on the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. But Dyson, we got to start with you. Man, unbelievable season this year. You had some adversity early on, and you really wanted to win this championship, third in a row, mind you, and then celebrating 40 years with your family here. This has got to be extra sweet.
Yeah, I mean, what a season, Ben. You know, this one's never felt comfortable from the beginning. It's been a hard slog. We've had great results. The team has worked so hard. We've been changing cars. Mike Lancey's been running around getting us engines sorted out all year. I got to hand it to Scotty Halupke, Stevie Dix, all of the guys. Vince Wood's back with the team this year. It was just so great because there were times we really had to pull together this year. And I also got to thank Matt Brabham for coming in and pitching in like he did early on. Did a super job for us. And man, just amazing, great partnership with Jim Weed and the Picketts. And I'm just so grateful I got my family here, and it's just wonderful having them here. The Jim Weed car's on the podium, and we're 3-time champions. It hasn't quite set in yet, but I'm sure when it does, it's going to be pretty special.
Nice. Chris Dyson, ladies and gentlemen. Martin, you have been through it this weekend. And then yesterday, as the sun was going down, to have a fire, pull the extinguisher. I actually saw you picking foam out of the car. I know the team was pulled an all-nighter going to Charlotte, doing some fabrication. But, man, that car is sweet. But nice performance from the driver as well.
Yeah, thank you. It's always nice driving those cars, being here in America, driving Trans Am. I'm not used to so much power, so like I said, the whole team also did an amazing job all weekend coming with a new car. The mechanic worked all night to get it fixed after the testing. And yeah, I tried my best out there. Every session I was cutting a little bit the grass. So yeah, went a bit out, went a bit off, and yeah, getting used to everything. And yeah, good job by Connor. Was amazing, very fast all weekend. And we keep working to close that gap.
Nice. And now, be honest with me, because I know you're a big Porsche driver, and having all this power and none of the drive race, did you ever try to shift like this and think, oh no, I got to do this, or is it right in there?
Probably that was the reason why I was in the grass. No, I have to say I'm also not so young anymore, and I used the Porsche cars also with the sequential gearbox, so I was quite used to.
Nice. I love it, and what a beautiful car. Claudio Burton, where's your team? There we go. The unbelievable car. You got to check out this thing up close because it's like 20 years ahead of some of these cars in the TA series. Unbelievable. But speaking of 20 years, this dude right here isn't even 20 years old. 17 years old. We believe our youngest winner in the TA series. Connor, how was it out there?
Yeah, this was my first weekend driving a TA car with all this power, and it was the most fun I've ever had in a race car. So, coming out here with Franklin Road Apparel, Ken Thwaites, and Showtime Motorsports, and my TA2 team, Silver Hair Racing, giving me the opportunity to come out here and do this is really special to me. And to come out here and have a really good weekend in my first showing is even better. So, getting to drive these fast cars and getting to win is a 2-for-1, and I'm happy. So, thank you to the entire crew. They worked really hard to get me comfortable quick and get me up to speed in these cars. And it's a lot different for me coming here and racing both cars, having to switch back and forth. But both my teams have done a really good job making sure I'm where I need to be, and I just can't thank them all enough.
Nice. I love it. Connor Zilich. Well, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up into you in the booth, and we're about to get super loud here at Virginia International Raceway. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Jonathan, take it away.
Thank you, Ben. That concludes our coverage of TA. Join us, of course, at COTA for the final round of the 2023 championship. Great stuff from Connor Zilich. He makes history by becoming the youngest ever winner in TA. I hope you've enjoyed it on MAV TV. From me, Jonathan Green, and the rest of the Greenlight team. We'll see you next time out at COTA. Stay with us for the Speed Tour. Don't forget, on Thursday, you'll be able to see the highlights on MAV TV. All Thursday nights are Trans Am nights. So if you've got nothing better to do, and what else is there to do? But watch more Trans Am coming your way Thursday night. All the highlights from VIR. That's it, though. We'll speak to you next time at COTA.
Aircraft will return to the home point.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
As manufacturing problem solvers who navigate design complexity and compressed timing, the Three-Dimensional Services Group offers 7 facilities with over 500,000 square feet of dedicated, on-demand manufacturing floor space. Metal or plastic, we support a wide range of industries, from some of the world's best-known companies to startups. With unparalleled investment in leading-edge manufacturing technology and automation to keep all phases of a project in-house.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Welcome back to VIR. It's a beautiful day here in the heart of Virginia, just outside North Carolina as well, because it's right on the border. And we are live from VIR International Raceway, and it's a fantastic day as we get ready for our second Formula 4 race of the day. And we have big ceremonies. We are celebrating the late Andy Scriven, who was a big part in putting Formula 4 on the map here in the USA, as has been the Ligier development of the car and the future of Formula 4. So without further ado, let's go down to the grid and join John Phippen, who of course is the main announcer for the series, who will have all the information and all the latest on what's going on as our pre-grid gets ready for Formula 4 USA.
Thanks, Jonathan. Welcome to the False Grid as we're getting ready to kick off our pre-race ceremonies to get this second race of the weekend for the F4 US Championship underway. If you would, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise and remove your cover, as I'd like to introduce from Road Race Ministries, Bill Knox, to deliver our invocation.
You'll join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, as we come to you in prayer, we ask that you hold all the drivers, the fans, the spectators, all the officials, you hold them in your hand. Father, you give them the knowledge, the wisdom, the patience for this entire race. And most of all, Father, that you bring all the drivers home safely. And Father, we ask that you also hold on to our first responders, our police, and our military, Father, as they stand to protect us so we can do the things that we enjoy truly doing. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate that very much. Let's go right into ask you to remain standing as we have our national anthem singer, local singer, Carrie Dallas. Carrie, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Carrie Dallas. What a great rendition of our national anthem. Carrie, thank you very much. I'd like to bring David Cooper up here so we can chat. We've got just a few seconds, a couple minutes before we give the command. David, You're with Ligier, have been since the beginning.
Yep.
So you saw the genesis of this car. We certainly want to. I want to get a clear path to the microphone here. We certainly want to acknowledge Andy Scriven. This is the Andy Scriven Memorial Weekend. I knew Andy reasonably well. You knew him a lot better than I did. Tell us a little bit about Andy and what a character he was.
Well, Andy was, I'm going to say he was part, I like to call it the three amigos. That would be me, Max, and Andy. And Andy is an extremely talented designer and engineer. He's been around a long time in motorsport. And I think his car lasting 8 years out here has definitely shown exactly what he can do.
You know, his emphasis was so much with driver comfort, making it easy for the driver to deal with, but also for the mechanics to work on the car.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he come from a background of working on the cars himself, so he knew exactly what you need to work on the cars for the mechanic and engineers and anybody that needed to work on a car. Andy knew exactly what was required.
We're in the middle of a bit of a changing of the guard because the new car's been announced. It's here this weekend, or has been running. It's not yet fully homologated, but it's the Ligier JS F422. You've got a whole new gang of designers working on that car in conjunction with everybody at Ligier Automotive North America. We're really excited to see it on track next year. How is the development going, and are you selling a lot of them?
Well, the development's going really well. I mean, I'd just like to say there's Andy's influences in this car as well. You know, I mean, the designer is a guy called Chris Rustrom, very talented young man, and I think the car will show. We've had it out here running this week, and I think we just proved the fact that it's got, well, the potential that it has. So we're looking forward to next year and everything, well, rocking and rolling and racing.
Yeah, it's an all-new car, all-new power plant, the Ligier Storm engine, which is a bit of a departure from what we've run up to this point. We understand it's 50% more aerodynamically efficient.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's taken 8 years in development to get that. The engine, yeah, it's a unique part of the car. It's a V4. It's 1650 cc. So I think everybody be surprised. It's got the power, and obviously we'll prove its longevity next year.
We saw it out in testing on Thursday when it was able to run with these cars, and by my unofficial reckoning, it was about 3 seconds a lap faster.
Yeah, I mean, we're calculating roughly 2 seconds a mile, so depending on the whichever circuit we go to, you know, obviously a longer circuit, then it's going to be a lot quicker.
Tell us a little bit about the drivers that have worked with. I know Dakota Dickerson has been there. Ryan Yardley driving it this week, and Dakota wasn't able to join us because of COVID, I'm told. But you've had some other drivers that have had some seat time, Alex Berg, among others.
Yeah, Alex did an absolutely fine job. I mean, you know, hats off to him. It certainly helped for this weekend because he'd done a lot of work in the car. And I think, you know, young drivers in cars showing exactly what they're capable of doing is something that's been very fortunate.
We'll talk to David in just a few minutes because you're going to deliver the commands to get this affair started, so don't go far away. I'm going to see if I can get Max Crawford to join us. Max, come on, let's talk. Max is the man who makes these cars possible, and back in the day when it was called Crawford Composites.
That's correct, yeah. So it's come a long way, isn't it, in a long time.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, we've got now on our second generation Formula 4, and we're also working on our second generation F3 car. So yeah, and we're now in the manufacturing business for engines.
I love it. Tell us. I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me your favorite Scrivy story that you can share publicly.
Oh, Lord, you have to give me a second here. So you obviously know that Scrivy had a wicked sense of humour. And so his deal was he always used to like to dress up. He would always wear hats, had these terrible shoes, always had big pointy toes on his shoes. But I can't think of something that I would want to repeat, to be honest with you. To be perfectly honest with you.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, you have certainly put me on the spot. Yeah, no, but he was like a really, really fantastic guy. He, as Dave pointed out, he was like a brother to us, and we missed him obviously very, very much. But I always used to have coffee with him every morning, and in the evening we would go through the design parts that we did during the day and so forth. So, yeah, we miss him a lot.
I'll tell a story on myself about Scrivy. In the very first race at Mid-Ohio back in 2015, I was thrust into this role, which I've been able to hang on to ever since. And we were waiting at the podium. And Scrivy, of course, as Scrivy is wont to do, he had his shoulder-length hair, he had his cowboy hat on, he was wearing his duster and his cowboy boots. And I leaned over to somebody and I said, is that one of the guys from the team? Or, is he a PR person? They said, no, he designed the race car. So that was my first introduction to Scrivy, and I got to know him after that.
Yeah, as I said, he loved to dress up. Yes, he did. He played to the crowd for sure. Yeah.
Appreciate it, Max. Thanks so very much, and thanks for all you do for both of our series.
I'd like to thank Pirelli Motorsports for what they do for us. Obviously, the huge support. Obviously, we've got a very bright future ahead of us, and we're really excited about it. So, thank you to everybody.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Max Crawford, ladies and gentlemen. David, don't go far. We still got just a little bit of time left, but we can look at some unusual faces at the front of the grid. We already talked a little earlier during the grid walk to Luciano Martinez from Scuderia Buell starting this race on the pole. These qualifying positions set by the fastest lap turned by each of these drivers in the race that just concluded this morning. And Luciano did a great job setting his first fastest lap of the season. So we'll see that 91 car for Scuderia Buell on the pole. Right next to him is the points leader. You can see the Ron Fellows Karting Championship logo next to Patrick Woodstoff, as Patrick is our points leader, a graduate of the Radford Racing Formula Development Scholarship, and coming right from go-karting into the F4 Series. And Patrick has led the way all season long with 10 victories. Next to him, Alex Berg. We just found out today that Alex will be departing for the Formula Ford Festival, and that's a great bit. We're going to miss him at COTA, but Alex has a bright future, and we hope to see him in our championship next year. So with that, let's get this show on the road. David Cooper from Ligier Automotive North America once again to deliver the command we've all been waiting for.
Drivers, start your engines.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Jonathan. I'll just give this whole thing back.
And with that, we get underway. A nice tribute to Andy Scriven. Sadly, not around anymore, but has put his life and soul into getting these cars and getting this championship off and running. And just to make you realize how special this particular set of racing is for USA. This is the first FIA homologated car ever made in the USA. So we've had plenty of design and plenty of cars made here, but not for the FIA. And when I say that, the Federation International Automobile is the governing body of sport, of the motorsport worldwide. And so to be part of an FIA championship is quite a privilege because, of course, America has its own setup and own SCCA. So FIA has not had the same influence as it does in Europe and other parts of the world. So we're very proud to bring you an FIA-sanctioned event. And, of course, we've got two here with the Formula Regional Championship. And, of course, they also count towards super license points to be in Formula One. And that's what a lot of these drivers here on this grid want to do. And if they don't do that, then there's all sorts of opportunities. It's very hard to be one of the 20 out in Qatar this afternoon. But that is the ambition of some of these youngsters here lining up in F4. I'm delighted to be joined by Kevin Jansen, who is racing himself this weekend in the Formula Regional Championship. Has done a fair few laps in these cars as well. Has just been out on track, so knows it well. Conditions set fair, much better than it was at the beginning of the day for these guys when they went out in the wet.
Oh yeah, watching them in the wet this morning looked pretty daunting as I was watching them go through the climbing S's, and it looked kind of scary. Saw a couple of the cars going side by side. That was a bit risky. One went off, but overall the conditions are much more favorable for racing this afternoon than they were this morning. I'm sure these drivers are looking forward to getting on it.
Yep, every minute counts in this lead up to the race. The championship on the line. We have 5 races to go, and the championship actually kind of got blown apart a little bit with both Costello going off and Patrick Woods-Toth, because the Canadian also had problems in the wet. Before we get underway, let me hear about your background, because you're an interesting character in terms of very few people of your experience go and carry on in single-seaters. What's your background? How did you get into motorsport?
Well, just love of the sport. I was fascinated by racing. I started in karting, enjoyed the shifter kart, and then did quite a bit of testing in the F4 car, but realized that at my age I wanted something a little safer, so I picked the F3 car with the halo, and it has better, I guess, just more downforce, probably a higher level quality race car, and so I chose to do quite a bit of testing in that before I started racing here. I've been around for quite a while on this circuit. I've been doing FR Americas now for, I guess, it's my 3rd year, and really enjoying it.
And how hard was it to get up to speed? I mean, obviously shifter karts, you know, a big jump. Have you done any other form of racing, any tin tops or anything like that?
No, I'm a hockey player.
So you're not frightened of anything then?
Well, yeah, we've won 3 national championships. Our hockey team. I'm an avid hockey player and tennis player, but this was something I just had to do. It was a bucket list item, and now that I do, I just love it. This is such a great sport.
We must know some of the cats out there, these youngsters, and it must be quite fun to actually see some of these guys making their way, because a lot of these guys are truly trying to make it to the very top.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see. I've watched some of the kids coming through F4, and then they move on to F3, and even go through F3 and have done quite well. Like, I raced against guys that are now, knocking on the door of IndyCar and some other professional racing, IMSA and even WEC, and it's really kind of neat to see some of these names out there as they, excel in their careers, for sure. These kids out here, there's some super talent, and we know they're going to go places. These are the drivers of the future, and it's really exciting to watch them, as they do their stuff. F4 racing is super tight, and there's not a lot of room out there. It's pretty exciting for the fans because there's going to be some action out there. Often there's crashes, which is disappointing to the parents and the drivers, but I got to tell you, these guys fight, and they fight hard.
Yep, this is, if you like, the feeder series, the first ladder, if you will, to slicks and wings. And what we mean by that is if you jump out of a go-kart, this is your first real race car, as they call it, because this is where you get data involved. This is where you get downforce involved. 160 brake horsepower, Honda Civic engine, putting out, like I said, about just over 160 brake horsepower. And you can get a pretty high speed when you are in this lightweight chassis. And really looking forward to the new look. I'm sure you saw it on Thursday. Chassis by Ligier. What do you think?
I think it's a great car. In fact, it's a car that I think all the up-and-coming F4 drivers are going to really enjoy. It's got some downforce, it's more carbon fiber, it's got a halo for safety. I think it's a proper race car, much more power on the engine. I understand that it's considerably quicker, so I think it's going to be pretty exciting for those future F4 drivers.
Let's talk about the lead up to a race. Take me through your systems check. We're going down the back straight, we're warming our tires, we're warming our brakes. What are you thinking about at this point?
Well, honestly, right now you're just trying to get some heat in the tires, and the more heat you have in the tires, the better grip you're going to have going in for your first lap. It's been a big challenge of mine is getting proper heat in and getting the confidence on lap 1. I tend to lose a lot there, but I think right now all these drivers are trying to get some heat in the fronts, and then near the completion of this lap, they're going to try to put some heat in the rear tires and for that standing start race. Going into turn 1 can be a bit daunting if you have tires that are not up to temperature or at least not able to take the brake at turn 1. So that's why we see a lot of little bumps, crashes, and slide throughs.
It's interesting. There's so many sensors on these cars, which all the engineers are reading, but the 2 sensors that you really need right now is to know what your brake temperature is and what your tire temperature is, but you really don't know that, do you?
No, you don't know it. One thing that's nice about our cars is we can do proper burnouts going up.
Yep.
And we have the power to do that, so it puts a lot of heat in the rear tires. These cars don't have quite as much power, so doing a proper burnout's more difficult.
Let me put you in midfield here, because I'm always juxtaposed or a little bit confused coming into VIR, because if I were in the middle of the field, I think my instinct would be to stay on the inside, but that's where the traffic jam forms. Then if you go the outside thinking, I'll stay out of trouble, that's where the dirt is and where the marbles from the previous race might be, and that's where it's hard to get back inside and you can lose time. Which way would you go if you were in a... You just got to make that decision when it happens, right?
Well, if you're on the outside lane, you're going to try to find a gap, and those that are inside have that inside advantage already. The inside's going to be a little bit dirty right now, but as I see it, I would try to look for the gap and try to find a position where you're not going to have any conflict or collision.
Away goes Luciano Martinez then as the race gets underway, and we are looking to see what Patrick Woods-Toth. Both Martinez and Woods-Toth had a terrible start to their day, and they're trying to make amends here as they dive into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. The horseshoe as it's known traditionally, but everybody so far except for one just taking to the grass, and that is that outside line I was talking about, which can let you get hung out to dry, and it's very tight coming through too. And Martinez losing several places. He's down in third now, having started from the pole and now having to fight for third, but he's done so and stays there as we go through Snake for the first time. And through the Optima Battery Snake, as we're calling it this weekend, and under the bridge for the first time. Good clean start though.
Looks good, looks good. And as the race progresses, we get a little bit of separation. We might stay green on this one.
Yeah,
that looks a little dangerous going 2 by 2 through the S's. No collision. Looks good.
That is good, yeah. And we've seen some brave maneuvers there in several of the races earlier today, but it's really just one line, race line anyway, through there. Sadly for Martinez in the 91, he had an off earlier in this morning's race and got behind Alex Berg, and now you can see him side by side again, so he's already in the thick of it. As for the first time, we head down the back straight, and this is where you can get a slipstream.
Oh yeah, this is where we're going to see the cars all look for a draft and then try to make a move going into 14.
How much does a single-seater change? We've just had a Trans Am race, and obviously they're big, heavy monsters with a lot of fuel loads. How much does the car change as the race goes on?
Well, you find that the tire degradation is the big thing, and then as the race progresses, you're going to obviously have less fuel. As it progresses, so the car will be lighter and a little bit quicker. But
does that make it tail happy?
Well, I would say on this track, the tire degradation probably on the left front is one to be considering because of the type of load that we see on that tire, as well as the left rear.
So they fly past our still camera there at speed, as you can see, but 27 of the championship leader from Canada, Patrick Woods-Toth, leading the way here. Alex Berg in the mix, and right with him, Daniel Cara right behind him in third. Last time out winner, Soto Sharipa, his second win of the season this morning. He's in fourth at the moment. Martinez dropped all the way down to sixth place after that start. Titus Sherlock, who had a win at New Jersey, he's in seventh. Costello in eighth position, second in the championship, ahead of Jesse Lacey ninth, and Wiskinski, who also had an off and onto the grass. Several drivers having problems this morning, but it's perfect conditions as we go through the Optima Battery Snake yet again. Yeah, Martinez recovers well, but having started pole, he'd be disappointed to be down there.
Yeah, could be something with the tires as well. Maybe he had a bit of a lock.
Well, Alex Berg is backed of confidence after a win in New Jersey, his first of the season, and now he's all over the champion, who has made hay and taken 2 wins so far, and leads with, going into the weekend, 36.5 points, and with 25 for a win, and 5 races, including this, to go. It's still wide open, and mathematically at the start of the day, some 11 drivers were all capable of winning the title, so it's far from over. And Woods-Toth, as you can see now, is not hanging about because he's under pressure and almost losing that lead to Berg, but holds on and leads again into the horseshoe. Good move from Berg. He put the pressure on.
Yeah, some good clean racing out there.
See where Titus Sherlock bounces out. He had a disappointing first race. He had a spin right on the last lap, and he was here in commentary with me, and so he's dying to bounce back and make something of this race. And The one thing I've noticed watching Formula 4 over the years is that you've got to be on point at all times, because the chances of a safety car or finishing under safety are high.
Yeah, over the last few years, we've seen a lot of that. But you know what? We've watched the race director, Scott Goodyear's, really doing a good job at talking to the young drivers as they come from karting and getting them into the F4 to let them know just what's expected of them. And this crew here is doing a great job today. They're all separated. They're racing fair and tight, and it's looking good out there. You can see here's a move about to happen.
I can't think of a better race director for these youngsters than Scott Goodyear. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, many IndyCar races under his belt, and a lot of sports car racing. But more importantly, he is generous with his wisdom. He wants to teach these kids. He has done it. He knows how hard it is. He's not from a wealthy family. He's had to fight his way through to get through to lead the way in motor racing, and he's been at their level, and he knows what it takes, and it's patience and speed and wisdom and learning and all the rest of it, and he puts that into them each and every day. And that's why we see Kirkwood and many others making it all the way through. Dakota Dickerson, who was supposed to be here this weekend, sadly not, but that's why it's all that tutelage that goes on in the background that Scott does, and I just want to give him a little bit of kudos, because he doesn't often get it, and he's a man in the background, but working hard in race control.
Yeah, I think he does a great job.
So we've got a little breakaway group here of 3 cars, including Soderstreeper. There he is, in the 24, the man from Florida, and won the first race this morning in wet conditions. It was a wet race, all the cars going on wet weather tyres, and he's currently in 3rd position. There's nothing between the top 3. Woods top, leads them across the line again. Berg 2nd, Soderstreeper, then Cara, and then Awanio in 4th position, Cara now 5th, Costello in 6th place, Sherlock 7th, Lacey, Martinez and Benavides in 10th. Martinez is the one that's lost out, the 91 going all the way down to 9th place now. 2 women involved in this race as we celebrate women in motorsport. Greenmeyer, she's going to come and join me in the booth later this weekend. She's in 12th at the moment, and Ava Dobson making her first career season in this. She only is just old enough to get in the championship. She turned of age for qualification for this racing just this June, and has since been really enjoying it. Had a quick chat with her, and she's just worried about some of these high-speed corners and just how hard it is physically to be prepared for those, because you really are thrown around in these cars.
Oh yeah, you take a physical beating going up those S's. You have to there's a lot of strength involved to hang on to the car, especially the F3 car. These cars here, as they approach the S's, I think they're probably doing about 120 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, and a lot of G-force acting on you. What you don't realize, and what many people who don't know racing or watch racing from a casual point of view don't realize, and I don't think young racing drivers get the credit they have for the type of workouts they need to do and the upper body strength. I was talking to Nicole Haverna this morning, and she was saying that she was an ex-swimmer, and she said she was butterfly, and it's put her in good stead for upper body strength that you need under G-force.
Definitely. The strength to hang on to the F3 is quite a bit more than most people would think. It looks kind of smooth from the outside as you're watching racing, but it's a lot of work. It's very, very physical and mental, and the physical strength to hang on to the car in certain kind of high G-force corners and high-speed corners, it's quite a workout, actually.
I got a lesson and a half. The first time I ever got the ultimate chance, I got in a 2-seater Minardi with the then former world champion Damon Hill, who was still at the top of his game at that time, but was driving 2-seaters around Donington Park and offered me a drive or a sit in the back, and I just could not believe, and I remember saying it at the time because we did it for TV, but I said, this is violent.
Yeah,
because it really was, and it was wet actually, and so Damon was trying to kind of keep the temperature in the tires, but also give me an experience, and it was amazing. I could not believe just how violent it was.
It's very, very physical.
So we've got some good little battles going on here. Titus Sherlock all over. Meanwhile, at the front, here comes Berg, and he's all over Woods Toth at the moment. The two Canadians going at it. And also Soda Shripa not holding back either in third place. They're weaving from side to side, trying to avoid that slipstream. And as you can see from above, car that is closest behind will get a little bit of a slipstream, but as you can see, Berg doing a very good job of just kind of moving from side to side and making sure he doesn't allow that slipstream, but it's happened, but onto the grass, and that may be something that our good friend Mr. Goodyear might have a look at. That was a little racy at speed like that.
That looked questionable.
Yeah, so we'll look at that and see if anybody says anything, but anyway, they are learning their craft, and it is a competition, and it is a championship, and there's a lot up for grabs. A scholarship into the Formula 3 or the Formula Regional Championship here in the USA. And another lap completed, but no gap, hardly any anyway, between Woods, Toth and Berg. Shripa still third, Cara fourth. Costello now moves up. Cara's actually moved up to fourth, and Costello now fifth. Sherlock now sixth. Lacey moves into seventh place. Juanio moves down. He's in eighth, and Martin has now dropped down to 10th in this race. The leaders pulling away at the front just a little bit, but enough to make a difference, and you can see it easy from the drone. You also can see the traffic ahead of those in the midfield and the mid-pack. This is tough when you're in, what, 4th, 5th or 6th position, because you're looking forward, but you have to look back as well, just in case.
Constantly, you have to know what's going on around you, and especially in this series, the cars are really tight together. Someone's going to get the draft on you, they're going to be approaching, and then you have to pay attention to what's going on in front of you as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of concentration involved.
Now, talking of draft, Berg, as you saw there in second place, here he is, right there, and in the draft, but in a position where he's really not in a position to overtake in this part of the circuit. Now, he'll line himself up and get out good drive out of here as best he can, and now's the time to look for that slipstream.
Yeah, and then you're going to see Woods Toth's moving around. He's trying to break that draft, and he's doing a pretty good job at it because he's keeping a decent distance from Berg. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, and from above you'll see if Berg does get the draft, because he'll just start to just suck himself up towards the rear end, and now under braking that's what happens, but not as close as before. And Woods Toth doing a good job here, and likewise Soto Shripa right there in third. This is the roller coaster. Mission Foods roller coaster down towards Hogpen. Famous last corner here at VIR. So important to get that right. You don't want to wiggle out of the last corner, do you?
No, it gives you the run up to turn one. So getting a good exit is really, really important.
So then, here comes Berg for the lead now. And that's a beautiful overtake into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn one, but just when he got it all right, he gets it all wrong. Ah, what went wrong there, Kevin? I didn't really see that.
It looks like he had, maybe there's a bit of contact. It's hard to tell completely, but it looked like there could have been.
Well, I can hear lots of screeching of wheels, yellow flags being flung. Let's have a look at it. And Kevin, I'll let you see the replay and you tell me what you see. Here it is. So coming down the straight, Berg gets into the slipstream, jinks out nicely. Now what?
Oh, it looks like he has a little wiggle there. My guess is he's hit some marbles. He's moving around. He got into a little bit of marbles, dirt on the tires, and
so nobody really hit him then?
No, that was self-induced.
Well, that's how quickly it can go wrong, and that's motor racing, folks. And it's
after all these races, there's a lot of marbles on the track there. So when he pulled out wide, his tires probably picked up, and a lot of pickup, and he just didn't get the braking that he expected.
So round goes Berg, and he'll have to build again, but that lets Soto Shripa into the mix, and in second place, 16 minutes to go, plenty of time yet. And like I said, always the possibility of a safety car and a high attrition rate in F4, because everybody's learning their racecraft. That's what it's all about. They get some 3 hours on track, which includes a little bit of testing, a little bit of practice, qualifying, and 3 races each and every weekend. And that's got to be good if you're learning your way.
Yeah, it really is. There's quite a bit of track time relative to other series. So this week we've had quite a bit. 4 testing sessions on Thursday, a couple of sessions Friday. We've got a couple of races today, and then a race tomorrow. So a lot of track time and a lot of development as we spend these weekends.
Well, Berger's dropped down, and I'm just trying to see where he pops out. I think he's in 12th at the moment, just ahead of Tyke Durst.
That's quite a shame. He was doing great. He put himself in contention there, and it was, that's a shame to see.
Yeah, he is. Just ahead of Durst and Zelenka in 14th, then Ava Dobson, the young female driver, in 15th position ahead of Lawley Bowling, DeFabis, Lim, and still at the front, though, Woods Toft doing a good job. He's been good. He's been consistent all year as Woods Toft, and even when he doesn't win, he's either second, third, he's in the top 5, and that's really what that consistency has allowed him to lead this championship.
Yeah, this is his first year racing, and he's excellent. Mature driver. He's doing a great job this year, and he's working with some great people with Crosslink Kiwi. I had to put a little hit over for Crosslink Kiwi. Tina and Gary, great people, and Gil, and they're doing a good job with him. And I must say, super impressive with Woods Toft, what he's doing this year. This is his first year, and he's just rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I can't think of a better team. If I were a 15-year-old or had a daughter or son that was that age, because you really want to have effectively a family feel to it. And when you've got Roberto Moreno, ex-Formula One, you've got Stephen Giles, ex-engineer for Mika Hakkinen. I mean, so many great folks, and then guys from the States that have got, so much experience in the engineering side, and then, of course, Gary and Tina.
Oh, yeah,
they're really good.
They're incredible. Roberto takes it super serious. I mean, he cares for all the drivers and what they're doing, and he even pays attention to an old guy like me.
Well, he relates to you.
Yeah, he does.
I remember Roberto's career. He never really got the opportunity in Formula One that perhaps he deserved. He was always in a less competitive car than I thought he should be. But,
he has a great story, though. Like, I listened to some podcasts with him, and his story is fantastic. It's motivating. The guy is a pleasure to have around.
Oh, yeah.
I must say, he's changed everything at that team in terms of the coaching. He goes with each driver and spends the time, and it makes a huge difference.
Well, as you can see, we're under caution here, and Kevin, I'm going to let you describe what you do. Everybody does something different, but just like I said, we was talking to Nicole this morning, but the systems check is far more than just sitting behind the pace car and waiting. You've got a lot of work to do now, and that work is physical too, because now you've lost all the steering and the car's heavy. It's not the temperature's not right. Racing cars love to be going fast. That's when they're in their happy mode. It's now that they don't go well for you.
Yeah, yellows breed yellows. The issue here is the safety car goes so slow, you lose heat in your tires. And the other thing is, as you're weaving around, you're in pickup, and your tires aren't staying clean. So you have to keep heat in your tires for that restart, and that restart requires hot tires. Yeah. And right now we're losing heat. So as this restarts, that's where the excitement is, and hopefully all these guys and gals keep their tires warm, and we get a clean restart here.
Well, we saw in your race that the safety car played pretty much the biggest factor in who would win the race, because Callum Hedge made a mistake, Ryan Sheehan made a mistake. There was 2 safety cars, and Ryan just unfortunately didn't get the advantage of getting a restart.
Yeah, I think I caused one of those.
What happened to you?
Well, I had a completely new setup on the car, and I was just sort of getting used to it. I hadn't driven it like that, and I had driver error, and I went in a little hot, had a touch of a spin, and then I had to sit and wait for count the cars to go by so that I didn't go out in the track. I was in a blind spot, so I had to wait for all the cars to go by, make sure that it was safe, and then I came onto the track, then got a new nose cone, and went back out there. So we're going to see probably a restart with a bit of drama going on. There's lots in line here.
Yeah, especially into that first corner. Woods Toft has got to be careful here. This is where championships, I noticed last year actually, Ryan Sheehan here at VIR took the pole and got into basically a dice into turn 1, came off worse, and it pretty much put paid to his hopes of winning the overall championship, which could have changed things, but you never know. And that's his racing, and it's so cutthroat. It's not like a football game or a soccer match. Your make and break in this game is so finite.
Yeah, it's either a win or a loss. I think Ricky Bobby said it best, didn't he? He happens to be my
If you're
hero.
not first,
you're last.
You're last.
Ain't first or last.
I love that. I was reading one of the one of the bios from one of the drivers that said, favorite driver, Lewis Hamilton, Ricky Bobby. It's like, there you go.
I think that was me.
I think it was. I love that movie.
Another shout out to Don Becklin.
Yeah?
Yeah, Don Becklin, quite a guy. He's helped me a lot, gives me a lot of coaching and motivational speaking. He helps.
I know the guy I was thinking of, Kazuba.
Kazuba.
Yeah, he's on the team as well, and of course his son raced.
Yeah?
Yep, raced in F4 and FR, I think. I don't think he's racing at the moment. Well, listen, we are under caution here in our second F4 feature race. So we're going to be under safety for probably another lap or so. So why don't we take a short break? You're listening to Kevin Jensen and Jonathan Green. We'll take a short break here from VIR. We'll be right back.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 U.S. Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to VIR. You can see they are just flying through. Well, not flying through, but they are gingerly making their way through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. We are under caution here in our second F4 Americas race. Penultimate round of the series. They finished the championship at COTA early November. That's the 5th of November. So tune in wherever you are around the world on our live stream, and you'll be able to watch the culmination of a great season of racing. And you are looking at the future here. America is definitely making a mark in single-seaters, both in IndyCar and Formula One at the moment. Very exciting times for single-seater racing, and I'm sure you've watched Kevin, all the racing over the last 30 years, but it is an exciting time for American racing. We've got potentially a Formula One team on the offing. We've got Logan Sargent and a host of others, all capable of making it to Formula One. Colton Herta has been mentioned. I can't see why Kurtwood wouldn't be a very, very good Formula One driver.
I agree with you. I think the Andretti bid for an F1 team is quite legit. It's a team that has pedigree. They have experience, and they also have some excellent drivers. The thing I found with F1 is now it's a business decision on how they're going to, what that entry fee will cost for prize money split, so that it's a viable business decision to bring them in, which could bump it up to $600 million, I'm hearing, to get in. But the team belongs there. They've got General Motors. I would love to see, some of the drivers like Kyle Kirkwood. I think he's got the stuff, and it would be nice to see Andretti in there, because I think they belong.
Yeah, and I'm glad that when we look at the history in the last 20 years, the FIA have not, I'm glad that this new FIA series here in the States is important, because when Michael, in the early 90s, Michael Andretti went to Formula One, he was given up a life in the States, and a good life too, because this is a very, not insular, that's maybe not the right word, but it's a complete racing scene here in America. And so if you want to do what Logan Sargent has achieved, you do need to do what he did, which is to go to Europe as a kid and stay there, quite literally. And the same is true of Alexander Rossi. He went at 14, lived in London. I was just down the road from him. I used to go and interview him. But you need to spend time in Europe, or you're not even considered, because you're just not seen. And the Europeans weren't looking to this part of the world for young racing drivers. That's changing now in the last few years with this F4 and FR Championship. And I think it's a very good thing, because it doesn't mean that you have to give up your whole teenage life to go and live in Europe. You can achieve the same, get it to a level here in an FIA series, be noticed, get the TV, and move on. And I think we're going to see more of it as our youngsters.
I hope so. I think this series and the FR America series, great feeder racing to achieve a career that could be in Europe and potentially get you to F2 and F3, or F2 and F1 for those drivers that could make it. But we're looking at a pretty nice race here with a restart that's going to be the drama of all time, I think.
Yeah,
What do you think?
and yeah, I'm going to say this could be one of the most critical restarts of the championship so far, given that we're coming down to the wire, given that we've got just one race to go this weekend after this race, and then 3 more to go at COTA. So you've got to get it now. This is the time to steal it.
Yeah, I think the safety car is going to go in here,
Yeah.
and we're going to have our restart.
Yeah, and they're only going to have a couple of laps as well, so the most they can probably get in. So Woodstoff knows this. Patrick Woodstoff, the youngster from Canada, and Crosslink Motorsports. Actually, the light's still on, so I wonder if we'll get another lap. We'll see. If he turns them off halfway down the hill, we'll know he's coming in. If he doesn't, we're doing another lap. I'm still not quite 100% sure what they're repairing or what they're doing, but there you go.
Yeah, from the drone, it looked like the light was out.
No, but it's not, is it?
Nope.
So, well, Patrick knows that too, and he'd be better than anybody else to judge it because he can see it better than anybody else, but we'll soon see. No, he's doing another lap. And now it does get critical because we're now getting into a point where, well, 0 laps to go. Are we getting a checkered flag, I wonder? I'll look out the window myself, but... So we slowly approach the start-finish. Under caution, and no, we've got a double yellow. We'll go round again, but I've got a feeling we could end up under or finish under caution. Now, as we go round slowly, though, we may get a better indication as to what is holding proceedings up. But Woods Toff will be probably sighing relief that he doesn't have to go hell-bent for leather in this lap anyway. And Soto Shripo, with his tail up after his first win, would have been chomping at the bit to go racing. But now it makes it hard. You said how hard it is earlier to keep these cars up to the temperatures. And now we've had, what, several laps now, very slow laps. And your car's now just hanging on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Woods top, Soto Shripa, Cara, Costello. Good result so far for Michael if he gets up there because he had a spin in the first race. But he's in the 4th position at the moment. Titus Sherlock, likewise. A winner at New Jersey, now in 5th place, ahead of Lacey in 6th. Guanio in 7th place, Benavides in 8th. Martinez now back up to 9th, and Greenmeyer into the top 10. So Hannah Greenmeyer making it into the top 10 just ahead of Durst. She's done well there because she was further down. There is a tow truck. That's the problem. So we did have an incident. I was actually looking at the corner of my eye as to where Scott Goodyear was looking, and he was looking in this direction. So there's a car being hauled out that they couldn't tow out, and so they've had to pick it up. And so we've got 2 hauled trucks, and there's no way you can go racing like that. Now, they should get off fairly swiftly. There must be an exit halfway up this straight somewhere where it can get off. I'm sure there is.
Yeah, it looks like it went off in turn 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't see it.
Yeah, we didn't see it actually happen. Here's an exit here, so he can get out of here at least and let things get going again. But the clock has ticked down, and I'm just not sure whether we're going to go racing again at this point. Patience, one of the biggest things I think any of these drivers can learn. Anybody can go fast and get the adrenaline. It's learning to use that adrenaline at the right time. That's the key to racing. And this is the hard part for these motor racing drivers.
Yeah, the clock's got 27 minutes, 47 seconds.
So, yeah, so it's a 30-minute race. Yeah, I've got 2 minutes just left. So we may just get a sprint last lap, yeah?
We might.
Okay, good. Which will give us the excitement of that first corner. And Soto Shripa will be very excited to get going again. But watch out for Cara and Costello too, because we've seen it in the past. Berg's dropped all the way down to 20th. What a shame. Alex Berg was having a great weekend until that moment.
That was a real shame. He was doing great.
I know. To go. He got the lead by a nose, and then, as you say, hit the marbles. Or so you can get marbles on the inside as well, because I always think of them on the outside.
Well, the outside's the driver line.
Ah, right, of course.
So the racing line's on the outside. So with all the racing that's happened today, my thought is that there's a lot of marbles on the inside right there. He picked it up, and he just couldn't keep the grip.
Interesting.
Because he was coming in pretty hot.
Well, we'll see Kevin in action. Okay, and we've just heard from Race Control that the lights are out. But you'll see Kevin in action later today in the FR. Where he's starting?
Oh, I think I'm near the back there.
Near the back.
Yeah, but my sponsor's coming today, so I got to do.
You got to go good then. What is your sponsor? We'll tell the world.
Oh, it's my sponsor is Kara Jansen, my wife.
So, well, then you better be on best behavior then.
Yeah. This is the first race she'll have seen me in this year. So.
Oh, good. That's nice, though.
Yeah. So the sponsor.
Top management are in town. Well, talking of top management, Woods Toth is trying to impress his, because now we are going to have a restart and we are going to have a sprint to the finish, and it's going to be short. Woods Toth has got to get it right first time. He accelerates away. So does Schrieffer. Goes with him, so does Cara, now in third, Costello fourth, and Sherlock. It's going to be a mighty battle to that first corner, but who's going to take it? Woods Toth has got to get his elbows out here as we come down to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, and it's anybody's turn to take a turn at the lead, but Woods Toth does hold them off. And, several cars going off there, including the 21 of Ava Dobson. The new girl in town, as you can see, hitting the steering wheel in disgruntlement there. And one of the Ganella cars also going off. And look at it, it's getting pretty racy there for, fifth place? 3 cars involved in that battle. Woods Toth still holding off for the lead. Going through Snake. Bouncing over the curbs. But now that back straight is going to be all important. There's not really an overtake through here, or is there? You tell me.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll wait for 11 or do it on the back straight.
Yeah.
But it looks like there's a couple of moves that are going to happen on the back straight.
There you go then. Coming through 11 and 12 is the place to look for. That's at Customers Bank, Oak Tree Bend. Woods Toth, though, is through there as one goes off, and into the barriers heavily goes the 16. And that is game over for Jesse Lacey, and he too bangs the steering wheel in utter frustration.
And that was likely tires.
But we're on the final lap, and there goes the draft, and he's got it, and he's got the lead, has he? Into the lead then goes Sona Schrieffer. And that was a beautiful overtake using the draft, and really not a lot of places to come back at him now.
No, that was a clean move, done perfectly, executed. And it looks like...
Well, it could be 2 for 2 on the day if he makes this stick. Time running out. This is the final lap. And it is going to be Augusto Sona Schrieffer of Florida coming to the line. And he's going to take win number 2 on the day. 1 in the wet, 1 in the dry. There's the checkered flag, and he takes it in style. Great restart and great use of the slipstream to take the win ahead of Woods Toth, who really could do nothing about that.
No, he didn't.
No. And Daniel Cara, in the end, takes third overall.
Started at 4th, finished 1st.
Nice, nicely done. Michael Costello has a good run and a good recovery from this morning. He takes 4th position. Kekai Guanio takes 5th. Titus Sherlock, top 6. Alex Benavides in 7th. And Hannah Greenmeyer all the way up to 8th in the end. She was 10th at the restart, so she made up a couple of places as well. Good result for her. Luciano Martinez, who started on the pole, finishes 9th. Bacon Zelenka finishes in 10th position. So, plenty to talk about in that one, but a decisive race for Sona Schrieffer, who, interestingly enough, of all those involved in the championship chase, was way back. At the beginning of the weekend, he was 9th in the championship with just 50 points. So he has just taken another 50 out of these last 2 races. So that's really impressive. So now he's going to move right up the board and put himself, as we head towards COTA, if he can get another decent result out of the 3rd race of the weekend, put himself back into contention for a top 3 spot.
Well done. Well done.
Well, my thanks to Kevin Jansen joining me here in the booth, but Augusto Sona Schrieffer with win number 2 on the day for International Motorsports. Great win ahead of Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Patrick Woods Toth, Daniel Cara in 3rd with Cara Origin Motorsports, and Michael Costello, the first of the Jay Howard development drivers. He takes 4th. Kekai Guanio in 5th place, and Titus Sherlock 6th. Benavides in 7th. Hannah Greenmeyer in 8th position again for Crosslink, and Luciano Martinez, who started pole but finishes 9th for Scudari Buell, and Bacon Zelenka rounding out the top 10.
And a big thanks to Tony Pirelli for putting on this great event. fantastic weather we have here, but this is really a fantastic event we have with all the different series that are running here today. And then Connie for allowing all of us to use her beautiful VIR.
Yes, very good point. Yeah. This, as Paul Newman described, heaven on earth.
Absolutely.
So that concludes our coverage of the second F4 race. As we said, we will see Kevin in action in the, what number, 24?
I am in 24.
And he's got the big boss in town, so he's got to impress her, as always, because she pays the checks and allows him to go and enjoy himself at the weekends. So she's come to check him out.
Yeah, she did. She flew in this afternoon.
Good for her.
She's taking an Uber to the track.
Does she like motorsport?
Yeah, she does actually. She really likes
Probably
it.
doesn't prefer you doing it.
Oh, well, no, she doesn't mind.
Okay.
She took out a big insurance policy on me, so I think
that's a smart woman.
Yeah, I think she's coming with her attorney and the insurance policy, and she was hoping for rain, but
Yeah.
I didn't get that. So
Push harder, honey.
Yeah, push harder. Yeah.
So the Shripa, look at that. Well, we saw all these celebrations for the Floridian earlier this morning, and if you missed that race, he won it in style. He got lucky a little bit because Woods Toth had a spin right at the end, and I think that allowed him through, but this one was all him. And in a moment, we'll get that helmet off, and we'll get John Phippen in the picture. There he is. And as soon as we see this helmet coming off, and it is, we'll head down to John. John, over to you, and let's hear from our winner today. Nicely done by Augusto.
Wow. Yeah. Just wait for TV to come to us.
Down to you, John.
Thanks, Jonathan. 2 in a row for Augie Soto Sharipa. You saved the best for last. That last lap pass got it done.
Yeah, had to be patient. I knew the last lap was going to make it happen. I didn't send it in turn 1, knowing that he was going to block, try to keep everyone behind me. My main goal was him, and we got it done, man. I'm super, super happy for me, the team. I mean, we put together a great car, obviously. Went out on used tires. I mean, it's awesome. We're dialed.
You like a VIR, I'm sure.
Oh, my God. I thought I loved Mid-Ohio, but I think I love VIR now.
Congratulations, Jonathan. A very happy winner. 2 in a row.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than that at the perfect time in the season in the penultimate round, and does it in style in the Honda-powered F4. So well done to Augie, as he called him, Augusto Soto Shripa, a great name and a good racing name. My thanks to Kevin Jansen. He'll be in the number 24. He'll be in the number 24 coming up later in the day for FR. We'll take a short break from VIR. More coming from the Speed Tour. Stay with us.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
Welcome, everyone, back to the Speed Tour here from Virginia International Raceway. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me once again, as always, is Ben Sissel. And we've been enjoying a rather lovely day. It started rather miserable in the wet, but we're now got sunny weather. And we are ready for some group racing from Group 6 and Group 10. And I know this is my cohort's, one of it at least, his favorites.
This is one of our most popular groups for sure. Looking down here at a Group 10 GT4 car, the Ford Mustang at Dylan McIvern, who we're going to see in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series. Speaking of TA2, there's Phil Lasco and his Ford Mustang TA2. These are all Group 10 cars, and then as we go through the grid, it'll be to the Group 6 cars, but then Jack Finch is in that Dodge Charger, that number
looks like a monster.
49. Yeah, that's kind of an early 2000s NASCAR street course. Then this is Greg Richardson, who was with us a couple of years ago with our buddy Ricky Knuckles. Remember him? We love that name. In a Chevrolet Camaro, black, silver, and white, number 33. And then Mark Huford, Porsche 992, Group 10, number 84. Mortimer Enterprises. I'd love to know what that is. Now, he's doing double duty in International GT and Group 10. Lots of stock cars in this group. Some really cool stock cars. That's the Ford Fusion of Ed Bull. Not to be confused with Red Bull, but that's Ed Bull and the blue Group 10 Stock Car 3. Then there, that should be Mark Sandrich, but Owen Trinkler and Joe Vardy are known to also run in this car, but that's a Porsche 911 Cup car. That is the car from The Art of Racing in the Rain.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the number 69 of Ben Bowles. Wait, is that right? That shouldn't be right.
Well, the 69A.
Should be the Chevy. Yeah, well.
Yeah, right. 69 is only one. Ben Bowles. Yeah.
But that's Ben Bowles is supposed to be in a TA2 Camaro, so that should be Ben Bowles there.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
So
correct. Yes.
I'm missing
You're
that
absolutely-
other Chevy.
Well, that was the 69A, or was it the 69?
Yeah, but I'm missing the other Chevy Silverado because I know Scott Dolphy is in that beautiful Mobile 1 Chevy Silverado. So we're missing a Chevy Silverado in our list.
Scott Dolphy
Because
is
look at
there,
this beautiful
Silverado.
car.
Yeah, there it
That's
is.
the number 4. Just got finished, brand new, right from Joe Nemechek's shop. That is Scott Dolphy, and he used to race in a Crown Royal stock car, and somebody came to, I believe, Road Atlanta and made him an offer he couldn't refuse, and took that. So then they've been working on building this beautiful car and truck, I guess I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Not often we have trucks running with us. And then that should be Shannon Ivey.
Nice.
In the Budweiser King of Beers Dale Earnhardt Jr. car.
Yep.
That's a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Really cool to have Shannon Ivey back with us. And then I believe Joe Nemechek, front row Joe Nemechek. Ladies and gentlemen, look out because we know he's fast. He is front row Joe. Look for him to really move up through the field. He wasn't in qualifying, so that's why he's starting in the back. Then we're doing a split start. There's Nathan Bird also starting from the back in Group 10. So look for him to move up through the field too. And I can't wait to see how two different Cup cars go together. You know, you got the NASCAR Cup cars, you got the Porsche Cup cars, and this is a pretty good track to see how they go. Then there's Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon Evolution. There is his dad just to the right of him. That was his dad's car when John DeGainer and John's sister were just young children. And now they've inherited it. The dad is the crew chief, basically, and having a ton of fun. Then there is a beautiful Shelby GT350 of Kyle August. Or a beautiful Ford Mustang, I guess I should say. But that's probably one of my favorite iterations of the 60s Mustangs, that fastback. I just love the look of that.
Well, as we've taken a look at the grid, and as you can see, they're still on the pre-grid, so looking down high from the drone, we wait, they wait. So why don't we take a break, and we'll be back from VIR in a few moments. Stay with us.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 U.S. Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to VIR. Getting ready for our Group 6 and Group 10, the first of our SVRA coverage of the day, and we'll have some more over the weekend. In fact, several groups in action tomorrow. We've also got Trans Am, of course, the TA2 race, the feature race for them. Their penultimate round in the series of 2023, and we'll also have more FR and F4 as they resume and complete their championship too. This their penultimate round as well, before we all head to COTA in Austin, Texas to finish off the 2023 season. It's been a strange day. We arrived and it was this kind of weather on Wednesday, Thursday, and then suddenly overnight, last night, it hauled down, and it was still raining when we arrived at the track early this morning, but see, it's cleared up. Probably pretty wet offline because there was a fair amount of rain. But I say offline, off track, I should say, on the grass. And but as you can see, with these nice vistas of the track looking down towards the Snake, and several different circuit layouts here at VIR. This, of course, one of the first geysers of a racing resort, which is now all the rage. When people buy or make new circuits, they kind of make sure that they do put in some condos and put in some places where people can become members of the track, and that also helps track days and also helps funding the maintenance of the track, and just keeps it going 360. That's the idea. You want to try to keep your track having as many track days and big events as possible. You can't survive on just one event a year. So the modern way of doing that is to create membership, and even COTA, which is of course a big Formula One, NASCAR, IndyCar, you name it, track, is now starting to build its own, what they're calling Turn 11 condos, but VIR was probably the first to do it. Built in 1957, and it's been bringing great American racing ever since. Paul Newman described it as heaven on earth.
And it is so beautiful. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, feel free to leave us a comment, questions, roast the commentators. If we're getting it wrong, this is your chance to yell at us a little bit, have some fun. It is a beautiful day here at VIR, one of my favorite tracks to come to. And like you said, it is truly like a resort. And we do have a lot of spectators here that have joined us, that bring up their lawn chairs, their tents. I saw somebody in a small trailer put a pop-up tent on their small trailer, but that trailer lifts them up over the fence so they can see more clearly at Oak Tree. So it's just a lot of fun here, and this is one of my favorite events. I look forward to it all year, also because the concession stand has really good food.
Elizabeth DeGainer says, "Let's go 111."
Yeah, that should be John DeGainer's sister, who we met at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago.
Mary Fran Hewitt says, "Let's go Max Hewitt." Of course, he's racing the 21-year-old in the Formula Regional Championship.
Yeah, we've had some good races today. And the Trans Am Series, FR, F4, but now this starts the best part of the weekend, the SVRA, the Vintage, the Group 6, the Group 10. And we've got quite an eclectic field out there, but you can really see this track's beauty. And you can see that parking lot up there to the left, upper left. That was full of cars this morning. So we've had a big crowd here, and we love seeing that.
Nice shot of how this roller coaster from above looks like. And you can see now It's not as easy to see how long it is and how much of an elevation change there is from the top of the hill after that long back straight and then down towards Hog Pen. So nice to see from above. Nice breeze out there.
Jared Campbell says he's joining us camping at the Snake. So we might be seeing Jared Campbell in one of these pictures here soon. So what's happening right now is there's a little bit of track cleanup from the last group out there. So they're having to go through and clean up a little bit of the debris, possibly some oil left down on the track. But we're getting some great shots from the drone from Green Flight looking over the paddock. And we've got a quick 3 on the grid.
It's got to be one of your favorite circuits. I know it's mine.
It'll be a quick 3.
One of them, for sure. Just a nice layout. It's a beautiful part of the world. Beautiful countryside.
Yeah, and I just, this is going to sound bad, but I just feel more comfortable in the parts of the country where people say y'all.
Y'all. Yeah.
This is definitely one of those parts of the country.
Oh, definitely.
They say that in Britain?
No, they don't.
Not even in southern Britain?
No.
I don't see many Londoners. Hey, y'all.
See, the thing is, I come from, in England it's topsy-turvy. It's the north where the accents are strong. And I'm from the north.
Like Manchester?
Manchester's strong. My dad's.
Really?
Yeah, my dad's from 20 miles away from.
Where is the band Oasis from? You can barely understand them.
Oh, Manchester.
Is it really? Yeah, because you barely understand the brothers, yeah. Well, that's awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, feel free to comment. Aaron Creed, hey, what's up, man? Can't wait. Are you going to be here tomorrow, hopefully? So let's have some fun. This is Group 6 and 10. And, Jonathan, we always joke that I obviously am from America and love my British cars. You, being English, love your American muscle. And here we have some American stock cars and American muscle cars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you start talking about, Racing in the Rain and some of the great movies. We get so much of our Americana from the movies and from TV because you make most of it. So we grew up looking at Pontiac Trans Ams and muscle cars, NASCAR, Talladega Nights, you name it. I mean, we love all that. It's a big part. So we don't get to see the muscle cars like you do every day. So let's see, you're gonna hire a Trans Am or you go over to get a Corvette.
Now, this is going to be pretty interesting because VIR is a pretty equal opportunity track as far as handling versus horsepower, and we've got it all here at Group 10. We've got the really nimble Porsche Cup cars, and then we have a lot of ex-Trans Am, Grand Am, and NASCAR stock cars. So we're going to see who wins out there in the battle of handling versus horsepower. Then we have a self-imposed split start, as you can see John DeGainer about to do in Group 6. And we've got the Group 6 cars of Jonathan DeGainer, Kyle August in a Ford Mustang, Mark Davis in a Shelby GT350, Steven Seitz, this is his first time here from Texas area, usually a CVAR racer that we see with us at NOLA a lot and COTA, and then it seems like he picks one bucket list track. So I guess this is his year. He's here with his wife in the beautiful Shelby GT350. Eric Bowman in a beautiful Ford Boss Mustang that I was looking at. He's paddocked right across from the Trans Am trailer. And then Harry McPherson in the Ford Mustang GT350. It's maroon and gold. Beautiful car. So we're going to have quite the race here with cars and trucks. Got two Chevy Silverados out there. Joe Hunter Nemechek Chevy Silverado, who I believe is in contention still for the Xfinity title this year.
You really see from above just how long this circuit is. This is what I call international circuit. There's a national circuit, a Patriot circuit. This use is amazing because you go into this snake section here and then it just winds all the way up past the condos, all the way to Oak Tree Bend, and it's just a phenomenal run up there.
Well, look at this. We've got the big three in the shop: Ford, Dodge, Chevy, then Porsche, Ford Fusion. There's that Porsche we were talking about from the Art of Racing in the Rain. Then a crazy GT1 Ford Falcon. Then there's those pickup trucks. There goes Dale Jr., no big deal. Then there is truly Joe Nemechek. And then right behind him in the shot we've got there is Nathan Bird, who is driving, I believe, 3 different cars here this weekend as they go up the Bennett Bridge Hall uphill S's.
I bet the guys in Stuttgart right now are wondering, what on earth is my Porsche doing up against a truck?
Yeah, exactly. They weren't thinking that.
No,
you know?
they weren't thinking that was what it was designed to race against.
Yeah. But as we'll see, they're going to be somehow doing similar lap times around this circuit.
To be honest, it's a good way of looking at how you go about the same thing in a very different piece of equipment.
Yeah, exactly. And look at those trucks. I mean, when I watch NASCAR, to be honest, I watch the road races. That's what I'm interested in. But I was telling Scott that if the truck series is on, I'll watch it wherever they're racing. I just find the trucks on the ovals are a lot of fun to watch because they are just all over the place. So I highly suggest you watch the Craftsman Truck Series no matter where they are. It's a lot of fun. But, Jonathan, they're coming through the Mission Foods roller coaster, which means you're going to get to announce them taking the green flag. And, ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your TV screens. It is this pretty here at Virginia International Raceway.
It is. Yep, down we go through the Mission Foods roller coaster section down towards Hog Pen. The final corner, turn 17 here at VIR. Been racing here since '57. There's been some crackers too over the years. But here in 2023, we've got Group 6 and Group 10 about to take the start for their first of two ratings this weekend. Lining up 2 by 2. Watch out for Dylan McAvern. Very experienced. He's won here in IMSA, actually, in the past. Knows this track very well indeed. And he'll be racing in TA2 tomorrow as well. And they creep towards the line, which is that right past our commentary position, roaring by, getting up to speed, and away we go now, down towards the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1 for the first time. And it's neck and neck as we go down towards Horseshoe Bend. We're calling Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers this weekend. Nicely through. A few different lines through there.
Yeah, you can see the Porsches can kind of hold on to that inside line. And then Dale Jr. of Shannon Ivy got pushed off just a little bit there. But Dylan McAvern followed by Phil Lasco as they come through, about to hit the Optima Snake. But yeah, like you're seeing, the two Chevy trucks holding their own right there as they come through the Optima.
Already on his lead in that all-blue 48. Good little battle here for second and third. Lasco and Finch. Lasco holding on to second place from that start. Beautiful sound of these cars as well. As they head down towards Oak Tree for the first time. A lot of people who were tuning in going, where is this Oak Tree you keep talking about? Well, it's gone. To chop it down, it died. But they've replanted it. It was on the inside right there.
Yeah, right at basically the apex of that turn. And then Son of Oak Tree is just off to our left there, off of the screen, planted from some acorns dropped there.
There you go. So, side-by-side action here for second and third, and it looks as though a little bit of horsepower needed. And taken, thank you very much, for second. But under braking, I'll have it back.
Look at that little over-under on the straightaways here as they come into the Mission Foods roller coaster.
Phil Lasco not ready to give up second place just yet. Clearly that 49 of Jack Finch, the Dodge Challenger, with plenty of grunt in the all-black 49 coming down the hill now.
Charger, not Challenger.
Oh, Charger, yeah.
Charger, yeah, and I make that same mistake all the time as well. And, that's the kind of like the Ford seemed like they wanted to do everything with an E.
Yeah.
And I always get mixed up with that as well. But, yeah, that's a TA2 car versus a stock car. Then here comes another, I think that's one of those Hendricks, track day cars there of Richardson in that Chevrolet Camaro. That's a beautiful car.
Yeah, Greg Richardson in the Chevy. And now you can see the spread of the field as the top three pulling well away from the rest of the field. Group 6 also having its own battle. Jonathan DeGainer in that. Kyle August, Mark Davis. And the field starting to spread right out as they come through Snake again.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, well, look, there's Joe Nemechek right behind these Porsches. And I know Mark Sanders is looking in his mirror and being like, how is this Toyota Camry passing me right here?
Yeah, and it's just been done.
And then he's like, oh, that's Front Row Joe. That's how.
Yeah, he hasn't lost any of his wits, has he? He's amazing. What is he now? He's been getting on a bit.
I have no idea. Because
look at this, he's already going to take the other one. Here we go.
When you see him in the paddock, you'd swear he's a 15-year-old boy. He's having so much fun around here, and he loves this vintage racing, and it's so much fun to watch him. But yeah, somehow a Toyota Camry Cup car just took 2 Porsche Cup cars in the uphill S's, where the Porsches are supposed to have the handling.
Yeah, I'm going to say that.
I don't think Stuttgart's real happy about that one.
No. Nathan Bird, top 10 for him at the moment in the 88. In that 991. That's probably one of the most modern Porsches out there, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know. I think this car right here that we're seeing, the Patrick Long.
Oh, yeah.
Wright Motorsports. I almost said Wright Brothers. Wright Motorsports Porsche. That's a boat. No, actually, no.
It can
the
fly,
car in front of
sure.
him. Yeah, no, the Hufer car is the brand new car. That's the brand new Porsche Cup car.
Oh, okay.
Judo, I love these static shots that we're getting here as they come through Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, turn 1. But watch out, front row Joe's trying to make it to the front row.
He's got some work to do yet, but he's 5th at the moment overall behind Richardson. And as you can see in your top left there, McAvern starting to build that lead. 8.5 seconds ahead of Lasco and Finch, who are in a good battle, just a second apart. Then a big gap to Richardson, and as you say, Nemechek hunting down and looking for a chance to go forward even further.
And it looks like Nathan Bird is right up behind Mark Sandridge. So we're going to have a Porsche Cup car battle here as they come through the Optima Snake. And there's 3 different generations of Porsche Cup cars with one shot.
He says, I'm talking about the sound of the cars, but they can't hear them. We'll work on that for you. We'll try to give you some more grunt sounds. I'll talk to my mate Alan, and we'll work that out for you tomorrow. Yeah, they are a little quiet.
So we're looking here now. The tires will start to go away on some of these stock cars. They're getting some good wear. And this is about the time that the Porsches really kind of come into their own here. As Nathan Bird got around Mark Sandridge. That is, I've been out here putting up those signs and doing this back straightaway on our little golf cart. And that's about a 5-minute back straightaway on a golf cart.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Not pulling the times with these cars now. So, Jonathan, other than Goodwood, is there vintage stock car racing in England?
Yes, absolutely. But of course, we call it touring cars rather than stock cars, but it's the same thing. And the British Touring Car Championship, the BTCC, has been going many a year. So yeah, absolutely there is. And of course, you know, before it was touring cars or tin tops, it was just regular cars. So yes, your MGs and all your rest of it, your minis and all that sort of car racing could be considered in the same sentence, really. They are effectively stock racing cars.
Here's that Ford Fusion. That is Ed Bull. Coming around Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. You see his little flashing light in there. It's almost like he's running a rain light. Oh, no, he's just on the brakes. Is that a brake light or a rain light? I can't tell.
Interesting.
I'm sure that's for safety. That Ford Falcon GT1 car, Doug Richmond, he has raced with us a few different times. He was with us at Summit Point, then I think he was with us at the Glen. It's always cool to see that car out.
Now you do all the SVRA, and obviously we kind of dip in and dip out with Trans Am, but you really do cover the entire country, don't you?
Yeah.
From the northeast to the northwest.
Yeah, and then the southwest, the midwest, and then the southeast. The further southeast we go is Sebring, Florida, our start, but then we also
the furthest northwest would be what?
Portland, yeah.
A couple of trips to California.
Yeah.
Watkins Glen, always a regular. Indianapolis, of course.
Well, I like that Ben has his red gloves on so we can see his hands moving around there as they come through the Customer's Bank Oak Tree turn. And that is a TA2 car. They just recently raced in the TA2 series, but he's out here, I guess, just getting some track time in our Group 10.
Yeah, how old? That won't be that old, that car. Let me look.
No, I don't have the years on these cars.
Still McAvern at the front. He's extended his lead to, 17 seconds now?
I haven't seen any of the Group 6 cars yet, have you?
Briefly, but yeah, I've more talked about them rather than seen them, yeah.
We will be going to Eagles Canyon. You can see the Eagles Canyon on the side of that next year, and you can check out our 2024 schedule on svra.com.
Where is Eagles Canyon?
And Eagles Canyon is just outside of Dallas near Denton, and that's our racing school. Very inexpensive, but great racing school that the SCCA and even Trans Am, I think, recognizes your SVRA racing license.
I think that's a rain light.
I believe so. I think you're right. He might be just running it just for safety. Like, here I am, people. Don't hit me. Which I encourage.
Nemechek up to 4th now, so he's plowing his way through, as he always does. And he's going to try and see if he can knock off Finch before the end of this race and get on the podium.
So there's Richmond in that Ford Falcon. Beautiful car. Now, out west, Thomas Merrill was running another one for Frank Markham. There's only 2 in the country, and both of them are still running here with us in SVRA. I think they're flat, like foot all the way to the floor, and the uphill S's, there's just enough compression to be able to keep the traction underneath the tires, but they're floating through there.
Yeah, absolutely they are, yeah.
Great shot there of Customers Bank, Oak Tree turn. I'm hearing that we're getting some smoke from the second place car of Phil Lasco, or dropping something. There's our Group 6 guys. There's John DeGainer. His sister joined us here in the comments, so I'm sure she's wanting to see him as he comes around Customers Bank, Oak Tree turn. Man, that car just was planted.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Rotates really well. They've been developing this car, I think, since the 60s. The rear end, as an MG person, I'm a huge fan of this car because it still has the rear end chassis of an MGA.
Right.
But then the rest of it has just been like sawed off and developed, and it's a Devon body. I believe it's a Corvette 327 engine. And then right behind him is August, Kyle August, in that white and gold Ford Mustang. Jonathan is in Group 6 GT. That white and gold should be 6 TAS.
You can see the speed from the drone. He really is hooning down that front straight. Long front straight past our commentary position and down towards the big machine, Vodka Spike Coolest Turn 1.
Look at that.
Look at that.
That is my favorite body style of the Mustang, I believe, ever.
Yeah. Fastback.
Yeah, I love the lines of that car.
Nice. 199. Mr. August at the wheel. Doing a good job too. Kyle August.
Lots of campers here this weekend, which I really enjoy. And to be honest, when I was driving in this morning with our kind of poor weather, I thought, oh no, this is really going to hurt the spectator count.
Yeah.
But I think this is the most spectators, or tied for the most, that I've seen here. So I'm loving that everybody has come out to be a part of this VIR SpeedTour. So much fun, lots to see. There is
Nemechek's up to 2nd.
Yeah, but that's still Lasco. But I thought I heard that he had
he's down in 14.
Okay, and 48 has come off. So 48 is off at the exit of turn 2. So Nemechek might be leading this race.
Go. Front row. Joe Nemechek still doing it. I love it.
So that is Phil Lasco. Not sure. He's back in 14th place. So he must have come off and then back on.
Yeah, but no damage to the car, thankfully. Which, of course, in SVRA, that's the last thing we want. Still got McAvern leading the board, but you think he's come off?
Yeah, he went off at turn 2 is what I'm hearing. And there's another car off at turn 1. So watch us at turn 1. There might be some oil down at turn 1.
Down the hill we come then, through the roller coaster. And that's the Mission Foods roller coaster. Into Hawk Pen.
This sounds really bad because these are all tube frame. Group 10 cars are tube frame cars except for the Porsches. And so if there is something going on at one, you almost hope it's the tube frame cars that are a little bit easier to repair, a lot less costly to repair than some of these like Shelby GT 350s or something like that. But I'm not seeing any
I
cars
don't see anything in turn one, no. Here's a nice little battle. 49 of Finch, right behind him, Nathan Bird in the 88 Porsche.
White flag is out.
One more lap to go then. Pockets of battle. Nathan Bird, a busy boy. He's been doing single-seaters and Porsche racing. There's that flag.
Oh, and look at this. Mark Sandridge, Hufer going at it. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers. Now watch for Mark Sandridge to try to get around him. Mark Sandridge is one of those drivers that is very calculating. And so now he might be kind of holding back a little bit to see what this driver can do, knowing he's got time now in this last lap.
Somebody locked up at one.
Yeah. This is turning out to be pretty interesting. Look at that Shannon Ivey all the way up to 6th.
Look at these great little battles here. Excellent stuff here. We've got pockets of battling throughout this race here. Just 15 cars, but it seems like everybody's found somebody to partner up with and dance through the VIR countryside. And Smoking Joe Nemechek leads this race. He was way back at the beginning because he didn't qualify, right?
Yeah, he didn't go to qualifying. I think somebody else was in his car, and so therefore he had to start from the back. But you know, sometimes back row Joe's more entertaining than front row Joe.
Because he turns it from back row to front row.
Yeah.
Just a couple of corners to go then for the Toyota Camry.
Yeah, I'm seeing a debris flag at turn 1.
Ah, okay, debris rather than an actual accident.
Yeah, but that might mean a surface flag is basically what that is. So there is a front row Joe Nemechek. So Jonathan, bring us down to the checker.
Here we go then. In that Camry, as we mentioned, the number 87, the all black of Joe, Smoking Joe down the front row, and he's doing the business as he takes the last run towards the checkered flag, and now takes that checkered flag to win here in Group 6 and Group 10. Another chance to do it tomorrow if he wants, but nicely done. From the back to the front. Didn't qualify, doesn't matter. Well done, Joe. Bird, Nathan Bird gets ahead of Finch to take second place.
So Joe started second to last, Bird started last, and now they're first and second.
Well, a bird in the hand is worth one in the bush, as they say.
Yeah.
And a finch is a bird.
That's true.
Just letting you know.
Yeah. See, it all comes together.
It all comes together. I love it when we get a plan. So high above this beautiful VIR circuit here in the heart of the forests of Virginia and North Carolina. Beautiful southern countryside. Lasco in the end did finish, but only in 13th after starting, second? So well done to Joe Nemechek. And as the rest of the field file in, confirm those results, but we'll take a short break, and when we come back we'll have more SVRA SpeedTour from VIR. Stay with us.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Welcome back to VIR. We're watching the latest Speed Tour coverage from VIR. It's been around the country, and we are looking down now at our next group of races, which is Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. And as you can see, we've got quite an eclectic group here. I'm quite interested to see all these cars, because we've got MG Midgets to Spiders to Datsuns to Triumphs. But I'll give it to the expert, Ben Sissel, who knows very closely and intimately most of the cars and drivers involved here.
I'm not sure how intimately I know them. That's kind of funny. But this is my favorite group. I love this group. So, yeah, if from a love as more than friends kind of thing, yes, definitely. So we've got a Ford Spec Racer out there in first. Now, our man in second place, we've been saying his name wrong the whole time, and his crew person came up to me yesterday and said it's Bojalad like salad.
Okay, Bojalad.
We've been thinking it was Bojalad.
Well,
and
it just
it's
sounds as though it should be French,
but when we're in Virginia, it's Bojalad. I'm sure somewhere it was French.
It's Bojalad.
And if you're in the South who refuses to speak French, I'm sure he just went, no, it's Bojalad now. So
it's
he is
Bojalad.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Who is from Texas? Like you are, kind of.
It counts.
And then John Nash is in third in a Lotus Super 7 in
Again,
Group 3.
He's always in that car. That car is ever present.
It is, yeah. And Joey Bojalad is in Group 4. Efren Ormaza is in Group 5, so that was our top three. Mark Gobble, Group 3 in an Elva Courier, a beautiful Elva Courier. Christopher Vasquez in a Crossley 32F. In Group 2, that's the Formula. There is David Conrad in that beautiful number 49 MGA. I love that car. Scott Frazier's in an Austin Healey Sprite. Quinn Derby, what a great name. And a Triumph Spitfire. Names. Peter Uzdavinas in an MG Sprigget. Todd Cruz in an Austin Healey Sprite. Tom Brown in a Triumph Spitfire. David Allison, not to be confused with Davey Allison, in a Merlin MK20A. Gary Jepson in a Volvo P1800, a beautiful Volvo P1800 in the Swedish colors. Andy McLean in the Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite. You remember Andy McLean from Sheboygan, Wisconsin with that fake Scottish accent? I say that because his wife met me at Indy, and she was not real happy about those comments.
Well, because it's not a fake Scottish.
No, he's very Scottish.
Oh, you don't mess with the Scots.
Oh, no. We learned that from that one movie Mel Gibson was in. Brian Kulig in a Ford Crossley. Alan Schamer in a Mazda MX-5 Miata. Greg Kimbrough in a World Sports Racer. David Conrad in just a beautiful MGA. Alan Good in a Triumph TR4A. Mark Platson in a Morgan 4.4. Robert Zimmerman, which was actually, isn't that Bob Dylan's name?
Yes,
wasn't he Robert
correct.
Zimmerman?
Nice work.
In a PRS 083. Doug Sanders in a Fiat 124 Spider. Mark Haynes in a Triumph Spitfire. Eric Russell in an MGA. Thomas Phelan in a Datsun SRL 311. Roy Crowninshield in one of my favorite cars in this group. We always talk about this beautiful Austin Healey 100. Should be coming up here in this shot. There's Todd Cruz. There's the Group 2 car. There's David Conrad's MGA. There's that Fiat. So soon there it is. There's Roy Crowninshield in that Austin Healey. Rick Frazier in that MG Sprigget. And then Bert Stein in that Triumph Spitfire. And then for some reason, the Morgan had to go back in the back. But anybody over there, you guys watching, you hear me over there in the media room talking? So the TVs are on in there, but they're not listening.
Of
Can
course,
you
they
hear?
never listen.
No, they don't hear anything. That's all of
So
our
why
photographers.
why are you calling them Spridgets?
Well, because I don't want to get canceled.
Oh.
MG calls it
You got
something
yourself in
else,
trouble.
and Jessica Trippy over there yelled at me for calling it the MG Little People, so we're going to call it the MG Spridget, which is kind of between a midget and a sprite. When a sprite is a woodland creature from
I prefer 7-Up.
Shakespeare, I believe.
A sprite, yes.
From what is that? Not Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, but something like that. I don't know. I don't know my plays very well.
Oh, come on.
You
Midsummer
should.
Night's
You're-
Dream.
That's it.
Thank
Yes.
you.
I'm thinking of a.
I know Spokeshave.
John Cusack. John Cusack movie. But we're coming to green. I am out of Adderall, so Jonathan, I'm going to give it to you.
Let's go then. As you can see, the number 8 of Efren Oumazar is leading the way in that Ford Spec Racer in the number 8. And alongside him, that number 70 of Joe Beaujolard.
No.
Beaujolard. Beaujolard. I'm kidding. Here we go. Wheel to wheel then. On the front row. Massive field. Very eclectic bunch of different cars from single-seaters, MGs, Datsuns, and the only one and only Volvo in blue and white.
That's a good 2x2 lineup there, though.
Very good. And the revs start to go up. This is Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B, and away they go down towards the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1.
Go, Beaujolard. Look at that. Car looks really narrow compared to the Ormaza Ford Spec Racer. So they come to Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers, Turn 1. What an eclectic group of cars, but this is going to turn out to be a really fun race.
Yep, I think the field will spread out as we go through this 20-minute run through the woods of Virginia. Beautiful overhead shot there at Turn 2.
Look for John Nash in that Super 7 with Beaujolard. Beaujolard has really, really narrow wheels in that Elva Mark 6 prototype. See how narrow his wheels are, almost half the size of John Nash's. Then that Elva Courier back there behind him. But that, who's in that green Spitfire?
I see him. Here comes John Nash. Whee, straight through. That's a lovely sounding car too. Like I said, we're going to pump up the volume for tomorrow.
That's Quinn Derby in that Spitfire. Look at this battle right here.
Already, yeah. Nice little three-way battle here. John Nash leading it.
Battle of the Brits. We've got the Elva, the Spitfire, and the Lotus. That is a beautiful Spitfire.
Tiny cars, but great for racing, road racing on tracks like these for sure. Wouldn't do so well on an oval, but...
What I love about Spitfires, well, if you know anything about British cars, you're going to be in the engine. So you might as well pop the hood and be able to sit on the front wheels of the car while you're working on the engine. So as a lazy man that loves British cars, I love the Spitfires, but that Elva Courier is getting the better of him coming into Mission Foods roller coaster.
And he's got the line too. Oh, no, he hasn't. Look at that. Nicely done. Late braking. Very good indeed. From high above, here they come down the hill.
Now, John Nash should have the nimbleness to get through here, but that Elva Courier, a little bit heavier maybe than the Spitfire, but man, beautiful car. I wish you could see that Courier up close in the livery that it has. See? Talk about British cars, you got to say livery.
I'm having a slow effect on you.
Not paint scheme.
We just like to use, you know, big words.
Yes.
We like to sound sophisticated, even if we aren't.
There we go. Another battle. Look at this. This is a Group 2. I believe that's used to Venus there in that 25. Then in the number 32, that should be the Formula Ford of Christopher Vasquez, the Crossley 32F. And then there's Frazier in Kermit, the Frog Eye Sprite.
Mark Gobble in fourth position, just ahead of Luz de Venus. Peter in fifth position at the moment, just ahead of Christopher Vasquez in sixth position ahead of Scott Fraser.
So what's your favorite in this car?
I don't know. I do like a good Spitfire, I have to say, but I do like that 141 of Quinn Derby's. That is a beautiful car. Triumph. I also like the Austin Healey.
Look at this. Two Spridges going at it as they come through the Optima S's. Todd Cruz right behind him there in that British Racing Green Frog Eye, Bug Eye Surprise.
That's not British Racing Green.
No, not that one. The one behind him.
Oh, I see.
The dark green.
I'm with you. Say
that's an electric.
You're getting real trouble. The only thing you can't mess with is British Racing Green.
Except Aston Martin has that lighter green that I just think is really, really pretty.
It is. It is good. And it's
not British Racing Green,
no.
but it's a really pretty green.
The Bentleys were the real sort of first Bentley greens. Of course, as you have pointed out in the past, and as I have too, green was the colour. France had blue. Italy had red. The British had green.
The silver arrows in Germany.
Germany had silver.
And we got into Grand Prix racing so late, we were blue and white.
Red, white.
No, the American colors is white with blue stripes.
Correct. Which looked great, actually.
Yeah.
Really good. So high above this VIR circuit, we're starting to see these nice little pockets of battling here in our Group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B as they head down the Mission Foods roller coaster one more time.
Tom Brown, another Spitfire. These Spitfires do make for some really good race cars. They're Triumph built cars, pretty stout. They're torquey cars, but Triumph started out building tractors and tractor engines, and so they can last really well. The Triumph versus MG in racing is like Ford versus Chevy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, exactly right.
There's Todd Cruz from Alabama, I believe, Dothan, Alabama.
Tall guy, isn't he?
And we were talking Mitch Bressler, who was our professional mechanic of the year of MSA Classics. There's 4 cars in this field that he prepares. Andy McLean's, the 2 Frazier cars, and Todd Cruz's cars. So there is kind of a race within a race of those 4 cars. They're all equally prepared, equally yoked cars.
One Stop Motorsport says, I'm currently sat on the hill looking over Snake and Bridge, and you can feel them go past. Good for you. That's a spot to be.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day here at VIR. Look at this car. This is a Group 2. Not sure how that is.
What, the hit on right is
Group 2 guy. Now, I do love that Volvo right behind. So that's the 55. David Allison. That's a Merlin. That's why I'm not super familiar with that.
I like the color, though.
I do, too. And it almost looked like the Eagle Formula Ford, but that is a Merlin Mark 20A. Beautiful car, but look at this. The Volvo P1800, I believe, is just one of the most beautiful sports cars made. And that pains me to say as a British sports car enthusiast, but I love it. And there's Andy McLean. Andy McLean's son is here, who also races, but he is a professional audio engineer for Hollywood, and he's been on quite a break lately.
Yeah. Sure, he would prefer not to be quite so, though.
He's the boom man in a lot of the Marvel movies, and for some reason he's found himself a longer vacation than he was anticipating.
Yes, many of them have. Still, it'll all be right eventually.
I hope so.
Well, Mazda then leading the way from Nash in second place. Derby now in third, and Gobb still fourth position ahead of Vasquez and Luz de Venus in sixth. And Fraser seventh, Brown in eighth, Cruz and Allison.
There's Andy McLean, followed by another Group 2 car. I just love the look of the Bug Eye Sprites. They just look so happy.
That was the intention, I think.
Yeah, now, I think we've talked about this before, but now it seems like car manufacturers want to make their sports cars look angry.
Yeah.
But, you know, back then, and the
And
Miatas
boxy.
are still kind of doing that, but all the headlights in, like, the new sports cars, they make them look like they have angry eyebrows.
I saw a Rolls Royce, and I kid you not, it looked like a piece of Legos.
Really?
In my hotel, yeah. It was such a box. It was just square. It didn't have anything pretty about it. Oh, that's not pretty. Somebody's gone off, but I think hopefully on its own.
Now, was that a humble brag from you, Jonathan Green, that I stay at hotels that Rolls Royces are staying at?
No, don't worry. I'm at the Comfort Inn like you.
Oh, it was across the street.
No, it was in the Comfort Inn.
Oh, wow.
I don't know what he was. I think he was lost.
But there are some boxy, big boxy Rolls Royces. I agree.
Oh, it was a brand new one. Gunmetal red, gunmetal colors, grey. Now, what's coming at us now?
That is the World Sports Racer. I think
that's
of
right,
Greg
yeah.
Kimbrough. Maybe. Yeah, silver and yellow.
That's
yeah.
right.
And then there's the 38 of Bob Dylan, just down there.
Robert Zimmerman.
Blowing in the wind.
Yes, he is. But you are correct. Robert Zimmerman was his original name. Bob Dylan, much cooler. It's like race names, you know. There's never been a John Smith great racer, has there? Not many.
The Will Power.
There, that's
maybe
a
one
race
of the
name.
best names ever.
See, Jonathan Green, that's not a race name. Whereas my Spanish race name, Juan Verde, is fast. It says fast, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I have an outfit that
I
goes
would
with
sign him.
You would, wouldn't you?
Yeah. As they come around Customers Bank at VIR, the Oak Tree section, and there's just super long, and especially in these cars, a lot of these drivers check their texts, send out some emails, grab a snack as they come down just flat out down this long back straight that's just a little bit crooked right where that car is there, that TR4A.
Slight
and then they're hard onto the brakes, a slight left, and then a hard right, blind hard right, because the car just drops out from under you as you come down the roller coaster.
Well, that's hence its name. And there's a long section there, that roller coaster, as it drops downhill too. It's longer than it looks, isn't it?
Yeah. That's Alan Good, the Triumph TR4A. So we don't have the years on our sheets, but that would have to be a 64 or older if it's the A.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, most of these cars, what, mid-60s, early 70s?
Yeah. Yeah, the MGAs would be 59s. Not sure about that Morgan. Because, to be honest, that Morgan could be a 50s or a 70s. They didn't change much.
Yeah, true.
You know, but there's that 59, I believe, of David Conrad.
Haven't seen Gary Jepson in that Volvo yet. I'm not sure what year that would be.
That's the P1800. We saw that. And they were saying that his exhaust it does hang down low, but they did check it. And then right behind that great British sports car was the Japanese version of a British sports car.
Can I change my vote?
Yeah.
I want to go with that MGA. That is absolutely gorgeous. That number 49.
I have a 59 MGA.
Do you
It is
really?
now officially running, thanks to one of our vintage racers, Michael Levesque. Got it running, and I'm so happy. It took my son for a ride in it, and he is hooked.
Which one?
Levi and Lincoln.
Oh,
but
well,
Levi
Lincoln's hooked anyway.
Yeah, but Levi is like, ooh, I really like this car. And then there is that Miata.
Is that the one you think went off?
I don't know. There are two in this group. So I don't know. But they always joke that Miata stands for Miata is always the answer. And look at that. That's a beautiful car. The kind of newer Japanese version of a British sports car coming up the hill.
Yeah, that's going to be late, early 90s.
Yeah, that would be a Gen 2, Mark II.
Great cars. I've driven these on racetracks, and they are so easy to drive and so fun. I mean, it's just, I'd almost call it a giant go-kart in terms of, you know, it doesn't scare you like a big racing car would. You get some pace out of it and have a lot of fun. I'm a big proponent, and I know you are, that you don't have to have some huge horsepower race car underneath you to go racing. It's almost more fun in a low-powered, low-horsepower little sports car.
You'll learn racecraft better if the car is a momentum car. You have to learn how to roll through the corners, as we saw today with Connor Zilish, who is a spec Miata racer, and just really, there was a 40-second gap in the TA race today.
Yeah, I hadn't really mentioned it, but you've got to think that the Miata folk are really proud of what Zilic is achieving.
Oh, yeah.
Having graduated from their championship. Really impressive.
But look at the lines of this beautiful, from Nashville, Tennessee, one of the guys that got me involved. I got to thank David Conrad, Carl George, David Bearden, all the Zapata guys. My first ever vintage race was here at the Gold Cup in 2009. And that's when they ruined my life, getting me addicted to vintage racing and racing. So I appreciate that. I'm not sure my wife would appreciate that, but I definitely appreciate it.
I've met your wife. She gets it. She knows what you're about.
She would say that. Did I see a little more brake smoke coming off of there as he's hanging that rear right wheel on that Miata?
Well, if it was he that went off, he went off in quite a blaze. delays, but I think he was on his own. So
white flag is out on the leader.
yeah, he's had a lonely race at the front, some 32 seconds ahead of John Nash, but this is the final lap. Ormaza going about his business in the number 8. Started from pole in that Ford Spec Racer and has continued at the front. John Nash has moved from 3rd to 2nd ahead of Bo Jalad.
Yeah, Bo Jalad must have fallen out. So who wrote Mr. Bojangles, Mr. Texas? Because I know everybody likes the classic rock. That's a little more classic country. I think it was Jerry Jeff Walker. Oh. Another one from Lukenbach, Texas.
Oh, I live just down the road.
Yeah, with Waylon Willie and the boys. So there's our leader coming up the Bennett Bridge Hall uphill S's.
Yeah, we've hardly seen him because he's been so far ahead. He's had a nice run.
Let's see if the camera person at Oak Tree can get. There's a picture of his flag of where he's from. Let's see if we can get an image of that. Right behind the driver. See a picture of the flag.
Oh, you're tasking him now. This is unfair at this time of the day.
No, I don't think I saw it. It used to be there. I don't think we see it anymore. There's his website. We get a good shot of that.
That's right.
So there we go.
See, you're tasking our cameraman. They're coming up. Spades for you. Look at that. Final lap then. This is our group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. First race of the weekend. They get 2 per weekend. Plenty of track time. And what you don't see on the feed, they are out and about most sessions, so they get plenty of time on track if they have the time to arrive here early on a Friday or Thursday night. So a good weekend had by all, but the leader now coming up on some lap traffic. He's got to be careful here. He's very close indeed as he comes towards
007.
Yep, hot pen for the last time. I knew my man Lake would work it. Here we go then to the checkered flag, and Efren Oz Ormaza takes that checkered flag and wins in style by a country mile, I may add, some 36 seconds ahead of John Nash, who's just approaching the checkered flag himself, and a wave to the marshals and the fans out there. Looks like a chevron, isn't it? But it's a Ford Spec Racer.
Yeah, that was the day in the SCCA when they kind of made their own spec racer classes, and a lot of big drivers came through those spec racer classes, including Dorsey Schrader.
Yeah, saw Dorsey just a few weeks ago.
This really is a pretty circuit. If you have never been here, definitely make the trip. It's weird because you'll be in Virginia, then you cross into North Carolina, then you come back into Virginia.
Yeah, I know, it's a weird one. Going back to our hotel, we go about three states.
Yeah.
So well done to Efren, and wins his first race. What flag is it then that we're looking for?
What's that?
You said what flag is there?
Oh, it's the flag from his country.
Which is?
I don't know.
Oh.
I didn't recognize the flag today.
Oh, so you were really asking, you were pointing.
Yeah,
okay, you were asking the question. There's the condos in the distance where Ben will be regaling tonight.
Not really. I'm with you at the Comfort Inn.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Talking of comfort, time to take a break. We'll take a short break. We'll be back from VIR afterwards.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel. Ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas Fuel Treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas Fuel Treatment. It works.
I'm here on the pre-grid for the FR race, and I'm going to have a quick word with our most experienced driver, Kevin Jansen. How do you feel about the race ahead?
Looking forward to it. It's the conditions are perfect. It's time to go racing. Can't wait to do it. VIR track conditions are fantastic. I can't wait to get out there.
All right, and from the most experienced driver out here to the least, certainly in these cars, Everett, your first weekend, how are you enjoying it?
It's really fun, yeah. A lot of competitive drivers and a really fun car. Really fun.
Are you going to stick around?
I hope so, yes, sir.
All right, remember his name, Everett Stack in the number 2. Next is Max Hewitt. He's alongside. I'm going to have a quick word, if I can, before Nicole takes off. Nicole Haverda, hey, great coming in the commentary. How are you feeling before this one?
I'm feeling great. Very excited to get out there again. Yeah.
Give it some. Go Canada. All right, there she is. Austin Hill's raced everything this year. MX-5s, Trans Am. Which is your favorite car?
Right now, I think this car is my favorite. We've been having some struggles with it, but I think next year Trans Am will definitely be my favorite car.
Give it some welly, as they say in England. Oliver Westling representing the USA and Sweden. Then Hayden Bowlesby, definitely USA. Then we get to the big boys. Cooper Backlund going strong, the high jumper. Can he jump across these two and take a win? He thinks he can. He's nodding. Ryan Sheehan, got to do it, mate. Can you do it?
I hope so.
60 points the difference between he and this man, Callum Hedge. Hedgie, you got 10 wins. Can you make it 11?
Well, that's the plan. We're going to go for 11 wins. Let's see how we go.
The only man in single-seaters who's got almost as many as Mr. Verstappen himself, Callum Hedge. He's the one to watch. He's from New Zealand. He can't go wrong. Who said Kiwis can't fly? Watch him. See you in a bit.
That's the plan. He says that's the plan.
Here we go then. We are getting ready for the start of race 2 here, FR, and away they go. Good start from Callum Hedge. He is off to the races. Ryan Sheehan follows him in second place. A crucial race for both men. One from Austin, one from Auckland, but the A's have it. Have they got the lead, though? Yes, he has. Callum Hedge leads them into the first corner. Alongside me is Hannah Greenmeyer. We'll hear from her in a moment. Let's get through the first very chaotic corners and hope everybody is cleanly through, and they are. This small field of FR races has produced the likes of Kyle Kirkwood, Dakota Dickerson, more recently Raoul Hyman, now on his way to Japan and going well. Linus Lundqvist, brilliant season for him when he was here, and he continues. They've all gone on to bigger and better, and you can darn guarantee that the likes of Cooper Becklin, Ryan Sheehan, and of course this man Callum Hedge, who knows only one gear, and that is fast, will be on your screens at a motor race near you in the near future for sure. Hannah, well done to you in your race, first and foremost. It looked like you were enjoying yourself out there.
Yeah, it was definitely a fun first race with it being a little bit damp. And
yes.
Yeah, just all about
tough one at that time in the morning. Yeah.
Yeah. It was tough. I woke up at 6:30 and I heard the rain and I was like, come on.
I know.
But it was great, and just in those situations, it's just about keeping it on the track, and if you can do that, you'll most likely gain some positions from your starting spot. So that's what we did this morning.
Sorry, we lost the coverage for a second there, but as you can see, we are back with you and high above the Virginia International Raceway, and it is Callum Hedge extending his lead over Ryan Sheehan. And Sheehan really needs to make some hay this time out. He's been unlucky today because Callum Hedge, of course, had a spin in the previous race, but luckily got recovery from that. And more importantly, a safety car came out which allowed him to crush up, or allowed the field to crush up again, and that gave him a chance to have another go at Ryan Sheehan. So Sheehan looking to do the same again. Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas, but it's been a spectacular year for Callum Hedge at the front. He knows no bounds. He's had a brilliant run in his home of New Zealand, and just 19 years of age, and he has been sensational. Every track he's been to has been new to him. He's never been to the States before. When he arrived at NOLA, that was his first time ever. And since then, he's traversed the world. Would you believe it? He's supposed to be in a car right now in Australia, in a Porsche Carrera Cup car, or a Porsche Carrera car in Australia as he races for Earl Bamber. But another brilliant racer in Vanderdrift is taking his place while he tries to wrap up this championship with 3 races to go at COTA. This one and one more here this weekend. Oliver Westling under pressure now from Becklin. Cooper Becklin in the 19, and Bowlesby behind him, then Hill, Hewitt, Stack. Haverda didn't get the first start she wanted. She's down in 9th place, and then it's Kevin Jansen in 10th position. What's the track been like? We've seen people going offline, and it seems like because of the amount of racing we've had, there's quite a lot of marbles out there.
Yeah, there's definitely a good amount of cars out here this weekend. So if you go offline, it can be pretty slippery for a couple of corners. But, I mean, to get past some people, you got to go into some dirty areas of the track just to get some moves done. With all these long straightaways, it's really important to get onto them as well as you can. If you can get onto the throttle before apex, there's a very little chance most of the time that you're going to get passed down the straight, just because you're making the straight as long as possible. But yeah, I mean, Callum and Ryan have kind of started to check out from the field a little bit.
Yeah, they did that in the previous race. They're kind of in their own world. Their teammates, of course, at Crosslink, and they just seem to have managed to get into the zone early, and they know that it's him. It's one of the two of them. I mean, Hedge is obviously more deserving of the championship, given that he's had so many wins, 10 in total so far, and he's been on the podium when he wasn't winning. But it's been a valiant effort and a valiant fight from Ryan Sheehan. He's 60 points adrift, or 61, I'm not quite sure, but it's certainly not enough to win Hedge the championship, although he could wrap it up this weekend if he keeps beating Ryan Sheehan. But let's not jinx him like I did last time out. So let's see how these two teammates, Ryan Sheehan and Callum Hedge, go head-to-head in this one. Hedge leading at the moment by 1.6 seconds. Where is the obvious place for you, would you say, for an overtake?
So generally the best overtaking options are turn 1. If you can get a good run off of 5, you can sometimes get a run through the upper S's, but you can also just go too wide through there most of the time. 11, you could pass into there, but to be honest, you kind of then just set yourself up to be passed back down the straight going from 12 to 14, just because you're then pushing all the air for the car behind. So I'd say 1 and 14 are definitely the best spots to try and get an overtake done.
Well, VIR, a magnificent circuit as it undulates through the hills and dales of these forests of Virginia. And now Hedge putting the hammer down, really making his presence felt as he takes that lead to 2 seconds now ahead of Sheehan. As the rest of the field, here's Austin Hill. I mentioned on the pre-grid, he's been racing everything. He's just a kid, but he's done MX-5, he's done a bit of Trans Am, he wants to do some more of that. And of course, he's in here in single seat. He's just 16 years of age, but the perfect age. Most of these guys are teenagers. Hannah, would you like to try this FR Championship? Is that the plan?
That would be really fun. I've watched these cars go around, and they sound amazing. They have lots of power.
Yeah.
So anything with more power is always very intriguing.
So how many years have you done? Is this your second year in F4?
This is my first season in F4.
First full season.
Yep.
So what about the new spec car, Alicia? Would you like that?
I think from what I've heard that it's a great car. I personally have not had the chance to test it.
No, very few have, yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll definitely make for some good racing next year, and I can't wait to see just what it looks like with a big pack of them all together.
The one thing I've noticed about your races and these FR races is that you're constantly fighting against the possibility, especially in F4, of a safety car. And you can get all the good work done, and suddenly it comes down to naught. That must be really deflating, but also you've got to be ready for it, haven't you?
Yeah, it's definitely, you have to be on 100% push from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah.
Especially in F4, we have a couple more yellows and safety cars than I think any of us want, but I mean, that's kind of what happens in racing. There's always incidences. Yeah, you just got to go flat out from the drop of the green flag and just make up as many spots as possible, because you never know when that safety car is going to come out, and you never know how much time is really left in the race and if it's going to go back green.
Well, we're looking at Everett Stack. I spoke to him on the pre-grid, and he is having his first weekend in this championship, and a really big step up from F4 to FR, but he's equipped himself well. I'm really impressed, because it's never easy to come into a championship in the middle of a season, because he started the season in F4, and he's only really just getting his head around driving these bigger and faster cars, as you point out. Interestingly enough, for those who don't know, it's a Honda Civic engine in the F4, a sort of standard engine which puts out about 160 brake horsepower, but the turbo version of the Honda Civic is in the back of these cars, and so it's a lot bigger horsepower and a lot more downforce, and therefore a lot heavier and faster as well, so a lot more G-force, and I would have thought physically got much harder.
Yeah, definitely. From what I've heard, everything is much more physical in this car, so you got to be more physically fit, but also I feel more mentally fit, because you just got a lot more kind of going on. You're going into the corner a lot faster. You have to hit the brakes harder with more pressure, and just kind of trying to, in a way, you want to make sure that you're always in the power band of the motor. You don't want to be too low in it, because then if your competitor behind you is in a higher RPM range, they're going to have a better run out of the corner, and then they can start to set you up for a pass.
I know there's probably a lot of girls out there wondering what it takes to do this sort of racing. From a fitness point of view, just purely, I would argue, and you tell me, but what is your fitness regime? Because you need a lot of upper body strength in your arms, shoulders, and more importantly, neck, because you're dealing with G-forces. You don't want to bulk up. You don't want to become a muscle woman, as it were, because you don't want to be heavy. You want to be as light as you can. So how does your training regime work? What's your biggest thing?
Yeah, it's a lot of upper body, just because, well, for females, we don't have the upper body musculature as a male.
Yep.
So we have to kind of, in a sense, bulk up a little bit more there.
Shoulders.
So push-ups, dumbbell bench press, regular bench press, just kind of everything to try and get your shoulders a little bit bigger. And then a lot of core. You're having to, even though you got your seatbelts on and they're tight and stuff, they come loose a little bit when you're driving. So you're moving around and stuff. So if you can have your core pretty strong and tight, it makes the car just a little bit, after a 30-minute race, you're not as exhausted. I'm sure that they all come off and they're probably semi-exhausted.
Yeah, I'll bet.
But if you're not working out and in shape, it can be a 30-minute session can be pretty long.
Yeah, there's an old expression, driving by the seat of your pants, and it really is a real thing. I mean, that's where you feel the car the most.
Yep.
It's going through, you're on top of it, but you need to stay on top of it and in control of it. And as you say, that upper body strength, I was talking to Nicole Haverda, and she was saying that because she was a competitive swimmer and actually did butterfly, she came into this sport and actually was really defined in those muscles in the upper shoulders, because that's what you need for butterfly. So let's send all the girls out and get them going swimming, because you can't do any harm swimming, can you?
Yep, nope, and it's swimming's a fun sport.
Yeah, exactly. So then, Hedge, increasing that lead to 3 seconds. I'm sure you've been watching Callum Hedge. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very impressive what he's able to do, because, like you said, Callum, Ryan, Cooper, Max Hewitt, Nicole, and Kevin Jansen, they're all under the same team, so they all have each other's data. So for Callum to go out there and be able to go sometimes a couple tenths quicker than Ryan on a lap, he's finding that last little bit each lap, which is very impressive.
I've known Callum since he was 15 when he started off in tin tops, certainly on an international level in Toyota 86s, and he then advanced into single-seaters, and he's been doing both single-seaters and Porsche Carrera Cup since. And he's such a laid-back cat. I mean, I just spoke to him just before the race, not just on the pre-grid, but before he got in the car, and I said, 10 wins. And he goes, is that how many I've won? I think he plays it up a little bit, how laid-back he is, because he's focused as a razor blade when he's in the car. But he gives that affable, very laid-back. It reminds, the only driver I've ever witnessed that's that laid-back is Colton Herta. You look at Colton, you think he was a surfer. He's just so kind of unfazed by it all. And that's very similar to Callum Hedge, and I think it's going to suit him well if he makes it to the dizzy heights of the big leagues, that's for sure. So this race settling down now, and Sheehan doing everything he can to stay within reach of Callum Hedge, but as it's been all season, it could be a case of following home. But that's to say, there could be a safety car that could change within the 16 minutes left of this race. Oliver Wessling, the Swede-American, doing a good job in the number one. He got punted off the road by Bowlesby in the previous race, so he'll want to see if he can hold on to that podium. There he is, coming through the woods. And he's done a good job since moving up from F4. He's another one that took the plunge early and did some races at the end of last year. And now you can see, chased hard by Cooper Becklin, who's had a good season, has Cooper. Very tall figure, Cooper Becklin. And he's put that tall figure to good use. He's a high jumper at university, and as well as a racing driver. So an interesting kid. Who of these guys do you know well, or girls do you know well?
I know Cooper, Declan, and Max Hewitt fairly well. I did karting with them mostly with Cooper for a long time, because we were always in the same age class. Max is a couple years older than me, but I remember racing with him when I'd be getting into a class and he'd be getting out of it into the next age group. So I know them pretty well, and it's great to be on the same team as them. I've got some people that I know come into a new team and kind of like, oh, I don't really have this many friends, but it's great to know some people.
Yeah, and it is. You don't make too many close friends in racing because you're competing. You're all very competitive, but that's the nature of the game. But it's nice to be in an environment, at least, where, like you say, you've grown up racing with the likes of Cooper Becklin, and that makes a difference. It really does, especially if you need a heart-to-heart or a sort of, hey, how do you do this?
Yeah.
Tough game. Hedge then increasing the lead, and he really is on an absolute run at the moment. Look at this. It's very impressive. 6 seconds, you know. We've seen dominant champions. Raoul Hyman did it. Linus Lundqvist did it. And Kyle Kirkwood in his days. 15 races Kyle Kirkwood won. Now, that was the first championship back in 2018, and there were only sometimes 3 or 4 cars involved. But we could tell that Kirkwood was just streets ahead at the time. And now look at him, winning at Long Beach last year, and still now right at the top of his game. And in fact, all of our champions have gone on to bigger and better. Most recently, of course, Kiffin Simpson really making his way in Indy and making a name for himself. Raoul Hyman winning many, many races last year as well. Hayden Bowlesby's been around in this FIA, F4 and FR series for a few years now and doing a good job here, but still kind of making the odd mistake too many times. Like I said, he was involved in that incident that punted Wessling off last race and got penalised for that, so he'll hope to make amends from that as we look at the 22. Somebody hitting the dirt and dust there. I don't think that's a car gone off. I hope it's just a car just touching the dust and throwing it up, but I don't see a car parked up anywhere, so that's good news. What's your favourite part of this circuit?
Man, there's so many
I know.
to choose. I really like the last last couple of corners.
Yeah.
So from pretty much 14 down to 17, that downhill slope is just really fun. It's definitely a roller coaster.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly why it's called that, but we're calling it the this weekend anyway. It is our Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers hog pen turn, and the roller coaster, as always, a very, very important part. My favourite is the going out on the exit of Snake and then through the S's. I really love how flat out that is and how demanding that is, because there's really only one line through there. Yep. You've got to get it right. So the field spread out, but at the front by almost 7 seconds now, Hedge looking for his 11th win, and he'll be in 11th heaven if he gets another one, because it'll be ever closer to that championship which he desires. It's been a long season for Callum Hedge, a lot of time on the plane given he's racing in Australia. Doesn't have much time to go home to Auckland, New Zealand, so he hasn't seen home for a while. He's hoping to take some time off in the New Zealand summer after it's all over here and relax maybe just a little bit before he gets back and goes racing again. Now, battle forming here between Nicole Haverda of Canada and Austin Hill in the 8. There is Austin Hill coming through. So these two youngsters going at it, 16 and 17. Got to know Nicole this morning a little bit better, and good attitude towards the sport, and she's done a lot of fun things already with Mercedes and meeting Lewis Hamilton. So who's your idol? Who's your favourite driver at the moment?
In this race, or
no, just generally?
I like my favorite driver, or I guess two drivers, are Michael Schumacher and Sebastian Vettel. But in like who's ever like racing right now, I'd say Lewis Hamilton. Obviously, he's not having the last couple seasons that he's wanted, but when he was going out there and winning, sometimes he wouldn't have the best qualifying, but he would always find a way to win. And that's just something that everybody can kind of take a lesson from it. Like, okay, yeah, you might not have the best qualifying, but you can go out there and you can find a way to win, and that's a champion's attitude right there.
Yeah, and also, you know, you look back to somebody like Ayrton Senna when he was driving for McLaren in the early days. You know, he would take an underpowered and not competitive car like he did in the mid-90s and just turn races around. And everybody was just amazed at what he could achieve. And Hamilton's in that similar vein. Likewise, Vettel, too. It's that ability to take whatever you're given and race that. And Hedge is in that mode, for sure. He started the season at NOLA and he had some engine problems, raced around them, didn't get the wins he wanted, but from there on in, once he was dialed in, he's never looked back. And once he got that sort of sweet spot, he's been performing outstandingly. It's been really fascinating to watch. Ooh, Everett Stack, almost stacked in. Ooh, he was lucky there, and that's it's going to require some new underwear, I think. But he's managed to save it. Austin Hill, though, all over him, and will pass him. He's going to get the slipstream if he can. smoke pouring out the back of Everett's car after that little incident. Now, was that Everett Stack or was it Nicole?
I think that was Nicole.
That was Nicole, wasn't it? You're absolutely right. Good spot. And so, yeah, through goes Hill. They were battling together, but it was Nicole Haverda that went onto the grass there for a moment. My apologies to Mr. Stack. He didn't stack it.
And I believe that Nicole might have a little bit of suspension issue.
Yep. Yeah, I think she hit that outside there pretty hard. So let's see if she does come in, because she won't want to race if it is damaged. And she'll know. She'll feel it immediately. I presume so, right?
Yeah. Yep. Immediately you'll know something's wrong and just want to get into the pits as fast as possible.
Well, there's the checkered flag, and it's hanging out for this man, Callum Hedge. As Callum Hedge of New Zealand and the Kiwi team that is Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport wins again. That's number 11 in the bag. It doesn't get any better than that. They've already wrapped up the team's championship, and Callum Hedge is marching them on to yet another drivers' championship. Their other driver, Ryan Sheehan, will cross the line in second place, and it's going to be a 1, 2, 3 as Cooper Becklin will come across the line in third place. So it doesn't get any more dominant by this Kiwi team, run by Tina Larson and Gary Orton. Well done to them. They just continue to dominate here in the US of A. They have a very strong team, which includes the lady sitting next to me, Hannah Greenmeyer, and we wish you luck this weekend. What do you reckon you can achieve before the weekend's out?
If I could get a top 5, I'd be ecstatic.
What's your best finish?
P7 this morning. So.
That is your best finish?
Yep.
Well done, that's great.
Yep, so P7 in race 1, and then backed it up with a P8 in race 2, so just trying to keep that forward momentum
I think
going.
that's the key, isn't it? You know, don't overset your, your estimations of where you can be. Be realistic, but if you can just incrementally get a little quicker, a little better, and, you know, luck sometimes plays a part, but if you can keep your focus like that, that is going to put you in good stead for the future, for sure. Well, Callum Hedge is going to celebrate, I'm sure, a long weekend, but it's still more to come. But he's literally got one hand on the trophy. And remember, that prize, a chance to race in Japan in the Super Formula Series, following in the footsteps of Liam Lawson, who in a few weeks' time will go head-to-head with his teammate, just as we saw here, for the Super Formula Championship. And who knows where he'll be next season. He really has the world at his feet. Confirmation then of our classification for round 14 here at VIR. Callum Hedge wins for Crosslink, and it's a 1, 2, 3 as Ryan Sheehan takes second place. Cooper Becklin in third. Oliver Westling in fourth place. Hayden Bowlesby fifth. Max Hewitt sixth. Everett Stack. Good result for the youngster. For Jensen in seventh position. Austin Hill takes eighth. Kevin Jansen is in ninth position. Nicole Averda was the one who had that suspension issue, having just went slightly wide, and had to come in and park the car. So that's how it ended here in FR for the day. Just the first day of the weekend, more to come. Hannah Greenmeyer, thank you so much for coming and joining us. Best of luck for the weekend. I want a fifth place.
I will try and go out there and get that for you. And thank you so much for having me up here. It was a great experience.
I'm sorry about the technical gremlins, but hey, that's TV for you. Live action here, but not to worry. Well done again. My thanks for you to come in. But that concludes our coverage here of the FR race, and we'll see them come into the pits. Here he comes in the 17, and there you see Highlands Motorsport, one of the tracks here in New Zealand, or the Tasman sponsorship, Giltrap. And like I said, funding from all over New Zealand motorsport. Tony Quinn, of course, one of the big promoters and owners of the tracks like Highlands, right behind this young man. And, well, they have spent their money because he has delivered, and delivered in spades for them. He was runner-up to Charlie Wirtz earlier this year in his home series of the similar car. But here with Honda and here in the USA, Mark Petch will be there in a moment, I'm sure, to greet him as well. And it's all handshakes and hugs. There he is. Great combo, these two. And the all black helmet of the cool, calm, Tasman sponsored man takes the balaclava off. And he really is too cool for school in many ways. Look at the hair. Like I said, he's got that. I said to him earlier, I said, how do you see through that? I see that. I put my balaclava and I put it back. So John Phippen will get an interview with our man, and our man of the moment, without a doubt. 11 wins now here in the series. He's with John Phippen.
Yeah. No, take your time. It's all good. We're just waiting on the cue. Callum Hedge getting his hat fitted. Thanks, Jonathan. Callum, a very different race than we had this morning. This morning, your teammate Ryan was right on your tail the entire run until we had that yellow flag. This one, you got a great jump from the start and really never looked back.
Yeah, this morning Ryan was very fast. Him and I were very equal this morning, and he was right on my tail until I dropped it off at the double right-hander turn 12 there, and then he did the same thing. But yeah, this afternoon we made a few changes, had a few issues to fix in between the race. We had a crack in the bowels housing, so that we had to fix up during the break there. So we got that fixed, and the car felt really good from lap 1. I finally made a good start, which was nice, and yeah, never really looked back.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say a big thank you to Kiwi Crosslink for the good car, and the people that make it happen for me. Giltrap Group, Tony Quinn Foundation, and Tasman Motorsport Group.
You bet. Thanks, Cal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. One more time.
Yeah, one more time. Absolutely impressive. Very impressive. Tasman Motorsport. And I think Earl Bamber will be pleased, even though he wasn't racing this weekend, and he's about to win a championship in Australia as well, and he's still leading in that, so it just gets better and better. But talk about being in the zone as an athlete. Callum Hedge is very much there. It's a name to remember, folks. If I give you 2 names this weekend, one is Callum Hedge, the other is Connor Zilic. They are going to be in your living rooms for many years to come when it comes to motor racing. So make a note, because that was a performance for the ages. Well done to Callum. And he is one hand on the trophy, but there's still 4 more races to go. So, as you can see, the sun is going down, and a beautiful golden hour, as we call it, and the drone is making its way down. He needs a rest, our drone. He's been flapping around up there for quite some time, but my thanks to our great cameraman and crew from Greenlight Television. I'm Jonathan Green. We have a full day of more coverage of this tomorrow on our Speed Tour, so join us from VIR. More action to come from Virginia International Raceway, but until then, bye-bye for now.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.